Shadowspyre by Kevan Dale. Narrated by Francis Anderson. Chapter 1. The looks on the villagers' faces lingered long in my mind. It wasn't our weapons that frightened them. Not really. One didn't live this close to the borders of the Wereld Forest without growing used to a certain amount of fear. Rather, this new dread came from what our armed passage through their doomed lanes told them about themselves. We weren't the ones to be afraid of. They were. A nearby crow called out, answered by yet another farther off. The bird's dark shapes wheeled against the purple dusk, like scraps of night come early. That woman's sister. Delphica Harrowspar leaned forward from the opposite bench in the carriage and fixed me with her confounding gaze. Her irises didn't match. Blue-green like a turbulent sea in her left eye, the rich brown of hornwood in her right. Dead of the dropsy fever by midsummer, but comes back last week? Taken care of? Up in flames, she said. Pieces quartered and buried separately. So she claimed, I offered. And she did, well, seem appropriately cautious regarding our approach. Please, Delphica sniffed. They were cautious in the White's reach, for all the good it did them. They looked at you, and I saw 2 young women and a troupe of performers, and they were practically begging us to save them. They're terrified. Of course they are, she said, glancing out at the empty streets as we neared the bridge. No hours gone missing. Not a one. Not fucking likely. No one noticed any shadows going the wrong way. Voices from empty rooms. It probably started weeks ago. No. This place is about to become a cemetery carnival, and we're not getting caught in it. To the west, the sun dipped behind the horizon, leaving only the highest branches of the trees bathed in fading orange light. I can't help feeling awful for them, I said. They're not the ones headed straight into the Wereld. Delphica straightened the cuffs of her embroidered jacket. And then Shadowspyre beyond. The most ill-tempered, cursed, haunted shit-heap of a castle anywhere in the realm. A place that will make this soon-to-be graveyard of a hamlet look like paradise. Your idea, I believe. A hesitation. I was consulted. Foremost expert on Shadowspyre at the Augurian Chase, I was assured. Focus of your 3-year concentration. 5-year concentration. She waved off my correction. And better still, she's also a precocious young woman. So perhaps the 2 of us might bond. Though as you may have noticed, Kestrel, I'm not the bonding sort. Rendering me inclined to listen to the insane advice of scholars. So don't go looking at me as though I were the one who suggested all this. All I asked for was an insurmountable advantage with which I might crush my hideous wretch of a cousin and her plans to empty every graveyard in the realm. The carriage slowed. Voices passed up and down the line. We'd reached the bridge. Delphica craned out the window, calling, "If there's another barricade, force them to open it. Or shoot them." Instead of continuing on, the carriage came to a halt, rocking on its springs. Delphica sighed, waiting for it to start up again. When it didn't, she frowned, listening. Something in the silence sharpened her expression. She reached beneath the bench and handed me the pistol stored there. Congratulations. Now's your chance to do something useful. The intimidating affair of dark hardwood, brass, and steel felt strange in my hand. But Words will do the trick. Reason, logic, appeal to their common sense. Guns are quicker. She burst from the ornate door, demanding an explanation, and ready to overrule it. "I don't know how to shoot this," I said, following. She strode up the line of our company, not slowing. "Just point the boomy end away from you and pull the little stick thing." I trailed her past the brightly painted wagons and teams of our company. The village of Missile stood empty around us. Windows bore stout shutters. Skulls of ravens, falcons, and dunhawks hung nailed above doorways, their empty sockets catching the last light. I smelled smoke in the air, noticing barrels burning with sage, valley gentian, princess mantle. Did they think that would help? In places, the black smoke clung to the ground rather than rising. But no villagers. Ahead, the bridge stretched in the gathering dusk, its 4 weathered arches spanning the black currents of the Brookhorn River. The horses of the lead wagon balked, the clack of their hooves, their jingle of harness and bridle carrying across the restless water. The driver pressed them, but they went no farther, their eyes rolling back in fear. "Kestrel," Delphica said. Around us, the members of the company shouldered their weapons. The last light of day glinted on oiled steel and brass. I scanned the river. Anvil-colored water reflected the distant hemlock boughs and pale haunt gorse blooms. My gaze landed on our side, where patches of banevetch stood ghostly in the fading light, their needles gleaming dully. "We need to turn around," I said. Delphica stared at the forest beyond the river, then turned to me, revealing a hint of concern rather unlike her. "No, we need to get this company over the bridge." I shook my head. "The boundary has shifted." A blur of motion. She flinched back. At first, I believed that a bird, sparrow, blackbird, had crashed into the driver next to her, confused by the noisy spray of water tumbling beneath the bridge. The man grunted as he slid sideways. An arrow shot through his right arm, pinning it to his ribs, sticking through his chest widthwise. He fell, deep red blood spreading into the cloth of his tunic with alarming speed. Horses screamed, sprouting dark fletchings. The air filled with a deadly thrum as arrows launched from the riverbank on both sides of the bridge. Gunshots from our troop fired in return, but too late. A howling company of weary emerged at the village end of the bridge, while others climbed the arches from below, swamping us. One war horn, then another, echoed across the river. Their silver irises gleamed as they overran us. Behind them came the dead. Men and women missing limbs, portions of their heads and faces, dragging entrails. Dozens of them lurched forward, another encroaching wall of the trap we'd stumbled into. They moved with uneven movements that signaled death pockets of distorted time, the chronovoidal surge released by the quickening of high witchcraft. I leaned back, just as an arrow thwanged into the wagon next to me. Members of the troop closed in around Delphica. When we tried to push onto the bridge, a line of their warriors rippled forward. Those of us who attempted to clear that direction fell back, bleeding. The carriage, our last hope of breaking through, shuddered as arrows turned its side into a pincushion of black shafts. The horses screamed, rearing in their traces. As they thrashed, the carriage slewed sideways, scraping against the stone building before the bridge, forcing us into an ever tighter knot of bodies. I pushed through the crush, keeping close to Delphica. The scent of gunsmoke filled my nostrils. Delphica shouted orders, her voice rising above the chaos. When we tried to split their lines, they separated and reformed, always flowing to the weakest point in our defense. I realized the Wheri weren't just attacking. They were herding us toward the leading edge of the bridge. Why? Through the chaos, stillness on the near bank caught my eye. A figure, standing motionless amidst the fray, longer and more elegant than her soldiers, fine horns wrapping down from atop her head like a crown. A Wheri witch, the author of our doom. Her face, pale as maggots, held a terrible beauty. Silver eyes filmed with temporal distortion fixed upon our dwindling pocket of resistance. As the trap tightened, she moved, each step precise, unhurried. Her motions left shimmers in the air, as if time had grown uncertain in her presence. She lifted one delicate hand, and the surrounding air shook. Shadows bloomed between her fingers, spreading patches of temporal distortion. Ribbons of distorted time streamed from her fingers. The corruption coiled, spreading outward in complex patterns. My hair lifted, the fabric of my clothes crimping with the snap of a dry winter's day. The length of the bridge seemed to ripple, pointing to a mastery of temporal manipulation far beyond what our desperate plan suggested was possible. The stones beneath our feet rumbled, each one showing a distinct moment in the village's long history. Pristine newness here, weathered age there, future decay falling into nothingness. Our soldiers nearest the Wheri witch's influence grabbed at their faces and eyes, crying out as their personal timelines frayed. She wasn't just wielding time, she was unmaking it, trapping us in a temporal collapse. The witches hadn't just learned to manipulate the chronovoidal surge. They'd learned to harvest it, to shape it to their will. If the Wheri witch could do this here, in this doomed village, what could the Achromic Hall do, were they to harness the power of Shadowspyre? I elbowed my way through the chaos, ducking arrows, pressing myself next to Delphica. A clot of nausea rose in my throat, and vertigo swept over me. I ignored it, reaching into my pocket. The witches weren't the only ones with a key to time. Chapter 2. Hope of escape narrowed down to a sliver. The thin glass vial, braced in delicate strands of tarnished silver, felt heavy, its weight exceeding its volume tenfold, deforming the fabric of time. Don't use it unless there's no other recourse, Auguras Smallpage had cautioned, reminding me of the relic's not to be trifled with potency. Seconds away from being overwhelmed, I wrapped my fingers around the relic. Reaching for Delphica, I linked my arm through hers. In the noise and frenzy, I don't believe she even noticed me. The carriage spun sideways on the force of the Wheri witch's spell. I brought my hands together, the vial gripped lengthwise. Powerful forces washed over us. The air, a moment before a lightning strike. I recalled Scholar Devlin Amesrun's caution about what I was about to do. To pull at one thread of time is to threaten the unraveling. The glass shattered as I snapped it in half. Acrid of blackbird liver coated my fingers, slippery and setting my skin to tingling. As the relic bones within touched the air, all sounds grew instantly muffled. Thread pulled. The surrounding chaos slowed to a crawl, drained of color and blurred as if by a ferocious downpour. What pressed in on us, Delphica and myself at that moment, wasn't magic, wasn't the crush of the enemy, wasn't the first touch of death. It was the grip of time, its fibers straining, tearing the bolt. The rend would last for less than a minute. "This way!" I shouted. Delphica didn't appear to have heard me, or if she had, she'd been too stunned to process my instruction. No matter. I yanked her forward, still gripping the slippery bones in my left hand while locking my elbow around hers. I sprinted with her onto the bridge and swung my leg over the stone lip. No time to retreat, no time to gather my equipment, my supplies, my notes. The pang bit deep. "Where are you?" Delphica began, resisting my pull. "Hold on!" Wrestling her over the stones, I tightened my grip on her. "And don't let go of me." I didn't like heights. I didn't like water. But I also didn't like the idea of dying in a massacre, even less so when it meant seeing the faint hope of the realm surviving snuffed out. So I leaped out into the air beyond the bridge, dragging Her Majesty Queen Delphica Shadowspyre, sixth of her lineage, defender of Middenland and her other territories, defender of the realm, with me. And then, silence. The world hung suspended between one heartbeat and the next. Above us, the Weary Witch's temporal distortion collided with the relic's power, turning the air into sheets of opalescent light. The river below us fractured into 1,000 moments, the rush of spring floods, the ice of winter's past. Everywhere the countless seconds of its endless journey to the sea. Our fall seemed to stretch forever, long enough for me to see our reflection in that impossible mirror. Scholar and queen, suspended between time and water. The river held its breath. My heart beat once. Reality shuddered. Then the water struck us, first like stone, then like glass, shattering into cold black treacle that pulled us under. The queen's elbow cracked hard into my ribs as time resumed its normal flow, the impact driving the air from my lungs in a spray of silver bubbles that coursed upward. I clamped Delphica to my side as I kicked my way back to the surface. The current already carried the two of us a good way downstream from the bridge. Breaking the surface, we both gasped and sputtered. Her Majesty clawed desperately for purchase, in her panic pulling us repeatedly beneath the surface. I thrashed again and again upward, gasping at the air each time my head breached the cold water. "Hold on to the bones," I told myself. "Hold on to the queen." She fought me, but I fought back, attempting to steady us as we bobbed downstream. Her Majesty cursed and spat and wrapped her legs around me, trying not to drown. I worked to keep both our heads above the surface, as the final warning Small Page had given me before I'd set out raced through my mind. "She's the only key to this unimaginably complex lock. Don't lose her." I struggled to keep us both afloat as the dual rivers of water and time swept us along. The dusk deepened as the current sped up. Around us, the effect of the time dilation slowly released. As I got my bearings in the gloaming, I gasped. Blood churned against boulders. What I at first took for branches revealed themselves to be hacked limbs, caught along the shore or against half-submerged boulders, were members of our troop, their dead bodies mutilated by the Weary. Her Majesty and I clung to each other, too shocked and exhausted to speak, as the river bore us into the night. Bones, Queen. Chapter 3. We pushed through hilly terrain, in and around alluvial fans of half-buried boulders, rocks, and scree, carpeted in moss and lichens. "Now what, Kestrel?" The Queen claimed a bowsprit of granite, cresting out of the forest floor like a makeshift throne. The morning light caught the residual river mud on her boots. She fixed me with that royal stare. "How fucked are we? And what's your plan to unfuck us?" "Your whereabouts are unknown. Bodies in the river, confusion in the dark," I said, making my way to the top of a ridge between the looming trees. "No one would suspect you'd flee straight into the forest, so you've in effect vanished completely." She gazed around at the dark trees standing sentinel along the lip of the dell. "Completely sounds about right." The hillside descended a gentle slope toward what appeared to be a frozen brook. Bits of daylight sparkled off the still surface, and much else besides. Beyond, the trees and ground glinted, turned to darkling glass. The unnatural state created impossible depths, each transparent trunk containing reflections of the ones behind it, multiplying the forest into infinite, darkening corridors. Where living branches met their vitrified cousins, the junction seemed to vibrate, as though unable to reconcile the two states. I steadied myself. "And now for the unfucking part?" Her Majesty prompted, blowing a stray hair from her face. I scanned the forest. Not all was frozen. On either side of the view before us, living foliage and flora, no different from that which we'd moved through since the river, swayed as usual. The haunting sight chilled me. Accounts of the results left by the hellstorm of Vertigressa the Enchantress held a traveler might wander for a day in any direction without finding a speck of life to break the glinting stillness. But it should have been a 45-league raven flight from our location at least. Yet there stood a wood of glass, much of it clear, the thicker portions opaque, the color of dark ale. I retrieved the device from my inner pocket, my iosodic meter. In the shafts of morning light, the damaging traces of river water remained, along with a crack in the crystal face. When I keyed it to the open position, the dials didn't move at all. Her Majesty nodded toward the iosodic meter. "That will show us the way?" "No, not quite. This tracks the spread of the chronovoidal surge." I gently shook it, despairing as a thread of water dribbled from beneath the dial. "When it works. Without it, we might walk blindly into shadow wells, death reflections, unseen fractures of time, penumbraic enthrallment, idolinosis, the bleak touch, and worse." The water slowed to drips. "Can you fix it?" she asked. I eyed the glass trees. Without the iosodic meter, we'd never make it out of the world alive. "There may be a way." "Then what are you waiting for?" "It's dangerous." Back at the chase, we'd calculated the world's iosodic levels to be somewhere close to 2 orders of magnitude above the normal background level. Worthy of concern, and even greater caution. Yet such a disturbance as what stood before us suggested at least 2 orders of magnitude greater still, which I could harness. Desperate, even. Do whatever it takes, the Queen said. Fight. Kill if I need you to. Kill? I'm a scholar, Majesty. And I'm a queen. But I won't hesitate. I'm nothing if not fucking desperate. She gestured toward the device. I nodded. I'd best do it at a safe distance. We left safe behind at the bridge and missile, if not River Spar itself. Down there will do. Of course, if I accidentally opened up a shadow well, most of the hillside would be swallowed up, ironwood, queen, and all. I made my way down to the edge of the glassy brook. On this side stood a stretch of dense trees of a sort unfamiliar to me, with trunks bulging with bole and bark the color of tarnished copper, patchy and curled. Silence filled the crystalline woods before me. I knelt, putting the device on the ground. Fishing around inside coat pockets, I came out with 3 iron nails, a spool of thread, iron filings, and several steel pins. Positioning the nails in what I estimated to be an equilateral triangle, I pushed them into the soft soil. The glass copses indicated that portions of the world lay within a pocket of the void surge, and if the levels of time distortion were sufficiently high, and I could focus them, I could instigate a small chronospatial recursion. I'd be respooling time for the isotic meter, bringing it back into the state it possessed before we'd escaped the ambush. I worked carefully. When I'd looped the thread in a crosswise fashion between the nails, balancing 3 pins in an inverted mirror of the shape within the threads pulled taut, I sat back on my heels. Your holding your breath like that is making me nervous, Delphica said from the lip of the dell. Perhaps you might stand back at a distance, Majesty. Will River Spar do? That ironwood should work. Her Majesty slipped behind the large bowl of the ironwood. With care, I placed the isotic meter down, even as I felt the crackling grasp of temporal energy. The sprinkle of iron filings I added created an immediate vortex above the device. Light angled strangely as the air refracted the currents of bending time. The ground shifted beneath my shins and knees as reality protested the violation. Around me, the temperature plummeted, drawing my breath out into clouds. Just as at the river, I felt the fabric of time resisting, then yielding. But this time, instead of a clean tear, I sensed something splintering. I dragged my gaze back to the arrangement before me, half tempted to undo it before anything got further out of control. Within the triangle I'd made, the nails, the threads, the pins, all blurred, while the isotic meter shone clearly, though rippled as if seen beneath fast-moving water. Time buckled. Trunks groaned and glass branches shattered overhead like gunshots as the temporal distortion rippled outward. Shadows of the trees pooled around their bases, elongated, stretching dizzyingly sideways. At my knees, the arrangement of nails, pins, thread, and filings lay in tatters atop the device. I moved everything aside and picked up the isotic meter. When I flipped the switch, I thrilled to see both needles bounce twice to the right, then settle back to the left, exactly as they should when turned on. My improvised recursion had worked. I'd bent, shaped, and rewound time, manipulating the threads successfully, desperation notwithstanding. Sitting back on my heels, my moment of victory proved short-lived. For at that moment, the needles jiggled, bumped, and then lifted to the right, registering both lambentatrix and refractoria. The substratum energies of the iosotic spectrum. The readings in millistroms shocked me. Lambentatrix, 290. Refractoria, 1,270. If vast swaths of the world were already massively contaminated, what would we find if we ever reached Shadowspyre itself? Before I could take the thought further, a shadow swept the glass tableau before me. I glanced up and spotted the bird. Dirty gray with a pale underside, the creature's wingspan exceeded my height. Without a flap of its wings, it rode the strange currents of air above the treetops. Tail feathers steered it along, the darker gray flesh of its neck and head shifting as it scanned the woods below. Filaments of shadow dragged behind its wings and tail like black flame. A corpse bird. Reports from the front line had spoken of these vultures, reanimated and enchanted by the Achromic Hall. Not only did they provide surveillance beyond the lines, they located death pockets of distorted time, where the void surge might further swell the ranks of the Achromic Hall's hideous army of the dead. A word, a sound, a thought. I somehow knew any of those would grab the fell bird's attention. I pressed back against the trunk of the tree next to me, desperately wishing I might slide right into it and out of sight. Worse, Her Majesty remained sitting above, unaware of the danger. A lone, stony croak echoed above the glimmering treetops. I didn't dare call out to warn the Queen to stay silent, to not move. The bird's shadow flowed across the glass forest, spreading and fragmenting across every reflective surface. Only when it eventually moved on could my breathing relax. But only so much. When I returned as quietly and quickly as I could to the Queen, I found her asleep at the foot of the ironwood, her head resting on her forearms where they bridged her bent knees. The morning light, filtered and diffused through the glass forest ahead, cast a honey-gold glow across her sleeping face. Warm amber fragments danced across her features, softening the worried creases around her eyes, and making her look, just for a moment, like the stained glass queens in Hollycrown's ancient windows. I sat myself softly next to her, my gaze moving back and forth between her slow breathing and the fragile stretch of glass forest. Chapter 4. I pushed through the dense forest, brushing aside bough and branch, and stumbled to a halt, winded from the steep slope. "This is it," I said. "The Headsweald Road." Ruddy sunlight struck horizontally through the trees, turning the ancient road before us into a mosaic of shadow and fire. "We should have taken it from the start." Her Majesty frowned. Scratches marked the backs of her hands, and lines of dark pitch thatched the breast of her coat and sides of her breeches. "And you owe me a new coat and breeches. Before we— Please, no more readings. This whole place is a disaster. We know this." She pushed her way through the snagging underbrush until we reached a pair of weathered stone pillars. Moss softened the edges of the fissures in the stones beneath our fingers. "Come to Shadowspyre." Despite the Queen's warning, I took out my iosotic meter. Time is strange in, around, and on the Headsweald. The Queen turned to me. A rivulet of sweat ran down her cheek. "How far to Shadowspyre?" Maybe 35 to 45 leagues?" I watched the needles swing to life. 35 leagues? Are you fucking kidding me? I thought you said this would get us there quickly, ahead of my cousin's maniacs, who, I need not point out, are already flying their fucking dead birds overhead, unburdened by needing to walk, trudge, or jog on foot through this wretched forest. You said, I have a plan, Majesty. Don't interrupt me, Kestrel. I will beat them, Majesty. Her irritation at my continued impertinence showed in her eyes, but I barreled ahead anyway. Getting there on foot was always going to be difficult, and you're entirely right. If it becomes a race against other methods, we'll lose, which we can't. No, we fucking can't. But that's where my plan comes in, Majesty, I said, because the Headsweald Road possesses a pronounced and little understood agdispandic signature, confirmed by both of the Chase's secret expeditions. Whether it properly preceded the Void Surge or was in fact activated by it is still unknown. The point, Kestrel, I don't need another science lesson. I'd never spoken the idea aloud, even during our strategy sessions back at the Chase, knowing just how quickly it would be dismissed. By applying an acute temporal jolt at the right frequency, we may stir the agdispandic forces into what's known as a chronometric subluxation, a doubling in on itself of time. Like you did at the bridge, she asked. Not exactly. Instead of creating a controlled pocket of asynchronous time within a fixed spatial array, I would combine the warping of time and the contiguous dimensional structure, meaning roughly space and distance, to hasten us along the length of the road in just a moment, virtually instantaneously. The entire distance. Her Majesty looked at me closely with her confusing irises. I paused. My betters at the Chase would no doubt have listed, in gruesome detail, a dozen disastrous outcomes of such a risky maneuver. I knew very well that all it would take would be a single complication to dash all hope, killing us both. But none of my betters at the Chase were here, in the depths of the world, with our enemies closing in. Desperation our only viable strategy. And I'd already leveraged temporal energy twice, successfully. We'd escaped the ambush. I'd salvaged the isotic meter. To pull at one thread is to threaten the unraveling. What was one more? Yes, I answered Her Majesty. Igniting our own hellstorm, releasing a deluge of energy from the Death Realm, sending the Headsweald Road slicing through multiplanar dimensions into oblivion, alerting the forces of the Achromic Hall of our exact location, locking the both of us in an adamantine moment of time forever, subjecting our bodies to forces too powerful to withstand, rendering us no more than stains and quivering heaps of slightly chunky jam. Truth be told, of the many risks within my gambit, I was most concerned with Her Majesty's station as Queen. As I readied the equipment to instigate the temporal jolt, I needed to caution her several times to stay off the road. We knelt atop a carved embankment of white and gray rock, nearly lost beneath wild garlands of thorn. She kept edging toward the road itself. "These fucking thorns are digging into my shins," she said. "It's not safe. Because I'm not a scholar. Thank you for the faith in my intellect." "No, not that," I said. "As monarch. During the Balestorm are multiple accounts of an agdispandic vivication tuned to the progenitorial signature of the monarchical bloodline, meaning a curse of sorts." She stared at me. "So your idea of a solution is to bring me to a cursed road I might not travel on? Well done." I stared at the finger bones arrayed before me. I had enough spare oil in one of my remaining vials. The snuff box with the tempered silver filings. The coins. My readings showed high energy levels, as expected. Along with the agdisbandic influence, when we add in the signature of a significant chronoplanar resonance, we might surmise— Kestrel! She snapped. Agdisbandic? Chronoplanar resonance? If it's going to kill me, just say so. I'm nearly ready. Especially if the alternative is to continue getting slapped in the face by every other branch as I follow you through thicket after thicket, while you— A war horn sounded, cutting off Her Majesty. "Query," I said, scanning the thick forest behind us. So much for triangulation. I snatched up the equipment, tossing aside the idea of any further readings. Another horn sounded nearby. "What now?" she said. "All we need to do is find a spot with a high enough frequency response." I was already working through how I might approximate the triangulations with only the barest idea of— "Fuck this," Her Majesty announced. "We need to move." She pushed through the remaining brambles and out onto the stones of the road. With her hands on her hips, she turned back to me, possibly about to reproach me for all my talk of curses and agdisbandic vivication, when the small chinks of sunlight glanced off something on the surfaces of the stones she stood upon. A pattern emerged on the road. Vibrant copper gold. The ancient stones seemed to drink in the last flames of day, then exhale them in molten lines between the wide stones. Sparking embers flared. A sizzle, like a line of gunpowder touched to flame, erupted around her feet. The glare grew blinding, along with the hissing sound. Long vines tore from the stones to whip around the queen's legs, impaling her flesh with dozens of sharp thorns. She opened her mouth, perhaps to show the agony engulfing her, or maybe to confirm the agdisbandic vivication, along with an appropriate apology for doubting me in the first place, when a second war horn tore through the heavy silence of the forest. Nearer this time. Much nearer. I leapt onto the road to free her. Bright metal colors flared around the stones. More writhing vines reached toward her, the ones upon her legs slithering and slicing through her breeches. From the corner of my eye came movement, something passing between trunks not 100 yards behind us. Something pale and lanky. The wheery's oblong head swung this way and that, searching. I struggled to align the finger bones. My hands fumbled for the snuff box as I retrieved 3 pinches of precious silver filings, entrained to the massive suspension back at the chase. The coins themselves seemed to have a mind of their own, sliding in and out from between my oil-slicked fingers. All the while, Her Majesty clawed at the vines wrapping around her legs, groaning and cursing as they tightened unbearably. Her face went pale. I worried that more than just the shock and pain were at work, for the strange light rising around her took on a deeper hue, closer to the colors of sunset. Another pale form materialized between the trees. Then a third. I pushed everything out of my mind except for one thing: igniting the spike in temporal energy that might trigger the chronometric subluxation. My fingers trembled. Bone, oil, filings into oil, coin beneath bone, all lay in the palm of my left hand. Not quite touching. Not yet. Not until they were all energized. Oil sloshed out over the coins. Some silver must have slid with it, for the sudden heat in my palm indicated the reaction triggering. Prematurely. No, I muttered, attempting to realign everything. Fire burned my hand as 2 of the coins shimmered, but not the third. I worked quickly. Back in order, equidistant triangle, come on. I slid the arrangement this way, then that, desperate to salvage the situation. Just as when I had the final configuration of bone, oil, filing, and bone back into place, Delphica tore a handful of vines from her lower leg. She lost her footing, reaching out to steady herself, and shoved my forearm. A flicker of what might have been regret passed across her face. My hand closed around the immense temporal reaction already triggering, disturbing the arrangement even further, grinding all the objects together beneath my panicked fingers. For a moment, Her Majesty clawed her fingers into my shoulder, and then the pressure vanished, and then it returned. In the flaring light, she flickered, appearing and disappearing, reappearing and vanishing again. Golden light and a vast tearing sound filled my head. The stones came alive, undulating. Her Majesty flickered, each version slightly different, slightly wrong. An acrid, metallic stench gagged me, prying deep into my nostrils and mouth. 10,000 snapping pinpricks clawed across my face. Up became down, became sideways, became concepts that had never existed before, and my world hissed away into a vast, unlighted void. Muffled, breathless, vanished. Chapter 5. Should someone have cleaved my head in half, widened the opening down to my collarbones, then pummeled each side of my exposed brain, I'm not sure my head would have hurt worse than it did as I staggered out of the chronometric subluxation. Upward, downward, forward, backward, I couldn't tell them apart. My sense of where I was in space, or perhaps time, utterly escaped me. Did the ball fired from the blazing mouth of the iron cannon know its up from its down? Clearly it stood the better chance, or so I reasoned, as I collapsed face first onto the stones of the road. The buzzing in my ears slowed to a sawing, then a grinding, then a moaning, which was my voice in the latter instance. When I tried to open my eyes, the world blinked around me, sending my gorge into my throat. Shards of reality swam before me. Blood-red sunset bleeding into blue-black midnight. Dawn gold shattering against storm gray. For a moment, the towering trees of our departure point stretched impossibly tall, their trunks twisting into spirals, leaves falling upward into a sky that continued to change places with the ground. Ghostly images of encroaching, weary soldiers filled my sight like stray shadows passing over me. A sound like a distant horn faded away into silence. But moments later, a different picture swam into focus. This a scene of slender trees, tall grasses, and wild meadows stretching out on either side. We'd succeeded. I waited for the world to stop tumbling end over end. As the tumbling slowed, so did my heartbeat. Enough for me to grow confident wherever we'd landed was just shy of fatal. Her Majesty lay sprawled at my feet, hands around her head, groaning. Strands of thorny vine wrapped around her legs, the free ends curiously shorn. "Majesty?" I crawled over to her, swallowing hard. "Are you—" I noticed how terrified her eyes appeared just before she punched me in the face. A quarter of an hour later, I knelt over the Queen, inspecting her bare thighs. With a deft twist of thumb and forefinger, I removed yet another thorn. A winding line of scarlet beads announced where the larger prickers had clawed their way into her skin. Tatters of dark clouds swept through the sky, causing shadows to slide across the Queen's face and legs. "I'm sorry I punched you," Her Majesty said, lifting herself to her elbows with a grimace. "I'll live, Majesty." "Your poor nose." The bleeding has stopped. It was already big, but if it remains crooked, you'll have bragging rights as to why. A royal dispensation." I took the velvet bag from my coat pocket, removed a small tin of ointment, and dabbed some onto the tiny wounds, keeping my touch as light as possible. "You were coming out of the grip of both intensive vivication and time dislocation. Confusion and agitation are common." "And painful," the Queen said. "But I don't know. For a moment, I thought you were Oressa, reaching down to strangle me. It's why I knocked you buttocks over bust." "Without question." I put the lid back on the tin and slipped it back into the bag. "It was quite the punch, wasn't it? My counsel has had it much worse from me, of course." "No doubt," I said. My nose still throbbed, and the coppery scent of drying blood hadn't entirely faded. "Do you feel steady enough to sit up?" "I could lie here half undressed all day." The Queen sat upright. I steadied her as her eyes rolled for a moment, then helped her slide her breeches back up around her hips, with only a few moments of pronounced awkwardness. Along with the streaks of tree sap and dirt smudges, her breeches now bore a patter of bloodstains in long, curving lines. "What do you think the chances are that Shadowspyre will have wardrobes overflowing with clothes fit for a queen?" she said, as she got unsteadily to her feet with my help. "It will no doubt have much on offer," I said, "most of which will make what just happened look tame by comparison." The road appeared in even greater disrepair than the stretch we'd intersected deep in the world. As for where we'd ended up, the great shadowy eaves of the forest stood behind us to the east. To the north, dusky foothills rose into higher ridges, draped in shrouds of distant rain. The scent of the fresh storm carried on the breeze. I blew dangling hair from my face as I checked I had all my equipment. "You did it, didn't you?" Her Majesty said. "Majesty?" "No feigning humility, Kestrel. You know precisely what I mean. Your gambit worked." I scanned the horizon to the west. More meadows, copses of gold-barked trees, hints of mist and distance. "By some miracle, yes. Better still, I believe we're just at the edge of the Froer Stream Vale, the valley wherein lies the fastness. Much closer might have been dangerous. We can work with this. Though I think we should move quickly and look for cover before nightfall." Before Her Majesty could register some complaint or another, I set off to the west. The afternoon light turned the storm clouds to the north, the angry purple of bruises. By the time sunset leached from the sky, we'd entered thinner woods, sloping downward. Boulders lined the road here and there, run through with lighter-colored veins of quartz that held the last dregs of daylight. A dunhawk lifted from a high branch at our approach, and for a heartbeat, its wings left trailing echoes in the air, each beat lingering before fading. It glided off toward the fading sunset with a lonesome cry. Her Majesty remained silent, until she rather abruptly blurted, "Little beards. That's what they look like." "Sorry?" "On that tree back there. Lichen, was it? Of a sort?" I stopped and turned. "Majesty? No need to look at me as though I've grown a third ear," she said, looking off into the distance. "I just noticed an unusual growth on that tree and thought you might know what it is." That's all. Making conversation. I glanced at the tree she'd shown. Pale-edged fringebeard. Fringebeard, is it? I can see why. I was right about the beards. The queen gently adjusted the torn fabric atop the leg that had taken the brunt of the thorns. The quiet of the woods on either side of the road stretching the moment into an uncomfortable silence. Look, Kestrel, it's difficult being close to power. You understand? Of course. I could almost breathe through my right nostril again. Perhaps we ought to... Yes, indeed. Sally forth. The vale opened before us as the road swept downward to the north. Trees grew sparse, interspersed among sloping meadows of wildflowers and grass, bent and overgrown. A thin line of sunset traced the far edge of the valley. A river wound through the bottom, glinting here and there along its route from the north. At the far-off crest of the valley, the fastness of Shadowspyre jutted up like a mouthful of rotted teeth, twilight pooling around its many battlements, spilling out into the nearby Tindermark forest. Its towers devoured the light, disgorging shadows that cared little for the sun's angle. A peculiar shimmer caught my eye, not the river's glint, but something else. As I watched, a flock of birds wheeled over the distant towers. Their movements appeared to stretch and compress. Some birds seemed to fly backward, while others repeated the same wing beat over and over, trapped in their own moment. The birds vanished, or perhaps they'd never been there at all. But the twilight continued its unsettling dance above the towers. My hands trembled as I pulled my journal from my coat pocket, desperate to capture what I was seeing. 6 years of research, of poring over the fragmented accounts of the doomed Ames Run, Grey, and Maiden expeditions. And now here it stood before me, more terrible and magnificent than I had ever understood. Her Majesty stood at my side. It doesn't look as bad as the stories. I steadied my fingers enough to write a single word. Found. It's worse, Majesty, I said. Chapter 6. Echo. Every few moments, lightning struck a spot between and just above my eyebrows, or so it seemed. Accompanying the jolts, a startling, crackling noise deep within my brain, and a jerking of all my muscles. The small part of my mind that wasn't curled in knots, silently screaming, observed, "You failed. And this is what a fatal dose of temporal energy feels like just before you die." Helpful, that. But also, somehow, wrong. For the lightning strikes receded, becoming mere hammer blows, then taps with a burning brand, and finally the crawling sensation of a few dozen determined spiders. I groaned. Was I dead? Was this the afterlife? Something worse? No, not quite. At least, maybe not. Fragments of stone pressed into my face. Dust from the heads wheeled coated my lips and tongue. The magicked oil writhed in my palm, the coins and finger bones it coated cooling off. I lifted my head. Majesty? Feeling for her grip on my arm, I found nothing. I twisted, craning my neck. Not behind me, coming up to my forearms. I looked this way and that along the length of the road we'd stumbled onto. Gone. The Queen, gone. My racing heartbeat found a pace higher still, practically pushing my eyeballs from my head with each trip-hammering thud. Majesty! I tried to get to my feet, but the world tilted and kept tilting, forcing me to half-drag myself to my knees, unable to lift my hands without careening back to the stones. A curved reflection drew my eye to a silver ring on the ground, one I immediately recognized as the fine band with the glinting Cobalian gem mounted at the center, the one she wore upon her left middle finger. "You've lost the Queen!" The thought thundered through my mind. "Killed the Queen!" Louder still. "Obliterated the Queen!" I felt, no, saw, the weight of history's judgment locking around me, an eternal stockade. Titles of books, lined up in a dedicated section of the library at the Chase, to be thumbed in horror by generations of scholars. Kestrel's Gambit, The Scholar Who Ended a Reign. Folly of Follies, biography of Ash Kestrel, the worst scholar in history. Fatal Miscalculations and the Unwise Application of Chronometric Subluxation, a case study in scientific malfeasance. "Majesty!" I called again. Perhaps she'd recovered sooner than me, doubled over by the side of the road, heaving and cursing me for subjecting her to ineffective, nauseating magic. I half-lifted, half-hurled myself to my feet, extending my stance to steady myself. Trees, brambles, stone, soil. No Queen. I clutched her ring in my free hand. Solid enough, real. Not knowing what else to do with it, I slipped it onto my finger to sort out later. A shadow raced across the stones. Looking up, I spotted the inky darkness trailing a corpse bird. But that wasn't all. The entire silhouette of the vulture shone in moving bands of dazzling color, with golds and coppers of late afternoon sunlight glinting off the surface of a lake. I backed slowly from the road, into the cover of the trees. Had I turned Her Majesty into a winged creature, turning around even now to release her bowels on my upturned, bewildered face? The reaction I'd triggered had killed Her Majesty, pulling her apart into something finer than dust, spreading her through both time and space. Colder water couldn't have splashed across my chest as the horror dawned on me. My insane gambit had demolished our last chance at saving the realm. I stood paralyzed, unable to cross back over the line I'd disastrously drawn in time. Then, the wherry reached the Headsweald, storming out of the forest like a feral pack. Those I'd glimpsed earlier must have been advanced scouts or pickets, for dozens more poured out of the trees, spreading out on the road, and heading in my direction. Towering over the undergrowth, they filled the twilight road, coming toward me two abreast. Think. I forced my way through the vertiginous sickness curtailing my balance, through the miserly thorns determined to block my way. I tried to move silently, quickly, but the world continued to sway underfoot, forcing me to grab out to trunks and branches to prevent me from pitching forward to my knees. Should I have tried to make more noise? I'm not sure what better tactic I might have employed. Passing from beneath the skirts of an ancient sombre sei, I froze. A lanky wherry stood with her back to me, wiping her chin after guzzling from a canteen. Stubble covered the left side of her head, while a marsh-brown braid draped the opposite side. Her left forearm bore thick leathers, and her belt dangled fist-sized hoods and tassels of some kind. A falconer? For the corpse bird? Please let it be dark enough. Please don't let her turn around. Please keep her bird far from here. Please keep going. That's right. Move on. Don't turn around. Please, please, please. A horn erupted from just behind me, back on the road. The weary falconer spat and muttered something in her gravelly voice, capping her canteen and turning around exactly in my direction. In the deepening twilight, her silver eyes swept toward me. Whatever composure I'd kept collapsed, crumbling and dissolving at my feet. I raised my hands to my face, giving in. I'd failed. I was a fraud, a fool. Yet she crashed right past me, trailing the lingering scents of smoke, sweat, and earth. I had to duck back to avoid getting whacked by the handle of her axe. With more guttural muttering, she shoved her way through the branches toward the road, as though I were invisible. I remained frozen, uncertain whether to trust what had just happened, while the shadows around me continued to pool and stretch. Chapter 7. Prime. Midnight neared as we staggered into the abandoned village of Witherrod. The canting buildings cut black silhouettes against the night sky. We halted in a square with a waterless fountain, rain-slicked cobblestones beneath our feet. "This will be our base," I said. "Our encampment, while we observe. Sing and dance until we fall, cinders and bones in a graveyard shawl." She sang the children's rhyme based on the infamous history of Witherrod as she peered into the fountain's basin. Yet, notably not Shadowspyre. Shadowspyre dominated the valley, each buttress and barbican stepping up the promontory. It didn't just occupy space, it commanded it, drawing the eye up the immense vertical lines of its walls. I chose my next words carefully. No easy feat, given the lingering headache from our journey through the chronometric subluxation. To enter the fastness with any chance at success, we need to establish an accurate risk profile. Our initial observations of the fastness will remain exclusive to daylight hours, as it grows even more perilous after nightfall. She turned to me. "Sorry, but this is my valley. This is my queendom. This is my fucking curse. I'm the fucking queen of Middenland. Do you understand?" Overhead, the moon rose higher in the night sky. The Black Valley held its tongue. If only I had the same luxury. "Shadowspyre isn't like other places, Majesty," I began. "It holds perils that have torn mercilessly through 2 prior expeditions over the last century, leaving but a handful of survivors, most of whom died by their own hands within a year or 2 after their ordeal. And they had proper equipment to start with, unlike us." The wagon we'd lost in the ambush contained 7 trunks of precisely selected equipment. Everything we needed. "You've done well by us so far, Kestrel." What I carried took up precious little space in my pockets, from the small velvet bag to my tinderbox. I can't will what I have into the proper tools we'll need through sheer force of will, Majesty. There she stood, chin raised, shoulders back, staring at Shadowspyre. "2 expeditions, you say?" Scholar Ames Run and Scholar... And they brought equipment, I presume? Well, of course. Equipment which is likely still there, if they fled the devastation, as you say. Of course, I was aware of the presence of equipment within Shadowspyre. I'd simply hoped to postpone that option unless all else failed. Suitable materials and equipment are likely available. So, while we are well and truly fucked, she said, her tone light, but the metal unmistakable, you're confirming to me that the only hope of unfucking us lies within Shadowspyre? Indeed, Majesty. I kept my voice level. Within Shadowspyre itself. The inn's door creaked on flaking hinges. Inside, the public room's ceiling hung low and black with ancient soot. Moonlight threw sharp-edged rectangles across the floorboards, carving the space into light and shadow. Her Majesty squeezed past me. The floorboards creaked, then stopped as she paused. You said this place was deserted. She pointed to the far end of the public room. Someone had swept it free of dust to make room for a bedroll and haversack. Around them, no speck of grime or smudge of mold remained. Wait, Majesty. I reached inside my coat and pulled out one of the glass vials. I shook the vial, mixing the contents. After a moment, a pale blue light came to life within, faint as the pre-dawn, then brighter and brighter, until the glare lit the room. I narrowed my eyes at the glow. Iosis. The reaction of argentiferous solution with a suspended litharge of aligned copper filings. Now, with words I understand, it's detecting energies, signature energies, of witchcraft, Majesty. Her Majesty swiped a stray cobweb from her sleeve. And why not? They simply did their own version of your little time gambit and followed us. Fucking perfect. Unlikely. Witchcraft and the agdisbandic energy bands of the heads wield would be a potentially dangerous mix. Corrosive, unpredictable, inviting madness. She inspected the room. Madness is my cousin's calling card. And the proof is in your little glowing device. I stepped ahead of her into the long room. I should take more readings. Should you? We know there's a fucking witch here. Why not find her? Overpower her? Or do we skulk around some more, showing nothing but weakness? Just to be safe. I used the isotic meter for a set of readings by the gear we'd found. The Queen shook her head, apparently shifting me once again in the ledger she kept in her mind, from fine to fucking useless. I suspected it wouldn't be the last such change, so instead concentrated on the frequencies. No manifest primary derivatives of lumini, agilcrix, or seraquility, I announced. None of this equipment bears the signature energy orientation of the trinatrix. Opening the haversack, I found a few days' worth of food. Her Majesty leaned over my shoulder. And that? A small bag revealed roots, herbs, and dried flowers, alongside a small mirror, a needle, a tin of soil, and little boughs wrapped in twine. The Queen looked from the contents back to me, clearly leaving me firmly in the fucking useless category. The frequencies of witchcraft are fainter here, I said, than by the entrance. She pursed her lips, then looked at the stairs leading to the upper floor. She heard us coming, went up there to signal her maniac friends. When I didn't immediately charge up the stairs, dagger in hand, she shook her head and said, "Fine. If you won't look, I will. Majesty, The world isn't a book, Kestrel. It's real. I'm done fucking about. The runners of the stairs were warped, with portions missing. It's 2 against 1, Her Majesty whispered. She started up the stairs. Majesty, no, I whispered back. Please, let me. I blinked, trying to penetrate the darkness above. The landing above stood empty. A window before graced us with a sweeping view of Witherrod, the Frower Stream River, and the breadth of the Vale. I rested a hand on the splintered timber of the sill, listening. Aside from the Queen's movements, silence held the inn. We stared up at the malign gaze of Shadowspyre. 1,000 roofs caught the moonlight, a mile of slate. Hundreds of windows gaped like mouths exhaling the dark of night. So much for it growing more perilous after nightfall, the Queen said, no longer whispering. Someone didn't get the message. Look there. Within one tower of Shadowspyre, a light drifted between windows, not moving so much as dissolving and reforming. While the hard lines of the fortress's arrow-slit windows remained unwavering, the light within ignored these boundaries entirely, appearing in one opening before fully fading from the previous. I shook my head. Ghost lambency. There's no one there. That's a lantern if I've ever seen one, she said. I witnessed the refulgent coruscation moving between the grand halls for 3 nights in a row. A curious phenomenon, quite interesting. The emanations are a source of great superstition amongst the locals, who— The Queen smacked me on the side of the arm, staring up at the moving light. She beat us. She fucking beat us. She turned to me. Now what? Chapter 8. Echo. Soldiers settled on either side of the road, near to the spot where I'd killed Her Majesty. That would have been the time to slip away deeper into the world. But since I'd apparently left my capacity for prudence, such as it was, somewhere back before I'd discovered my flair for regicide, I crept back to the road. The weary company numbered well over 100. Their encampment wavered at the edge of dusk, campfires bleeding into the darkness. The scent of cooking meat and root joined the burnt smell of murame seed on the air. Not far off, a pair of 3-sided tents leaned toward each other. Headquarters. The weary witch made her way toward the tents, taller than all but a handful of the soldiers. Light from the campfires bent strangely as she passed in front of them. Next to her walked a human. My breath stopped. Long hair in a series of intricate braids, handsome features and bright eyes, walked with the aid of a silver-headed cane because of the ankle she'd shattered in a trinatric mishap as a young acolyte decades earlier. Kinna Bittersweet, senior-most of the 6 high witches of the Achromic Hall, right-hand lieutenant of Oressa Brunnet herself. Do whatever it takes. Fight. Kill if I need you to. Of Oressa Brunnet's disciples, Bittersweet most concerned the Trinatrix experts at the chase. While not an obvious madwoman like the rabid Sarissa Evenfell, nor an unbelievable infusion channeler like Illyrian Purse, Bittersweet's armies of the dead had swamped Barrenbush and Greatsome, gaining a foothold in the East Vale. And I'm a queen, but I won't hesitate. There she was, in the tent by the Headsweald Road, not 25 paces from where I watched. And I'm nothing if not fucking desperate these days. Right there. There was one thing I could do, not that anyone would ever attach my name to it. Fires dwindled to embers. Eyes of the wheery not on guard winked out, a pair at a time. Lanterns burned inside the tents for another hour or more, then dimmed and extinguished. I gathered the ingredients from my coat, the trio of finger bones, a glass vial of silvered liquid, and the raven feather. Used together, a technique most definitely not recommended, they would blow a hole through the tenuous surface of the present, big enough to suck in every bit of matter within 20 square leagues. This close to Kinna Bittersweet's tent, the resulting tear in time would guarantee an uncontrolled flaring of subtemporal valences. As I readied the ingredients for their fatal cross-contamination, my only regret, after never seeing my beloved father again, was that I wouldn't live to set eyes on Shadowspyre itself. My hand trembled as I arranged the bones in a triangle and placed the feather at its center, reaching for the vial. A voice cut through the darkness.
"She's asked for days,"
came the gravelly voice. Of course, I understand. I froze. Nearing Bittersweet's tent, a tall, wheery soldier with a lantern accompanied a woman dressed in weathered riding gear.
"No one's happy you're late,"
the wheery added.
"We're picking our way through this fucking place blind."
Be careful how you address me.
"We'll see who needs to be careful in addressing whom."
The wheery knocked at the front post of Bittersweet's tent. I flipped open the snuff box. They could go, too. A lantern lit within the tent, and the flap opened, revealing Kinna Bittersweet. Stout and shapely, she appeared wide awake, taking in the sight of the arrival with barely muted disapproval. Gray flecked her long hair, though her face looked untouched by the decades. Grabbing the vial, I broke the wire seal.
"You've left me concerned, Adept Bairn,"
Bittersweet said. Her voice was quiet, but held an unmistakable steel to it. I nearly snapped the vial. Adept Bairn? Of course. I'd never seen her face, nor she mine. We'd heard nothing for 5 months and assumed she was dead, or worse. The Achromic Hall was unkind to traitors and spies. My mouth hung open. She was alive. Barely breathing, I closed the lid on the snuff box, then pried up the iron nails. They wanted to slip from my grip like living things. One at a time, I shoved the items back into their pockets inside my jacket. We located the timescape fissure, Baron said, and rode for 2 days without stopping. I could barely make out their words over the trip hammering of my pulse in my ears, thinking only of retreat. That's probably why I failed to notice Bittersweet's lengthening silence. When I registered the pause, I lifted my gaze. She stared right at me. A curious glow, like the first color of dawn, enveloped her. My first reaction? But I'm invisible. My second, stronger reaction? She's the second most powerful witch in Middenland. She stepped from her tent. Neither Bairn nor the guard who'd led her moved. In fact, nothing moved. A peculiar silence descended. My hearing dulled as though the night air had thickened. The low fires among the circles of stone moved slowly. Tendrils of smoke swayed like branches caught in a sideways wind.
"What is all this?"
Bittersweet asked. Did her lips move? Or was her voice somehow in my head? Less concerned about making noise than on my approach, I scooted back, making my way to my feet. "I feel you, child," she said. Such a curious thing occurred. She stepped from her tent, but remained in her tent, both at the same time. The light in the tent grew dim, shadows deepening around her. From her, currents of warped light extended to the version outside the tent, who shone with a wavering illumination as she stared at me. "How are you doing this?" she purred. My mouth went dry. Nothing in the camp moved except for that strange, shimmering version of bittersweet. "You can't run," she said. "I'll find you." As fast as I could, all my bravado of earlier spooked away, I stumbled over logs, over weapons, over gear, and in one instance over a sleeping soldier. I'm not sure how I managed it, but I sprinted through the outskirts of the camp, crashing through underbrush and branches, until I skidded out onto the Headswheeled road, flailing my arms. Bittersweet stood before me, her presence bending the night, dark water around a stone. She lifted her hand, and ribbons of dawn light unspooled from her fingers, probing the air, prying through the stillness of the moment. I stepped back. She lifted her hand to me, her palm filling with a shimmering luminescence. "I want to know how you're doing this." I can only say this much. I'd just been willing to ignite something so far beyond my control it would have killed me. So, triggering a second chronometric subluxation, without really bothering to measure the ingredients with half a care, didn't seem so bad. Bittersweet might have acted more quickly had she sensed what I was doing, but I'm not sure she saw me as anything more than a strange nuisance, an unsuccessful attempt at spying on her. By the time I felt the nauseatingly familiar vertigo blast up through the soles of my feet, it was too late. Certainly for Bittersweet, but maybe also for me. She lifted her eyebrows and cast her palms at me, but too late. The world turned and turned, moments peeling away by the handful. The Agdisbandic forces I triggered ripped me into their inescapable currents. Bittersweet's words grew distant, stretching and scattering through dissolving time. "You're just an..." My ears filled with a deafening buzz, and time scattered me into a great silence. Chapter 9. Prime. We slipped into an ancient vineyard known as the Mead of Duskfell, moving quickly, staying out of sight. In the near distance rose the Tower of Rancor, one of the 4 original Carnassials, the Calicera, the fangs of Shadowspyre, of the outer ring of watchtowers. From the gates beneath its striated columns, beneath the deep-set, tall windows and slender ornamental peak, ran the origins of the Headswheeled road. "That's it." The Queen nodded toward the peak, squeezing through the opening in the hedgerow. "Our best vantage between here and Shadowspyre itself," I said, not slowing. Timid. She yanked her coat free from the briars. The harder she pulled, the more the thorns seemed to grab. "I fucking hate this place, and we're not even there yet." It must have been beautiful in its heyday. Yes, dirt and grass and bugs. She shook stray burrs from her cuff, as though flicking away my opinion. I'm sure you have volumes to say about every single one. Queen Illibel Arendt had her wedding here. Good for her. 1,000 guests feasted at silver-laid tables while she exchanged her vows in the garden forecourt, the meadow's flowers in full bloom. I watched Her Majesty crush a clutch of crowned mauve lace beneath her boot. She chose this over Ernatha Cathedral. As with much else during her brief reign, she forsook monarchal tradition. Like walking unassisted, a monarchal tradition I maintain. Her injuries were the result. Everyone knows the story of the broken queen. She nearly tripped over a tussock, but pretended she hadn't. I don't need another lecture on an antique queen so clearly outmatched. Married in a fucking meadow? I couldn't be happier we cut down the entire line of her weak blood. Insufferable. From nowhere, I pictured myself tackling her to the ground, felt my fingers in her hair, pulling harder and harder until she would just shut up, smothering her face in the stalks of vivid wildflowers and soil. Light across the mead seemed to dim. I stopped. Majesty, didn't you hear me? I fucking had it with your voice. Your facts are shit. She turned on me. Why couldn't someone like Brenna Marsham have rescued me from that fucking ambush? At least she was strong and knew when to keep her mouth shut, not the Chase's youngest book-cuddling spinster. I patted the outside of my coat. Majesty, stop. Listen to yourself. I feel it too. Don't you tell me what to do. Who do you think you are, Kestrel? She snapped. Tempestance. My fingers fumbled with the small bag holding the 2 rings, cursing as the drawstring knotted. What did you call me? Her Majesty reared back, her expression darkening. Coloratre tempestance, the squall of anger. I practically ripped the bag apart, dumping the rings into my palm. The lurid silver bore fine variegated swirls across the surfaces, the patterning of the trinitrosilic forging. It's Shadowspyre. It's doing this to us. Please, you're doing this to us. Her hands balled into fists. Leave my presence. Begone. I'll do this myself, as I should have from the start. I fought back the urge to hurl the rings into the wild grass and strike the queen. By yourself? You spend every hour alternating between complaints and ludicrous claims of your own excellence. Why, you little... And I'd like to see how far you'd get without me, your astounding majesty. The words flew from my lips like weary arrows. You wouldn't make it past these orchards, but you'd blame it on the trees, or the ground, or the sky. And Shadowspyre? I barked a laugh. It will swat you like a gnat. It won't even notice you're royal. Her Majesty charged, stopping with her face an inch from mine. The scribes will not write a word about you to be studied throughout history. Events don't turn on your judgment, but they fucking do on mine. You're a mouse. You're nothing. Good queen, terrible queen, I'm already more important than you'll ever be. In that moment, I was going to rip her throat out, or muster every ounce of self-control remaining. Somehow I managed the latter, slipping the first ring onto my middle finger. The moment I did, I lurched forward, suddenly relieved of the terrible energy sweeping me away. Her Majesty seized the collar of my coat, pulling back her other hand to claw at my face. I pried her grip loose, bending her wrist back with all my strength. Her eyes widened. "Put this on! Put this on!" I gasped, wrestling with her fingers, nearly twisting one off as I slipped the other ring onto it. She yanked her hand from mine, clenching her jaw and glaring. "It's a phenomenon. A documented phenomenon," I sputtered. She still looked ready to strike, though it shouldn't be anywhere near this far from the fastness itself. But that's all. We've neutralized it. The Queen narrowed her eyes, panting. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she turned and started off again. "Your Majesty will do." An expanse of grass brushed against the gray stone of the Tower of Rancor. The tower knifed straight up against the sky, its arched entrance peaking at 14 feet, flanked by narrow windows. "Those are where the Wheery archers would have murdered us from," Her Majesty noted. "So we can safely assume we're the first here." I'm not sure we can safely assume much. We hadn't spoken since our harsh words at the mead of Duskfell. But we're still standing, free of arrows, so that's something. The gates were more dilapidated than I'd expected. Stones tumbled, wrought iron gnawed through by rust. A crosshatch of ancient oak and metal confronted us where the gates had collapsed. One door stood wedged open, 1.5 feet. "It's daytime," the Queen said. "Do we need to worry?" Dangerous phenomena occur at all hours here. I pushed at the door, but it didn't give. Rust rained from the enormous hinges. "We can squeeze through." Her Majesty swept her hand forward. "Be my guest." An arched passageway ran 15 yards, smelling of clay and mold. Murder holes gaped overhead, creating uneasy patterns of light as clouds passed through the sky. Cold air pried at my collar, my cuffs. The main keep opened onto empty rooms, bare stretches of stone. Blackened fireplaces yawned in corners. Through the collapsed sections in the high ceiling, pale sunlight striped the dust. A cloud passed overhead, and for a moment, the shifting light painted our own shadows. Her Majesty tensed beside me, then let out an annoyed huff. "Worse than Witherrod. A kingdom of mildew." It stood unoccupied since the Balestorm, save for the rats and spiders. Her voice skittered off into the dim rooms. Previous expeditions reported no signs of life, not even insects. Maybe we should take the hint. She frowned at a tilted cupboard. "How many rooms are there?" "Accounts vary. I've read 12. I've read 10. You'd think that would be the straightforward part." A sense of unease prickled my skin. Gaping hearths and shadowed doorways seemed to mark our progress. We entered a vast hall, where a crumbling stone staircase promised a second floor. "Shadowspyre is temporally unreliable," I offered. "After the Balestorm, time within its reach shattered. Weldon Gray theorized multiple time streams could exist in parallel, each with its own delta of variance. Some rooms might exist in several streams at once, or in none at all." Her Majesty poked around in a corner near a great hearth. A rusted stand held a blackened iron pot. She touched it, and it creaked with a metallic screech. I searched the balconies with my gaze, scratching down a few notes as I did. A brilliant, controversial mind, resigned from the chase in 1387, obsessed with Shadowspyre as a nexus of time in the energy of the dead. Solo expedition here in 1396, The second Platt series of his time displacement readings stunned everyone. The fact he survived at all must have stunned them even more, Her Majesty offered. He drowned 2 months after returning to Riverspar. I surveyed the high ceiling. The sun disappeared behind a cloud, and the hall dimmed to gray. Seated by a cold fire, a delicate twirl of dust fell from above. The iron pot crashed onto the stones with a clang that echoed throughout the rooms. I made a mark in my journal. "I touched it," Her Majesty said. "Over a minute ago. If ancient pots finally giving way after being fondled counts as haunting, I'm quickly recalibrating my expectations." As I crouched to examine the pot, movement flickered in my peripheral vision. Rainwater streaming down one of the arrow slits, catching light. But each time I looked away, that same corner seemed to shift again, drawing my eye back. Beneath the western balcony, a sliver of doorway showed, and movement caught my eye. A shadow stretched across the stonework, becoming the clear silhouette of a person. I looked at Her Majesty, pointing, mouthing, "Someone is here." She looked where I pointed. My footsteps ground on bits of stone as I moved forward, hand to my dagger. The shadow shifted. Strange that they didn't move, didn't run, didn't announce themselves. "Who are you?" I called out. The shadow slipped sideways. I rushed through the doorway into a larger room, some sort of arch-ceilinged kitchen. Dark boots disappeared up into one of the big hearths. One boot, then the other, accompanied by scrabbling and a fall of soot. I ran to the hearth. Squinting up the chimney, I found it barely wider than my shoulders. Soot landed on my face, in my eyes. And then the sounds stopped. Her Majesty stepped in from the corridor. What was it? I twisted onto my back to look up the shaft. Cobwebs strung like silk veils across the opening, the light from below dimming as they rose into the darkness, undisturbed. Up and up the chimney extended, a small rectangle of sky at the far top. Nothing. No one. "What did you see?" she said. I spit black film from my mouth and slid out, dusting myself off. "A manifestation. I'll mark the time." Her Majesty looked around the room. "1:30, we're fucked. There's your time." Further in, natural light failed, and I lit the lantern as we explored long corridors flanked by empty rooms. Narrow staircases led to the upper levels. At one arched doorway, cold air drifted up from the darkness below. The lantern light caught something pale on the landing. My throat tightened before I realized it was just the remnants of an old tapestry, bleached by time to a ghostly white. I didn't go down. Her Majesty didn't suggest we descend either. Well, at least I haven't been killed yet. What happened to all your talk of the curse of my blood? The Shadowspyre death sentence awaiting within the not-to-be-fucked-with murder castle? Powerful witchcraft may have neutralized the magic that might kill you here. May have. You're still here, Majesty. Make a note. Her Majesty not dead yet. What a relief. Daylight dimmed as the rain strengthened into a downpour outside. Drips found their way in, wind gusts tossing rain through empty windows. As we headed back to the entrance chamber, thunder rolled, followed by blue-white angles of lightning searing the dim light. I noted the anomaly. At the bottom of the step, stone crumbled beneath my tread. My hand gripped the chill wall. Storm sounds bounced along the vaulted ceiling. Lightning threw our shadows against the wall, but for a heartbeat, I could have sworn there was a third silhouette among them, taller. When the next flash came, I counted shadows, relieved to find only our own, but unable to shake the feeling that something had briefly been there with us. I went forward as the wind moaned. My shriek had always been a problem, beginning with scholars startling me in the Chase's library late at night. The situation naturally progressed to my peers intentionally startling me once they discovered just how hilarious my shriek was. The discrepancy between my petite frame and the amplitude of my voice is apparently a substantial source of wonder. So when I looked up between lightning flashes to see the sodden figure standing in the alcove across from the bottom of the stairs, the intensity of my shriek might be excused. Chapter 10. Echo. Surely Kinna Bittersweet had killed me. Death was interesting. Sound filled my awareness, not the disturbing buzzing of my calamitous tampering with time, but a deeper hum, broken here and there by the sounds of hollow wind. One sensation after another pummeled me. My weight, limbs and organs, breathing, cramping. The entire universe careened like a wobbling top, soon enough leaving me wishing I were dead. Up, down, side to side, all of it, all at once, until none of it meant anything anymore. My gorge rose in some unpleasant direction. My hands gripped with all their might. And then it stopped, with all the grace of a stray wagon wheel crashing into a stone wall, leaving me clinging to the railing of a parapet, with stones and hard ground gaping 20 feet below me. How I inched my way to safety eludes me. Some combination of disbelief, terror, and luck propelled me from nook to outcrop to beam until I was solidly on a walkway, gasping, my extremities tingling with alarm. Around me, the air rippled, bending the light. My breath caught. Shadowspyre. The massive fastness loomed around me. Every cornice, battlement, hulking tower, bastion, crenel, parapet drew my eye, over and over, iron filings to a magnet. Its endless angles seemed to turn in upon themselves. Impossibly tall windows stretched above me, their leaded frames creating a lattice of shadow and fading light. Abbess Avalon Gray's observation that Shadowspyre doesn't so much devour the light as bring grandeur to the shadows leapt to mind. A choral of wind sounded from the miles of empty halls. I spun, staring down into the valley, scanning for landmarks I'd only ever known as fading lines on half-disintegrated maps. The Froer Stream, yes. South across the great curve in the river, Witherrod. Down from where I perched, the Tower of Rancor, the other Calicera visible in the distance. I should have ended up miles and miles back along the road, not within Shadowspyre itself. My mind ticked through the possibilities. I'd barely bothered to calculate the intensity of my gambit. Panicking while igniting the catalyst couldn't have helped. Tampering with forces more potent than expected. A second attempt at a chronometric subluxation. Asymmetrical decay and unbalanced energies. Kinna Bittersweet and her Witchcraft? Had she confounded my attempt, accelerating the effect, shot me forward through both distance and time? Think. Shadowspyre rose like a mountain around me. Think. Shadowspyre still rose like a mountain around me. Not conducive to clear thought. Amesrun, Grey, Maiden, the greatest scholars of their ages, and each one undone by the very place within whose enduring breath I trembled. I checked my finger, finding Her Majesty's ring still in place. Fumbling through my pockets, my fingers grazed my paltry collection of tools and trinkets. What I'd used to ignite my poorly aimed temporal antics remained at hand. Think. Had Kinna Bittersweet followed? Was she nearby? The vial. If she'd followed me, I had a way of knowing. I waved it back and forth, mixing the separated liquids within. As the litharge of copper filings reacted to the argentiferous solution, I brought it up to my face. A faint glow pulsed within. An iosotic signature. Witchcraft. My heart seized. I slid down onto my haunches, the wall cold against my back. Everything I'd learned about this massive fastness rang as loud and clear in my head as an iron bell, as a song of bones. Welcome to Shadowspyre. Direction, or maybe memory, eluded me. As daylight faded, I stumbled from one forbidding corridor to another, passing along cobbled lanes running between silent dwellings whose washed-out granite put me in mind of headstones. I came to a dead end, cursing. An access door passed through the wall next to an empty guardhouse, opening onto the edge of a plaza already shaded from the lowering sun. Opposite me, a columned front to a large hall stood beneath a spire, far from the tallest to grace the fastness, but dizzying. Green-black vines billowed out along the northern wall, stalks penetrating in through open windows. A rustle of wind brushed my hair. I froze. Across the way stood a figure by a well. Our gazes locked. Silver eyes, filmed with temporal distortion, fixed upon me. The weary witch who had orchestrated our destruction at the bridge. Her pale face almost looked surprised, even as my mind screamed to look away. "I thought she was you at first," she said. She gestured to the well. "The drowned hold a particular beauty. Come, look at how she curls, arms out, as though remembering the embrace of her life." I moved to slip back through the doorway, but a strange light spun up into dozens of vortexes around me. The air between her fingers seemed to fold in on itself, glimmering like flaws in a crystal. Temporal corruption pulled at the edges of reality, making the nearby windows waver and distort. But something was wrong. Her power seemed diminished, the distortions lacking the devastating precision I'd witnessed at the bridge. The space between the flagstones she stood upon deepened to the color of thunderheads before the storm. "It looks like you and I were lucky, scholar," she said, walking nearer. "Her, not so much. The ghosts got her." The fastness answered before I could. Curled leaves blown in from the Tindermark woods whispered in the courtyard. Along the edges, Lanternweed and brush-me-not trembled on a wave of energy. The whispers grew to a roar. Stones shifted, slate clenched, windows creaked, narrowing, doors groaned. The ground shook. The weary witch looked around, realizing the danger too late. Her satisfaction at cornering me turned to suspicion as the courtyard awakened to violence. The shriek of rusted muntins as they tore free of the nearest windows sounded like the cries of a blue-cloaked merlin diving like death toward its prey. Glass shards sliced into the witch's side. Her witchcraft deflected some, sending them shattering and skating across the stones, but not all. She cried out and staggered as a length of brittle chain whipped her ankles out from beneath her. The stones she crashed upon keeled upward, tossing her about. She curled in a ball, covering her face and throat with her arms, whispering her witchcraft. Like a violent sea, the stones swept her on a wrenching current of flagstones into the nearest arched doorway, slamming open the timber and iron to swallow her whole. Through the opening, I glimpsed a semi-darkened rotunda filled with statues. The great statuary atrium. Cautiously, I followed, noting that nothing whatsoever appeared aimed at me. Inside, the weary witch danced with dusty Glaremere, Lakmere, Ferenspar, and Arendt. The stone queens watched her with unending patience, their faces holding centuries of judgment. Smashed against stony limb and scepter, sword and plinth, the witch acquainted herself with the history of Middenland, the lineage of Shadowspyre, and the fastness's rage. Her squawks and grunts, gasps and cries disappeared in the wind, sweeping in from the hallway, balcony, and cellar. Droplets of blood spattered marble and bronze, and yet she still called out, spitting syllables along with broken teeth. My gaze snapped to the vaulted ceiling, decorated with dancing river nymphs, goddesses of the mountains, sharp-eyed forest sylphs. She managed some protection of a trinatric nature, tightly controlled spirals of darkness spinning around her like clockwork. Otherwise, she'd have been broken like a silk and porcelain doll after the first few hits. But her respite didn't last long, for the power coming at her rose into towering swells that crashed through her defenses. As Shadowspyre's fury built, the marble features of the dead queens seemed to sharpen, their empty eyes tracking the witch's desperate dance. Soon, the witch lay crumpled at the feet of the beloved Illabel Arendt, made whole and straight for posterity. Silence followed. A few doors creaked back into their balanced repose. Dust whirled, slowing. I assumed the Whirry Witch was dead, until she twisted her displaced neck, her battered face smeared with purple blood. One hand lifted, a bruised claw flexed.
Espernatrix Galumbar, Deciatrice Shadowspyre,
She whispered around a blood-choked gag. Strands of lustrous illumination leaped from her fingers, twining up and up and up, through the ruined ceiling vault, alight with the brilliance of a winter's dawn, piercing stone and beam to flare above the battlements. The heavy bronze likeness of Her Majesty Kelia Arendt descended with the inevitability of history itself. Her contemptuous expression, the last thing the witch would ever see. The torso of the last Arendt monarch splintered the skull of the Weary Witch, extinguishing the dazzling illumination of witchcraft like a brass snuffer gutting a flame. A soft pour of blood followed the intersection of stone, then perfect silence, as the metallic boom of the statue's impact trailed off down distant hallways. Something rose tentatively above the weary witch, a sodden stain blotting the air, and then a gust tore it apart. My hand shook fiercely on the jamb of the open doorway. Dusk deepened. Slipping back into the darkening plaza, forgotten, unnoticed, or spared, I took one last glance at the broken heap of the witch, who had helped destroy everything I held dear, now herself done in by the very power her order had sought to claim. Chapter 11. Prime. The stranger may have been stunned by the volume of my outburst, but she simply faced me as the echo of my shriek trailed off into the tower. Her eyes, misty affairs with pale pupils, drifted back and forth on the gentle rocking of her head. She didn't seem to be an apparition. Wet footprints extended away from her, and her cloak dripped onto the stone floor. I snatched the dagger from its sheath and thrust the pointy end into her face. "Who are you?" Her head and shoulder ticked mechanically, a skip of broken clockwork. "How do you erase a secret? One neck at a time." She shuddered and straightened her neck. "Never mind me. I'm here to warn you, Ash Kestrel." Lightning filled the space with a blue-white glare, the tower's broken windows and galleries casting stark shadows that laddered up the walls. Thunder shook the tower stones as rain gusted through the open windows. "You can back right the fuck off," came a voice behind my shoulder. Her Majesty trained the pistol on the stranger's head with precision. "You followed us in here to slit our throats? To bind us with witchcraft?" "I already said, to warn you." "Do we look like we need warning? You're the one with the pistol and knife pointed at you." The Queen held the weapon steady. "You know my name," I said. "How?" "She's a fucking witch, that's how." Her Majesty frowned. "Which I fucking told you." "I'm no witch." The stranger appeared to take in the hall and galleries above. Her shoulder ticked again. "Ara nemesis, alta bregen salternami adrastir." As she spoke the strange words, the reaching puddle beneath her momentarily went still. Her Majesty glared at me, expecting me to, I believe, stab the stranger in the face at that very moment. She raised her eyebrows, shrugging. "Do it." "Where did you learn that?" I asked the stranger instead. "Oh, fuck me, Kestrel." Her Majesty motioned at me with the pistol. "It's a fucking spell she learned back at Maniac Hall. And you want to document it? Just fucking take care of her before we're both splayed out face down on the floor, waiting to be shackled and handed over to even worse witches." A shudder ran through the stranger. "I've no weapon. Only a message. If you stay right where you are, we'll listen," I said. The Queen lowered the pistol in frustration. "I'm talking to myself." I circled behind the stranger, retrieved a glass vial from my coat. The shaken admixture remained inert. No telltale glow of witchcraft. I caught the Queen's eye and shook my head. "What's your message?" Her Majesty insisted. The stranger turned her head toward me. "Don't use it." "Don't use what?" The queen continued, pointing the pistol at her. The stranger remained motionless. "Should treason manifest in physical form?" Her words struck like a blow. My mind went to the raven feather tucked deep into a pocket of my coat, the blue-black barbs and after feathers bearing the wear of our desperate journey, kinked and twisted, while the tip of the quill hung by a jagged scrap. "Should treason manifest in physical form?" Auguras Smallpage had told me, not needing to finish her thought. 3, possibly 4, people in the realm knew of it. 3, possibly 4, might easily hang for it. My pulse thudded on both sides of my neck. Even then, I felt the presence of the feather, unusually heavy because of the trinatrical resonances spiraled and bound within triple-grade silver braidings, arranged in a daring Bister distributive. "What kind of message is that?" The queen stepped closer. "What treason? Speak plainly." I sheathed my dagger. "Who sent you?" "Someone concerned you not make a fatal mistake." "From the chase?" "I can't say." "Can't is bullshit." The queen lowered her pistol, disgust plain on her face. "Strange words crawl from your tongue while you give us zero reason to trust you." The stranger tilted her head. "I like thunder. I like thunder 'cause it roars and shakes the stone and wood, like barrels rolled down the chute, so loud I covered my ears. The boom at the bottom was my favorite part." "She's mad," Her Majesty said. "Exactly what we need." "I'm not mad." The stranger snapped her head straight. "I'm Bettany Addermantle, and there's not much time." "Of course there isn't." "They're coming." "Who?" "The dead. Witches not far behind. They've already reached Witherrod." Another faint hope crumbled. "I've heard enough." Her Majesty's voice cut through my thoughts. "Be thankful we haven't killed you, Bettany Addermantle. Take your crazy and trudge back to your mistresses. Give them a message. You'll never win. Shall I write that down?" The queen could have said anything. All I heard was Bettany's words echoing. "Should treason manifest in physical form?" I turned to Her Majesty. "She's telling the truth." A quarter of an hour later, we crouched at the edge of the ancient orchard, the storm raging. Old trees stood in rows, twisted branches knocking, fragmenting the stormy sky. Bettany kept quiet. Her Majesty, despite my pleas for caution, wouldn't stop talking. "There," I whispered. "Scout." A figure moved westward along a remnant pathway, emerging slowly through the rain and mist. As they drew closer, the rich green and cream of a river spar uniform gleamed. The queen smacked my arm. "One of my troops. That fucking heap of stone doesn't stand a chance, and neither does my cousin." "Possibly." I grabbed her wrist as she rose. "Damn it, can't you ever— There are more. Why shouldn't we want these woods crawling with our soldiers? You act as if one of them has no head." I pointed to another soldier emerging from the rain-drenched trees, with precise, purposeful movements. Same uniform, but the top half dark with bloodstains. And definitely no head. They're spread every 20 yards. A moving line of pickets. The queen's fingers dug into my arm. The fucking dead! She looked ready to hurl me at the shambling line. Wind-rustled branches took on a more sinister sound. Bethany closed her eyes, tilted her head. "They're nearing." "What now?" Her Majesty said. "Back to the tower." "They're already at the tower." Lightning flashed on horns and weapons as weary soldiers filed from the woods into the meadow. Their shadows stretched dark through the high grass. Moments. We had only moments. I tightened my grip on the Queen's arm. "Come on, fast as you can." She wiped the rain from her forehead. "Where?" I spun around, breaking into a sprint. "Shadowspyre!" I added, so she'd grasp the gravity. "Fuck!" Dawn lightened Shadowspire's towering walls as we reached the gate of Briarkeep, painting the peaks, expanding slowly down, revealing more and more of its impossible scale. Ancient steps, cracked and root-broken, led up from the Frower Stream woods. "Soldiers," Her Majesty whispered. Between us and the steps stretched an overgrown heath. Weathered obelisks marked the old thoroughfare, and between them shadows moved. Riders drained of color, snapping between states. First marble solid, then knife-edge smoke, finally settling into ash-gray permanence. Their cloaks and armor spoke of an earlier age, while bent backs and haggard faces bore war's toll. The brightening light caught them strangely, sometimes passing through their forms entirely, sometimes reflecting off armor that wasn't there. "Not real," I said. "A temporal apparisagement, semi-manifest from the death realm." "That sounds terrible," Bethany whispered. Her Majesty glanced at me. It's her special skill. "They won't notice us. With the void surge raging, the death realm's close to the surface." "Yes, well, this death realm is currently taking a shit all over my realm." The Queen's face pinched with exhaustion. "So fuck it. You sure they won't kill us?" I brushed wet hair from my brow. "I assume it's safe." Thus spoke the scholar. Her Majesty strode onto the heath. The spectral soldiers ignored her. "Come, ladies." "I can't," Bethany said. "I won't." "Fine. Fuck off." The Queen kept walking. "Kestrel, leave her." I turned to Bethany. "You won't be safe. Query, the dead, witches, they're everywhere. Better 1,000 of those than one step into Shadowspyre." Something about this strange young woman tugged at me. Her mix of fear and resolve. More pressing, her knowledge could only have come from two sources in the realm, and I needed to know which. "You have a choice," I said. "Stay and join their ranks, or trust me. I can't guarantee safety, but it's a chance against no chance." "Not Shadowspyre." "Kestrel," the Queen called. "Something brought you to us. Trust in that. I'll make sure it's not in vain." Bethany's shoulders flinched, the hem of her dress snapping taut as if caught in an unseen updraft. Her head tilted. "The night never ends. Flee! Icy winds howl through me splintered bones, grinding the shards of me head. Oh, what I've heard! Such sounds!" The voice wasn't hers. Her rigid posture spoke of spectral channeling. "Leave her," Her Majesty called. We've got business to attend to." Bethany stiffened again, eyes rolling back. "I'm sorry, my little owl. I should have listened. It's worse than we knew. We failed. All for nothing. Save yourself. Go south." She faced the walls where twilight shadows still clung like stains. "You're right," she said, her own voice again. "Revenge. For what it took from us. That's all I have left. No more scurrying." The Queen looked at me. At least someone's finally listening to me. I stared at Bethany, puzzled, but at least satisfied she was coming with us. We passed the silent, spectral soldiers, 3 figures lost in thought, approaching the dark mouth of Shadowspyre. Chapter 12. Echo. Above the stony angles rising all around me, stars blurred into pale smears across the sky, their light seeming to drift sideways rather than fall. I crept back to the well where the witch had spent her last moments before Shadowspyre did her in. "Oh, take the hint, Kestrel. You think you'll fare any better?" I practically heard Her Majesty's voice say. I approached the lip of the well. Cold stones stippled with lichen and bird droppings caught the moonlight, dragging down shadows. It was hard to make out much, save for pale limbs floating on the surface, breaking the dark mirror. Long hair spread in the water, hints of a cloak. A jolt of pity struck my heart. I rested my hands on the stones. What root had brought this young woman to this terrible resting place? "I'm so sorry," I whispered. My voice danced into the depths, bouncing off the still water. "Truly, I am." "It's not so bad. Not really," a voice spoke. I jerked upright with a surprised "Gah!" The voice rose from the dark of the well. "The snow is pretty when it falls, and you can see it." The voice was that of a child. Nothing had changed. The body of the young woman remained motionless. The voice floated up from around her, with an odd note of cheerfulness. "It makes a sound on the water like kitty feet. Sometimes you see the sun on the stones, and sometimes the sun is right over the tippy top and shines all the way down. Sometimes the moon does, and when it's full, it turns us white. And sometimes a frog will jump in and swim around for a while for the whole rest of its life. Or a mouse. But they don't swim as good, so they drown fast, which is sad." I pulled my unsteady hands from the stones. "Do you want to play?" the voice said, with an aching, hopeful uplift on the word play. My foot knocked into something, a lantern that bore no rust or signs of decay. The witch? The woman in the well? No matter. Neither of them needed it any longer. I fumbled it twice before sweeping it up by the handle and running for the lane, exiting beneath an archway on the north side of the courtyard. Edwine's Folly. If I could make it to that winding series of secret alleyways and footpaths, I might reach the gates of reverie on the outer walls. From there, Witherrod, where I might find safety for a time. Her Majesty's voice piped up again. "Until you, what? Figure out how to tackle Shadowspyre on your own? Fend off the next witch on your trail? Find some powder for the pistol I gave you? You couldn't even keep me alive. Good luck with all that." Each impossible task was another turn of the vice my head felt caught in. Crank, crank, Crank. There were only so many cranks left before something gave. As I turned to flee, a decayed sill tore free from a slanted window to bash me across the shoulder, drawing a yelp from me. I knew how a deer on the hunt felt as I twisted and leaped out of the way of whatever the fastness hurled at me. If only you'd been that quick back at the head's wield, you might not forever be known as a queen killer, Her Majesty's voice rather accurately noted. While I'd never spared much thought for Ernest Maiden's accounts of the Dugdamian, the legendary demonic essence unloosed by an expulsion of witchcraft during the height of the Balestorm, my desperate race through the pressing dark brought it altogether too much to mind. An enormous mass of torsos, hollow, wide open faces of agony, waving limbs bearing down in a crashing wave of rotting flesh. He'd written after his solo expedition into the fastness in 1396. I struggled to hold the lantern aloft as I sprinted through the depths of Shadowspyre, deep into the night. Voices rose from unseen mouths, snatches of talk, whispers, shouts, murmurs. Hate the way you look at me. So much better, like I'm dirt. When my fingers located the hidden latch that swung back the false wall along a seemingly innocuous stretch of the Queen's Fair, between a stable and the empty windows of a cooper's shop, I gasped a sigh of relief, thanking the version of me for all those late nights in the Chase's library. That young, eager scholar, with her peculiar fascination, I owed it to her. I slipped through the thin opening and sprinted until dawn. The faint smell of charred bark clung to my nostrils as I peered at Witherrod from behind a thick, tinder-mark tree. Behind me, the Froer stream ran fast as I scanned the collection of doorways and windows drooping with rotted sills and shifted stones. What I didn't see: campfire smoke, weary lookouts, tents, any sign of Kinna Bittersweet and her staff. Remaining cautious, I followed a narrow street angling away from the river toward the center of the village. I paused. Sobs echoed, erratic gasps punctuated by choked silence. I slipped into a shallow doorway across the courtyard from a moss-covered fountain. To the side, a figure sat hunched and shaking. She wore the plain fabrics of a woodswoman, a worn cloak draping her hunched shoulders. Her hair hung loose, not dissimilar to the color and contours of the storm-risen Froer stream. She looked nothing like a witch, nor anyone I'd seen in the camp of Bittersweet. A ghost? If so, the shapeless bag by her muddy boots and the snot burbling from her nostrils as she wept were nice touches. The length of her hair and the color of her clothing reminded me of the young woman in the well. And there, nestled next to her left leg, stood a lantern, looking identical to the one I gripped in my hand. Her bawling hitched, growing erratic. I looked up to see her staring in my direction. Her eyes were odd, a disorienting fog in the center of each, a whitish blue distinct from the sides of the eye. She spoke in a gruff voice.
Tumbling, is it? Fingers and palms resting on the stony lip. You hear me, don't you, with your pretty ears? Reach for the hint of rope, dearie. That's a girl. Forehead and collarbones first. Bang your elbows. Crack of the hips, up and over, scrape the knees, break the spine, bash the skull on your tumble down. Come, join corner shoulder in the frigid water.
With that, her eyes welled up, spilling tears. Her face crumbled, and she leaned her face into her hands, heart-aching wails racking her thin shoulders. I looked around the village once again. Trap? Ambush? Manifestation? I stepped out from the corner, my heart pounding. "Are you alone?" For a moment, she looked as though I hadn't said a word. I braced myself for the bite of an arrow or the dizzying heave of witchcraft, certain I'd erred yet again. She lifted her face from her hands, turning her peculiar eyes toward me. Her head made tiny adjustments, like someone following the flight of an insect, except her focus never left me. "Beyond all hope," she said, her voice thick, but not at all like how she'd spoken moments earlier. "You shouldn't be here. No one should be here. I shouldn't be here." Nothing moved. Drips fell. "Then why are you?" I asked.
"To shear off the last gnarled branches of a family tree. One leaf remains, tattered and wrinkled, so even the spotted ladies ignore it. Never fear, though. I'll sail off to who knows where soon enough, and no one will miss me. Off to the loam."
I moved closer. "Are you looking for your—"
"Tansy is dead. There's just me now."
She used the palms of her hands to smear tears from beneath her eyes, which continued to stare in my approximate direction. I forced myself to stand straighter. "Your sister?"
"You saw her. Up there."
She didn't need to motion to where Shadowspyre leered down upon Witherrod. Clearing skies threw a gold blush across the stonework, rounded surfaces, tall walls. Her shoulders twitched, and she tilted her head. "The world is more alive than we shall ever know." With a sigh, she straightened her head. It reminded me of the voices I'd heard within Shadowspyre. "You've always channeled spirits?" I asked her.
"Seen, heard, felt. They speak through me, unbidden. The grave tongue runs in my family. Or ran, I should say."
"You sensed a witch?"
"Witches' bells," she said. "My other gift. Tansy got the best of it. The full bloom of the unseen vine. Like our mother. I took the scraps when we split in the womb."
"Wait, you and Tansy are twins?"
"Were twins," she corrected,
wrapping her arms around her ribs. "How do you know I was up there?"
"Because you're carrying her lantern," she said. "And you're no witch, though you were near enough to one. The same witch who left a trail here. She followed Tansy."
"I thought she was you at first." The Weary Witch hadn't been forthcoming about much before Shadowspyre killed her. "And you know this how?"
"And I know this because."
She stretched her hands before her, closing her fingers into fists, opening them back again.
"The shawlberry calms the gout. Valley gentian lulls the crying babe. I know things. Lucky me."
She hadn't lunged for me, struck me down with trinatric energy, signaled a hidden conspirator to file a volley at me. Her accent was of the northern woods, one I knew well from my roommate Willette Meadows during my years at the Chase, her infrequent words carrying the snappish twang of her home village deep in the Wain. My hands remained clenched. I'm Ash Kestrel. I'm a scholar from Riverspar, and I'm sorry for your loss." The young woman nodded slowly.
Bethany Addermantle. A curious cobweb from Broom Heath. I'm sorry for yours as well.
This curled, grieving stranger unsettled me. Or perhaps it was the relentless guilt I carried with me. Or the 30 hours I'd spent awake in the state of heedless panic. Whatever the reason, I blurted, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kill her. It was all an accident."
Bethany Addermantle faced me again, her mouth drawn into a curious smile that looked like a twisting mark on an unfinished map. I meant your life. The one you left. Or do you not realize you're a ghost yet?
The morning light suddenly felt thin, insubstantial. I looked down at my hands. Solid, yet when I moved them, they left trailing echoes in the air, after images burned into my vision. My thoughts spun, not settling for a long moment. A strange lightness swept through me. Was that relief? The impossible weight of my failure suddenly made sense. Of course, I was dead. It explained everything, didn't it? Then my mouth, grown desperately dry, got out the words, "How do you know I'm a ghost?" Chapter 13. Prime. The gate of Briarkeep swallowed the morning light in stages. First the warmth, then the color, finally the light itself, leaving us in a darkness that focused my thoughts down to a single question. Would Her Majesty make it alive to the inner threshold? We'd spent weeks at the Chase debating how quickly Shadowspyre might kill a Harrowspar. 2 minutes? 10? Yet here she stood, picking her way through a wreckage of rotted wagons and carriages, muttering under her breath. "I keep stepping on horse bones," Her Majesty announced in a pointed tone. "Not all equine, I suspect," I said, following her between 2 wagons, turning sideways through the gap. Bethany gripped my sleeve, tightening her fingers as we navigated trickier parts of the jumble. The dank air pressed close, heavy with centuries of decay. "That's supposed to make me feel better," Her Majesty sniffed. "We're fortunate to use this entrance. The gate of Briarkeep. If you're about to give me a history lesson while I'm ankle-deep in bones, Kestrel, I swear by all the dead queens, is one of the only 2 gates not contaminated with deadly witchcraft," I finished. "The others still leak enough agilcrixiciosis to kill a person in seconds." As we emerged into a wide plaza, a tremor shook the stones, powerful enough to send me staggering. I gripped Her Majesty's arm to steady myself. When the quaking stopped, she batted my hand away. "Your hand is sweaty." "Would that I had your dry fortitude, Majesty." We passed a massive carriage laying on its side. Flaked gold leaf and white paint, mostly lost to tarnish, caught my eye. The side of the carriage bore carvings, dulled by the centuries, but hints of guilt remained. As Bethany felt her way along the side of the carriage, her head twitched twice, and she whispered,
"Her Majesty's so sick already. Every step a trial, even more than she'd long grown used to."
"Excellent point," Her Majesty said. "Terribly informative." "Bethany?" I asked. The young woman's eyes slid back and forth, then slowed. She righted her head with a groan.
"This is why I shouldn't be here."
I looked at her closely. Are you channeling? She brushed her hair back behind her ear with a shaking hand.
The grave tongue.
This is all sounding cheerful, the Queen noted. Mazolinguistics, the phenomenon of spectral communion, is fascinating, I said.
Unless you're the one cursed with it.
The curve of Bettany's back suggested she expected a blow at any moment. Her Majesty looked around the plaza, her hands on her hips. Flagstones sat unevenly, cracked and canted, their gullies filled with debris carried in on storm and season. I don't merit a flourish of ghostly trumpets? A legion of spirits appearing, kneeling like I just stepped out onto the balcony of Hollycrown on White Rose Day? Wind whispered around the doorways and roof lines edging the plaza. She stared forward. I'm not sure it's living up to its reputation. This is what all the fuss was about? The underside of the once elegant carriage shimmied, releasing dust and a powerful scent of aged wood and mildew. A wagon wheel first trembled, then rocked with deliberate malice, before tearing free in a shower of splinters and rust. It scythed through the air at Her Majesty's head, spinning like a toothed maw. Majesty! The word tore from my throat. Too far. I was too far to reach her. She caught perhaps a glimpse of motion before throwing herself left. The wheel missed her by inches, the impact shattering flagstones where she'd stood. Behind us, the entire obstacle course of dray, wagon, and carriage erupted into motion, the sound like 100 mad carpenters hammering at once. Bettany remained motionless, staring at Her Majesty, her clouded eyes fixed and unblinking. Lengths of spoke and shaft whirled up from the debris, some trailing rotted traces like dark serpents. The air filled with splinters. Her Majesty hurled herself behind an octagonal fountain, water erupting in violent fans as debris pierced the surface. I grabbed Bettany's arm. Shelter! We have to get to shelter! Dragging her, I ran in a crouch toward the fountain. Giant pieces of wreckage sailed over our heads to batter the front of the fountain. Kestrel! Her Majesty called. Up and to the right! I yelled back. That opening! The roofline above the doorway I pointed to stirred with cracking and stony whispers. Slate tiles broke off and careened down the slope, screaming through the air. Her Majesty sprinted, dodging and tumbling as slate pulverized on the stones of the plaza. Hunks of marble balusters and railings broke from the balcony at the end of the square, flying like stones launched from a catapult. Echoes of the barrage resounded throughout the buildings. Our paths converged. As we neared the opening, berms of earth shifted the stones beneath our tread, making the course even more treacherous. I tripped, but Bettany dragged me back up by the collar of my coat. Her Majesty cursed, remaining by some miracle on her feet and unbroken. She ducked into the black opening as flying slate crashed around the threshold, breaking into vicious shards and spraying into the shadows. Bettany and I dove through the doorway moments later, blinking at the darkness, gasping for breath. Behind us, the walls shook with a piercing clangor. Splinter and sliver skittered across the dusty floorboards. Fuck, Her Majesty whispered, bent over, hands on her knees, heaving in gulps of air. Fuck! A trail of debris stretched across the plaza. My heart raced, knowing Shadowspyre held worse for Her Majesty. She looked up at me. Where to now? A scholar's mind is a workshop of precious materials, crafted for the welfare of future generations. Auguras Smallpage had often told me. All I knew of this place now meant life or death. We pressed deeper into Shadowspyre's maze. Each corridor brought new threats, and the light grew dimmer with every turn. That we'd grown exhausted only made our passage through the long, musty corridors even more dangerous, as we found ourselves in a harrowing game of pummel passage none of us wanted to play. The activity focused on Her Majesty grew more insidious. Many freestanding objects took flight: candelabra, fire pokers, broken arms and legs of ancient furniture. More concerning, some objects rose into the air and followed, or preceded us, as though carried by an unfriendly mob looking for just the right moment to brain us. I shielded Her Majesty as best I could, at one point catching an entire iron hinge torn from a doorframe against the side of my hip. We refined our tactics through bitter experience. No more stumbling around corners. Each turn demanded scrutiny, with frequent detours where danger loomed largest. "Left, up," I called as we rounded a corner. Her Majesty ducked without question as a candlestick whistled past her ear. "Fuck my sister's ass!" she shouted moments later as a boot scrape caught her shoulder. The curse had become our shared battle cry, each repetition erasing a bit more of the distance between scholar, queen, and gravespeaker as we fought our way deeper into Shadowspyre's maze. We eventually claimed a pair of abandoned rooms in Guildtown's Warren, where the low ceiling sagged down like a foundered ship's hull. The damp air tasted of rusted iron and decay. Across from us, the last rays of daylight carved strict angles up the walls, each shadow a measured step in nightfall's advance. And true darkness, I knew, would unleash Shadowspyre's worst. Bettany curled up in the corner before I'd even finished setting up the Harmon seal that would afford us a measure of protection. "She'll kill us in our sleep," Her Majesty whispered, standing by the set of collapsed oak doors, hands hanging by her sides, looking at Bettany. You saw how drawn her face was. I laid out 3 magnetized nails, a sparing amount of enhanced current string, and a thimbleful of bivalent copper filings, keeping my voice low. "She's exhausted. All those utterances, the voices. She's insane. The insane kill." I pressed the nails into the wood flooring at the proper distances. "She's not insane." "Then perhaps we're the ones who need to top off our sanity. Bringing her along with us? Ridiculous." She dabbed a gash high on her cheekbone with the cuff of her jacket, her arm moving slowly. The skin around her eyes tightened. Did she have a cracked rib? I trust her. As I activated the seal, the readings showed a stable field that should neutralize some measure of activity. That I'd even managed a crude seal with what I had on hand felt like a miracle. "I don't," Her Majesty whispered, stepping within the unseen barrier where I pointed. "And you have no cause to either. She's connected to the chase, somehow, or someone at the chase. Someone whom she refuses to name." Her Majesty sat down heavily next to me, keeping her distance from Bettany. She wrapped her arms around her shins. "And how do we know that this shooting gallery you've dragged me into isn't her doing? Until she appeared, my life was mercifully free of lanterns hurtling toward my face." Daylight faded. I slid the isotoc meter back into my coat. "Such dangers to your person are to be expected. Kinetic disruptions, structural problems, presences, environmental affect." "How they roll off your tongue," she said. We tried to account for everything. even battery against my person. My mind circled back to the many, many hours of debate we'd had on the topic of Her Majesty's presence within Shadowspyre. Well, there was some consensus that the forces within the fastness might turn their malign attention and kinetic energies upon you, leading to an estimated lifespan of somewhere between 2 and 45 minutes. The dead queen theory. You had a name for it? We had a name for everything, Majesty. She lowered herself onto her elbows. Do I want to know the others? Likely not. Her Majesty shifted and lay back. Go on, let me have them. I'm not sure, just fucking tell me. I offered the shawl to the Queen. She balled it up and jammed it beneath her head. I leaned against the wall, my feet near her hips. There was the dam theory, I began, wherein your presence would trigger an exodus of spirits from the fastness, either as a slow leak, reducing their concentration over time, or as a catastrophic collapse of the transliminal exclusionary bounds. The latter would release such a torrent of entities and energies that the entire vale and surrounding forest would become an uninhabitable wasteland, seething with perilous forces. Charming. I take everyone with me. A yawn strained behind my eyes and throat, but I held it back. The Mad Queen theory proposed that your psyche would be overrun by the attentions of the entities within Shadowspyre, resulting in a marked degradation in your reasoning, awareness, and sense of self. Would anyone notice, I wonder? She said. They would when you began murdering everyone around you, eventually killing yourself. Your bedtime stories are awful, Kestrel. Her Majesty shifted, then winced, one hand going to her side. Let me look at that, I said, already moving closer. I'm fine. You're not fine. You took a hit from that balustrade. She stared at me for a long moment, then gave a slight nod. I lifted the edge of her jacket carefully, finding an angry purple bruise spreading across her ribs. Her breath hitched as I probed gently. Nothing broken, I whispered, but it'll hurt for days. Wonderful. She pulled her jacket back down, but her voice had lost its edge. I don't suppose any of your theories covered death by architectural assault? The dead queen theory was rather vague on specifics. I settled back against the wall, closer than I'd have dared just days ago. Though I believe death by flying candelabra was mentioned. Her soft laugh turned into a grimace. Don't make me laugh. It hurts. I let my eyelids close for the barest of moments. Of course, there was a related theory that your bloodline would protect you from such energies, but force the malign actors to operate through the psyches of your retinue, and they'd, well, kill you. The murdered queen theory. You've done your level best in that department. Her voice grew softer still. Well done. By that point, I thought I'd grown rather well-versed in how to not murder a queen, all things considered. I shall remain vigilant. For a minute, I thought she'd slipped off into slumber. Then she whispered again. That's all. Any more nightmare fuel you'd care to dump into my head before I pass out? Well, they weren't all terrible. I forced my eyes to stay open, smothering the yawn I couldn't hold back. There was a chance your mere presence would quickly and completely neutralize the forces within the fastness, sealing up the umbritic fountainhead breach and ending the void surge once and for all. I like that one, fey tale though it was. She bent her legs and rolled to her side. What was it called? The "it just works" theory. She made a sound that might have been a soft laugh. The last daylight turned from a ruddy line to nothing. Shadows filled the room. For a while, the boards, beams, and stones around us grew restless, treating us to a period of grinding and groaning, as though we were in the belly of a hungry beast. They stilled. The seal I'd created held. There was also a chance that your entrance into the fastness would trigger a subplanar recursion, crumbling the complex boundary forces at the heart of the breach. The physical material nearest this rupture, including presumably yourself and any living companions, would be pulled in first. I yawned again, nearly dislocating my jaw as I did. I closed my eyes. The energies at the boundary horizon would then draw in the adjacent reality. As the reaction grew in power, diameter, and speed, it would ignite a critical collapse of not just the entire realm, but of the entire world, obliterating everything as it was hurtled into another dimension. I reopened my eyes. Her Majesty's breathing came and went in steady draws. Known as the whoops theory, I whispered. As the small room slid into an inky black, I tried to remember if I'd forgotten anything with the Harmon seal. We'd made it farther than I'd imagined already. I glanced over at Bettany, a curve of hip and shoulder in the darkness just past Her Majesty. Closing my eyes, I added one more theory to the list. Because of an obvious error and tragic lapse in judgment, some or all of us would be dead by morning. Let's call it the bad scholar theory. Chapter 14. Echo. Scudding clouds raced westward, kindled by the lowering sun. Bettany Addermantle stared blank-faced between bouts of sobbing. Having pronounced me ghost, she refused all entreaties to elaborate further. As I considered my predicament, Queen Killer, followed to Shadowspyre by agents of the Achromic Hall, possibly dead, my unease grew. I scanned the shadows filling the western edge of the valley, recalling the doomed witch. The sheer violence of her death, yes, but also the signal she'd released in her last moments. Bettany's other words came back to me. The same witch who left a trail here. We need to leave, I announced, watching the gloaming sky for the lumbering glide of nearing corpse birds. Now. Bettany's vague gaze remained on the cobbles. Go, Ghost. Don't let me trouble you. It's not safe. Splendid. Her shoulders hunched forward, her posture a living question mark. She did not move. Think twice about carrying on with a stubborn, gloomy, cerebral type, Kestrel. Trust me. I reached for her arm. Come on, up. I'm not a spirit or a shade. I'm a scholar. Alive as you are. There we go. She shrugged her arm out of reach. Her white irises flicked across my face. You aren't. You shimmer. I've seen the likes of you more than enough. I crouched before her. Listen to me, Bethany. If we linger, they will find us, and they won't take kindly to our presence. When she shook her head, I continued softly. I'm sorry. I am, truly. She hung her head. Nothing. I have nothing. Shadowspyre might as well have murdered me as well. It didn't. You're here. That counts for something. It has to. Or it means nothing whatsoever. Just one more reminder that luck is only for the lucky. She put her hand over her eyes. Your sister, Tansy, would she want you to give up? Taking her hand from her eyes, she turned her off-putting gaze to me. You know nothing of her. Don't speak of her, ghost. Not a ghost. Would she? Well, if she cared so much about me, why didn't she listen to me? She wiped her nose on her sleeve with ferocity. She did it for my eyes. I'm so stupid. I didn't even realize it for 2 days. Of course she'd come here. Of course. She cursed and dropped her forehead into her hands, her shoulders quaking as another surge of weeping took her. It further occurred to me that if Kinna Bittersweet and her troops dared the unstable passage I'd revealed to them for a second time, and at a larger scale, we might have even less time than I suspected. Bethany, I said, if we get caught out in the open here, everything your sister tried to do for you, and did for you, will have been for nothing. Bethany raised an eyebrow, sniffing. Nothing. I reached out and rested my hand on her forearm, needing the comfort as much as her in that moment. I led us to the outskirts of Witherrod, making for a wooded prominence by the Queen's Road that afforded both a wide view and better cover. I fished out the folding brass telescope from my coat and scanned the nearby ford, hints of the old road and the far slope of the valley edge beyond. In the other direction, the darkness around Shadowspyre cocooned the endless angles of its towers and walls, the blank stare of its windows drawing in the night. They'd found a way in, thanks to me. I trained the spyglass to the east. Through the telescope's brass cylinder, the dusk seemed to pool, gathering depth. 2 figures wavered at the edge of vision, one striding with authority, the other trailing more cautiously. The image blurred, then sharpened, then blurred again as my hands trembled, causing the figures to spiral and dance in the lens, until suddenly they aligned into perfect, terrible focus. Her Majesty, alive and whole, and beside her, me? Somewhere else, in another stream of time. Dread didn't so much wrap my heart as stop it. As the facts slammed together in my mind, one after another, I understood I was, in fact, in a much more dire state than any ghost I'd ever read about. That Bethany Addermantle saw me as she might see a spirit might have interested me an hour earlier, but such scholarly curiosity, like everything else I might ever hope to experience again, shattered. My hands shook so fiercely I couldn't steady the telescope. The images of Her Majesty and myself prime, whipping this way and that through the lenses. Really, Kestrel? 2 of you? The realm can barely handle one overdeveloped mind with no sense of self-preservation. But the me who peered from the far edge of Witherrod? Also me, but not the prime me. I was an echo, a temporal echo, a wrinkle in the currents of time I'd stirred up when I desperately instigated the chronometric subluxation on the Heads-Wheeled Road. But I had to be wrong. I'd accounted for each minute of my time, from the moment I unleashed the full brunt of the reaction I believed had killed the Queen. Yet there she was, alive. And from the looks of it, complaining. Whatever joy I ought to have felt at Delphica Harrowspar's continued existence vanished beneath the weight of comprehension of what I'd done. I'd accidentally split my time stream, remaining behind as a temporal echo. And what did echoes do? Echoes faded. I further understood the trouble I'd had with the lantern, with the tinderbox. Such precarious relationships to the material world would surely grow worse as I vanished. Some ungainly sound must have escaped my throat, for Bettany asked, "Are you all right?" My knees buckled. Bettany's touch brought me back. She dabbed my forehead with the corner of her cloak, dampened with water from her canteen. Her touch, surprisingly delicate. "I told you I'm not a ghost," I whispered. "I conceded as much when the back of your head slammed into those tree roots." "But I'm not," I began. My head throbbed, though from the impact of my swoon or from the horrors of my circumstance, I couldn't have said. "I'm not fully as I should be." "You're strange." She paused, regarding me. "Here, but not quite." And soon to grow even less so, as the hours spooled inward, taking me with them. The hollow of my chest felt strange. Such hubris. I thought I'd outmaneuvered the energies of the world and time itself. And in a sense, I had, for I knew with certainty that the other instance of me, Ash Prime, must have thought she had succeeded beyond her wildest dreams. She'd outrun the Wheerie. She'd brought the Queen with her. She'd reached Shadowspyre in the wink of an eye. She had no idea, and could never know. I reached up and stopped Bettany's hand. "You said there'd been a witch in Witherrod." "Tansy stayed there. The witch followed her, I fear." "You're certain?" "The witch's bells don't lie." I tried to recall everything I'd ever read about witches' bells in my studies of the Wane, or the Wereld. Which was it? The harder I focused, the more it slipped away. Witches' bells had been noted in the accounts of whom? Weldon Gray? Hibbonet Stedbrook? I'd studied this. Once again, I grew weak. Not recalling a fact I'd mastered wasn't my hand not quite grasping the handle of a lantern or the striker in my tinderbox. No, this was my mind, my scholarship. All vanished because of what I faced. My hand tightened on Bettany's arm. "I'll know." "Sorry?" "Witchcraft. I'll know there was witchcraft, meaning the other me. I'll use my equipment, and I'll figure it out. And I'll make a terrible mistake." Bettany slid her arm from my tightening grip. "I don't understand." "Logic. I'll put the pieces together, but incorrectly. Not knowing. What I'd seen in Kinna Bittersweet's camp remained, for the moment, perfectly clear. Emily's Byrne, alive. Gone silent for months, not seen anywhere in all that time, presumed dead, having been caught. The other me, Ash Prime, didn't know she lived, and that she was in the company of Bittersweet, and that she was at the vanguard of the drive to Shadowspyre. That she betrayed us. But what would I do if I knew nothing of this? If I made my way into Witherrod and detected signs of witchcraft in the one spot we'd arranged as a rendezvous, should the worst come to pass? I'd make contact through a secretive method known to only a handful of people in the realm, drawing Bairn, Bittersweet, and the rest straight to Her Majesty, ensuring disaster. You need to deliver a message for me, I told Bettany. To myself. I don't understand. My fingers closed tight around the telescope. There are 2 people heading into Witherrod. One of them is me, but not me. A different instantiation of me. The main me, because of something I did. Something terrible. She moved her eyes back and forth. Then deliver this message to her. You, yourself. No! The word tore from my throat. We can't ever meet, or cross paths. I pressed my palms into the roots and ground, desperate for something solid. Or make any contact at all. These 2 streams of time, if they converge, they'll cancel each other out. Both of me, gone, and worse. I turned toward Shadowspyre, where the twilight seemed to spiral inward rather than simply darken. The fastness already strains against the chronovoidal surge. The walls between moments grow thin. If these timelines collapse here, now, the possibilities terrified me. Shadowspyre will slip into the untethered. The valley will follow. Then more. More than any living scholar, I understood it was just such a breaking of time that had brought the realm to a place of such peril. Do try to be less dramatic, Kestrel. You sound like me. I knew the tragic story of Queen Illibel Arendt by heart. Yet never once, especially not from the comfort of my study at the Chase or my favored carol deep in the library, had I ever considered I might one day share the same terrible fate that doomed the broken queen. Bettany's white irises tracked something I couldn't see. The spirits are screaming. Yes, I whispered. I imagine they are. Chapter 15. Prime. I woke to the sound of whispering. Words crawled through the treacly darkness. I never meant to frighten the child. 1,000 times, 10,000 times, I never meant to frighten her. Her Majesty pressed into my side, not stirring as Bettany's channeling continued. I felt her breathing pattern. Steady, normal. We did the best we could. The voice spoke in a different register and accent. Though, I remind you, the injuries were considerable. The fall down the tower stairs precipitated breaks and disjunctions of both the child's arms. The temperature slipped a few degrees colder. I slid away from the Queen and sat up, blinking. Bettany? Break his arms. Hang him, she said in a voice both commanding and nonchalant. And make sure to gather the court to watch it. The skin of my neck rose in gooseflesh as colder air wrapped around me, each shift in temperature coinciding with the different voices speaking through Bethany. "Bethany," I whispered. She sighed. When she spoke next, her voice was her own. "This place." I sidled over to where she sat. Reaching out, I found her arm trembling. I put my hand on hers. For a moment, she pulled back, then allowed my grip to remain. "I'm sorry I woke you," she whispered. "I hardly think you can help it. A leap from a tall tower would do the trick, though then I'd be stuck here with them all forever." I squeezed her hand. "You've always done this?" "I'm blighted. The babe none would ask for. Growling and gurgling and odd timbres, but not entirely useless, for besides keening in the voices of the dead, I seize and tremble in the presence of witchcraft. You should have seen how ferociously the 3 remaining young boys in Broom Heath fought to not have to dance the sparrow sweep with me come festival time." "Well, I'm grateful to you," I said. "You saved us." "I'm not sure how saved you think we are." As if in answer, a door slammed shut somewhere down one corridor, the echoes resounding strangely, then fading. "Why did she come here?" I asked. "Because she was tansy. Common sense rolled off her like water from a fern." Her sniffle broke the momentary silence. "When I started reacting to signs of witchcraft, and she noticed changes in the forest, well, she thought it high time to prove our worth." "She had her own abilities?" "She overflowed with the unseen vine, a mistress of the woods as ran among us addermantles." "And you're sure she's dead?" Those 2 words brooked no doubt. "Like our mother. From this place." Frigid air rolled off the unseen walls, seemingly of a piece with the darkness itself. A mountain of stone rose, and over us, stretching in all directions, a sarcophagus, riven with empty halls and rooms, blank windows, and restless spirits. "I need to ask you, Bethany." I took her hand again. "Who gave you those messages?" "I can't tell you." "Then just tell me this much. Were they alive or dead?" "They were insistent." "I don't understand," I said. "I believe that's the point." The point was not understanding? No scholar would find that anything other than reprehensible, which made me wonder. It made me wonder indeed. When gray dawn finally banished the darkness, my mind felt as crusted and bleary as my eyes. "Tonight, we find blankets," Her Majesty said, making a face as she swigged from the canteen, ignoring my earlier advice about trying to make the water last. "Or a fucking tapestry. These stones murdered me." I noted her irritability. Was it simple discomfort, unease, or the beginning of the paranoid aggression described in the theories of Shadowspyre's subtle probing of the Queen's psyche? But then she handed me the canteen with a surprisingly gentle motion, her eyes sharp and aware as she surveyed our surroundings. "Now that I know where we are," I began, "we follow a path that should get us what we most badly need. Based on my understanding of our location, I believe I can get us to one of the original royal gardens before midday." Her Majesty stood, buttoning the front of her jacket. "Fairly sure the royal gardeners haven't been able to tend such a place in centuries, being useless piles of bones lost in the weeds themselves." "Yes, well," I said, reaching for a hand up. The Queen rolled her eyes, but helped me up. "Nature has its ways. Sunlight, water, pollination and seeding. We might find something growing even now." Her Majesty wandered to the doorway. Bethany at least offered to help me unwind the Harmon seal, staying by my side and taking the nails as I rewound the string. "And once we feast on inedible weeds, poisonous spirit ring mushrooms, and, if we're lucky, bitter vetch of some kind, what's your glorious plan after that?" Her Majesty asked, looking out into the dim hallway. "Equipment," I said. "Weapons?" "Of a sort." "So, not weapons." "There were laboratories," I said. "Gear, various solvents, minerals, tinctures, metals in various forms. There may be combinations from which I can fashion broader defenses." "A cannon to shred lurching corpses with enchanted grape shot would be significantly more useful," Her Majesty said. "That would be worth searching out." Bethany offered the iron nails, and I took them. "I'm doing the best I can." The Queen leaned into the room across the hallway. "Of course you are. No need to get defensive." "Never saw anyone like her, that one," Bethany gasped. Her eyes closed as she twisted her head to the side. "Made the company hounds look tame. I thought it were all a laugh. Little princess getting herself all in a huff, red in the face, shaking with anger. Thought the Baron had smirked at the Queen's limp or some such. Before I knew it, she came over and yanked my sword straight out of me scabbard and slashed the gentleman wide across the back of his calves." "Oh, good," the Queen said. "Another day of this. Where to?" I held the side of Bethany's arm as she came out of her fugue, blinking and frowning. "To the left," I called after Her Majesty. At its peak, Shadowspyre was nothing less than a self-sustaining city. Guild Town, as this area was known, itself dwarfed even Witherrod. "And another day of this," Her Majesty sighed. "I believe we're near the Illumination Society, the Guild of Glassmakers, with powerful sub-guilds of both gem carvers and chandlers. Once we leave the residential quarters, we should find the massive workshops themselves, along with warehouses, forges, and the like." As we made our way to the ground level, slamming doors, both immediate and distant, echoed out through the silence. Distinct areas of extreme chill pried at our clothing. In several instances, shadows of crows or ravens raced through the sunlight, falling in on various walls, where no birds were to be seen outside the accompanying windows. More disconcerting, 3 separate screams erupted from nearby rooms as we neared the guild hall. We entered across an arched footbridge, marked with the Illumination Society's sun symbol. Through leaning doors and down a broad stairway, we entered a grand foyer, where colored glass caught the morning light. Our passage raised the scent of age and must. "They thought rather highly of themselves," Her Majesty said. "A whole rich history could be written just of the power politics of Guild Town here at Shadowspyre," I offered. "The brokering of interests, the power, betrayals, endless feuds. Glasswork stood sentinel along the fine sideboards. Elaborate chandeliers hung in 3 spots above the enormous table. Glass-fronted cabinets, bookending the sideboards, held sets of fine plates, bowls, glasses, and the like. Dust motes stirred by our passage caught the light in peculiar patterns. Delphica strode into a large, dim room and wiped a finger through the dust on the glass in front of one cabinet. She reached inside the cabinet and pulled out a figurine of glass with distinctly female proportions and the tiny peaks of a crown upon its head. Not bad, actually. Best leave it. I followed her. A movement rippled in the dust across the face of the cabinet, twisting it up into little vortices. Thin cracks traced zigs and zags across the clear portion of the glass with a high, silvery sound. The entire front expanded as though the massive cabinet were inhaling. Wood groaned, the grain darkening. The queen tossed the figurine aside and dove at me, putting herself between me and the cabinet, sending the 2 of us to the floor just as the front exploded. Shards of glass, some as big as blades, others slender needles, filled the air with whistling sounds as they tore across the ancient room. Crashing and deflecting off the beams, corners, and furniture, the room became a deadly mosaic of glinting fragments. After a moment, the echoing of the shattering merged with the tinkle of falling glass as gravity reasserted itself. Her Majesty wriggled off me. "You're fine. Just a little test of how much this place will tolerate." She got first to her knees and then to her feet, reaching down to help me up. "Right then. Fuck us." Another noise sounded from the cabinet, now open to the room, displaying row upon row of glass figurines. One of them slid forward only an inch. Others trembled. Neither of us said a word as we leaped up, sprinting to the doorway. Figurines shot through the air. One cracked across my back. Booming thuds and shattering glass sounded all around us. I grabbed Bethany by the arm and pulled her out the great doors, just behind the queen. From the large room came the sound of the massive cabinet emptying all the heavy glass figurines, one after another. The glassy explosions still resounding as we began our 2nd day's march through Shadowspyre. Beck's gate stood across the way, its black opening marking the last path of centuries of condemned prisoners. Beyond it lay the raised platform where Kelia Arent's executioner, Silsere, had whispered to his victims that the world is more alive than we shall ever know. "The courtyard of judgment," I announced. Her Majesty pressed on my shoulder, steadying herself as she probed the outside of her knee where a door handle had knocked her to the cobbles. "Don't sound so pleased with yourself. This is the worst sightseeing tour I've been on." "Can you keep walking?" "Unless you're volunteering to let me ride you rumpty back, I don't think I have a choice." Bethany hovered behind the queen, her head canted. "Beneath a moment lies another moment, just as real, but different. Do you see?" She hunched forward, the physical and mental toll of her channeling so clear that even the queen had stopped complaining of having to listen to yet another voice of the dead. Her Majesty took her damp hand from my shoulder, allowing me to stand upright again. "Which way?" I motioned to the edge of the courtyard. "We stick to the perimeter here. Then we'll hit one of the provender lanes. It should lead us north, where we'll find the royal gardens." The queen started forward, but Bethany yanked Her Majesty back by the collar of her jacket. "Down!" A line of weary soldiers emerged on the far side of the courtyard, moving cautiously. Half a dozen, then more. Within just a few heartbeats, the troop numbered over 24. Bettany pulled the queen back behind the corner. I followed. I considered alternative routes, assessing and discarding one after another. As I was about to lead our retreat, a motion from the courtyard stopped me. A surge of strange energy swept in from the corners of the courtyard. Lines of brilliant illumination traced the gaps between the stones, bright as 1,000 suns reflecting off shimmering pools. The light converged on the wheery. To their credit, the soldiers didn't panic as even the stones beneath their feet seethed, rising like a storm surge. They formed a phalanx, driving forward, even as they struggled with their footing. I turned my gaze to the rooftops and doorways, expecting an eruption of projectiles as we'd seen when we'd entered the fastness. Could the soldiers outrun the danger even more readily than we'd imagined? I would never know, for the light rising from the courtyard grew blinding, unleashing a slaughter unlike anything I'd seen. Even as the wheery attempted to defend themselves with blade and hammer, shield and armor, the deadly light leaped into the air, swinging, hacking, stabbing. The guttural cries of the wheery didn't last long. Limbs, heads, and torsos bid each other farewell in fountains of viscera and blood. Shouts of pain-maddened agony faded as the last soldiers fell, the unseen butchers rendering them to fillets, the last cuts fine and purposeful. I dragged my gaze from the bloodbath, my stomach rising into my throat. Next to me, Her Majesty looked over the massacre, her expression focused, chin raised. "Let's go," she said. The shortest way, I told myself. The shortest way. We'd reached the edge of the windings, a warren of some of the oldest construction within Shadowspyre. The Gardens of the King should be only an hour off, I said. Her Majesty leaned against the outer wall of what appeared to be a dye house. "You're sure?" I pointed to the north. "That tower visible between those two taller buildings is Groomsbane, the 17th highest freestanding prominence within the fastness. The gardens are just past it." "I'm amazed you know all this," Bettany said. She leaned next to the Queen, catching her breath. "Kestrel," Her Majesty said. She pointed south. A small dot sped between roof lines. "Corpse bird," I said. "Inside." We slipped through a set of wooden double doors that stood half open, weathered and wedged in place. Inside, a dark foyer opened into a larger expanse. Dim daylight fell in through high, narrow windows, revealing fallen rafters and slats, dilapidated stacks of ancient equipment, and stone vats in a long row. I took the lead. A dye house. The Queen entered after me, one shoulder ducking under the doorframe as she slipped inside sideways, a regal habit of protecting fine clothing. "They're fucking looking for us." She straightened from her cautious crouch, spine lengthening as she surveyed the space. Her eyes tracked over planks, barrels, and old doors, with the same sharp assessment I'd seen her use to read a room full of quarreling ministers. For some time, none of us spoke, waiting for the bewitched vulture to pass overhead. "The audacity," Bettany said, jerked into a peculiar angle, the strain clear on her face. "The frenzy and the madness she drew forth like a spray of venom from my fangs. The asperity. I still taste it." The nape of my neck crinkled. Chill air twisted up around my ankles, hands, and wrists as a dank exhalation rolled from the long workroom behind us. Shadows deepened. Near the vats, dust motes spun in the thin daylight, twisting down into a human shape. In moments, the darkness articulated in a most unnerving fashion, somehow resembling Her Majesty herself, had Her Majesty been built of shadow. High cheekbones, shoulders thrown back, head at an arrogant angle. An air of age and malice washed over us. As though I would ever again let a witch or a witch's pack profane my magnificence. An acrid scent like cinders filled the air. Behind the figure, the stone vats cracked. "I'm awake now," Bethany croaked. Her Majesty turned from the shadowy figure to face Bethany, and in that motion, she seemed to grow taller. Her voice filled the space with the same natural authority that had filled the great hall at Hollycrown. "And whoever's in there, fuck off. You're not welcome." The words echoed off the vats. She took Bethany by the arms. "Okay, come on, snap out of it." "Majesty!" I called out. She looked at me. "You see what this is doing to her, do you not? She's barely breathing." The Queen hauled Bethany upright, patting her cheek with one hand. "There we are. Come on back." For a moment, the manifestation seemed to regard Her Majesty with a peculiar interest before the hazy light poured in through the dissipating shadow, leaving no sign it had ever been there. "You really shouldn't," I began. "Shouldn't what?" Her Majesty supported Bethany as the young woman blinked, stretching her jaw as she returned from her fugue. "Stand around while she smothers? Note the malignant nonsense passing her lips? Let this fucking place intimidate us at every turn? Not for very much longer, that I can tell you." "It's not safe." Bethany ran her hand across her eyes. "I'm all right, thank you." Her voice wavered. Her Majesty wiped her palms on the sides of her breeches, the creamy white from before the ambush long since dimmed. "A little more attention, Kestrel. We both saw what this place did to those soldiers. They didn't have a chance. This place didn't hold back. You just heard it brag about it. That doesn't mean it means if it wanted us dead, we'd be fucking dead by now." She spat dust and wrinkled her nose. "It can toss and hurl things. I'm not saying it's fine for us to saunter forth as though we're on our way to a royal ball. I proved that with the glass cabinet. But let's not forget who exactly it's dealing with." Her shadow stretched long and sharp across the worn floorboards. I looked from Bethany to the haze hanging over the cracked vats, and back to the Queen. Deterioration? Madness? Loss of self? As far as I could see, Delphica Shadowspyre wasn't losing her identity, but distilling it to its essence. "Of course," I said, realizing the influence of Shadowspyre didn't flow in any one direction. Her Majesty headed to the doorway. "Good fucking luck to my cousin and her minions. This place will eat them alive. Now let's go find the Garden of the King, shall we?" I followed her back into the daylight, helping Bethany along with me. Chapter 16. Echo. I had to get as far away as I could. Where didn't matter, just that I wasn't anywhere near the prime version of myself and her timeline. Thunder cracked. The echoes muttered off the river and into the distant corners of the vale. I trudged along a wooded hillside, hair drenched, clothing sodden. Lightning sent my shadow flailing along the uneven ground. The sharp scent of pitch filled the air from the wraith. What were they? The trees. I knew this. Cumber shards? No, that wasn't it. That wasn't anything. Shardy needles? I pushed aside a low branch, releasing a shower of rainwater that fell straight through my arm, only bouncing off the cuff. The dense bough, needlethorn, brought out a deep itch in my hand as I did so. I paused. In the next flashes of lightning, I saw the branch, whatever it was called, slicing through a portion of my hand. Not leaving blood, nor a wound, but moving achingly through what should have been my solid hand. I waved it back and forth, watching in ghastly fascination as the damp branch penetrated the barrier of my skin with a crawling sensation that flared like the burn of an ember. Blight spruce? Grimbough? I was vanishing. Not burning off like a mist come daybreak, or fading like a dream upon waking. Rather, the world itself no longer even regarded me, passing through me, uncaring. All my work for this. The years of study, sacrifice, purpose. To watch myself slip away. I surmised the other version of me, the prime me, wasn't facing this fate. So why was I? How had I drawn the doom straw? I tried to shake the thought from my mind. The branch raked through my hand. Shroud thorn, I whispered, remembering. Spiculumbre. How long until all such precious knowledge drained from my mind? I made a line for the edge of the veil, far from any signs of the realm, and the humanity I could no longer claim. Perhaps I could huddle in a quiet ravine, waiting for the last moments of my awareness to cool to nothing. Distracted by such pleasant thoughts, I nearly walked into a lumbering, weary corpse, whose limbs articulated with revenantic witchcraft. Half of the soldier's head appeared shorn off. Ribbons of pale flesh hung from the terrible wound, and the front of her uniform bore a pair of bullet holes, dark stains of her blood having seeped downward. I didn't even bother trying to hide, letting the dead soldier shamble toward me. Her remaining eye shone pale as it appeared to track me for several moments. Her gruesome head snapped around to face me fully, the light in her eye brightening. She craned her neck back and let loose a guttural cry that resounded through the storm-racked forest. Another answered from the darkness to my right, and another after that, deeper in the trees. How many were there? The corpse spun toward me, lunging. "Don't just stand there looking pretty," Her Majesty's voice chided in my head. I staggered back, my foot passing through a rotted trunk just behind my ankle. Without waiting, I spun and barreled through the underbrush and branches, grimacing as the limbs passed through my sides. Using my fading state to my advantage, I kept my line close to the thickest of the trees and branches, listening as the wheery thrashed her way through them, falling farther back. Corpse after corpse drew nearer to me. Shadows and pale flesh appeared between the trees before me and off to the side. The night forest came alive with the sounds of trampling and scrambling steps, branches and twigs snapping, muddy passage. I turned one way, then another, barely escaping the clutches of a human soldier sprouting a bouquet of broken ribs from his chest. Voices erupted, shouting commands. Lanterns shone to the west, winking in and out as they passed down the wooded hillside in my direction. Soldiers. Living soldiers. They shouldn't have known where I was. I'd crept unaccosted into Bittersweet's camp, invisible to the guards and others. Had I left some signature energies behind? Unique enough that Bittersweet and her acolytes, maybe even Emily's Byrne herself, had used it to fashion a potent detection or tracking spell tuned to me and my condition? I careened through the damp woods, gasping for breath, as I cut away from first one, then another, then scores of weary soldiers and corpses. They converged on me, hounds on the fox. Strange witchcraft flashed through the darkness, illuminating mist winding through the trunks. Racing, I struggled to remember steady brooms, dodgy bottoms, stop burrows, stead burrows, tactics of evasion. If they swept east to west, an approach and crossing phase might allow me to break through any two of them. The weary soldier rose before me out of the black. Distant lightning painted her features in a flash, vulpine and predatory, her silver eyes sharp and trained directly on me. My nose filled with the scents of campfire smoke, acrid sweat, and the sharp tang of marame seed.
"She's here!"
she called out in a rasping voice. I tried to spin away, but her large hand sprung up to clamp around my wrist. Her fingers slid through my skin and bones with an undulating sensation. I cried out, tearing my arm free. She swung her opposite fist at me, which I just ducked. Launching myself to the side, I tripped across a hidden lip of granite amongst the underbrush, crashing to my backside. The Wheerie clawed her way after me. One hand gripped a vicious dagger. She pinned me down with her free hand, the weight of her not passing into me, but simply crushing me. She swung the dagger to my throat, and my hands caught her wrist, solid as they'd ever been. We both strained. The blade came down closer and closer to my neck. Her arm felt strong as stone, her wrist warm and muscled. Voices swarmed from all sides. The sounds of tromping feet and weapons being readied rose above the soft fall of the rain. Beneath me, root and stone ground into my back. My strength wasn't a match for hers. At least I wasn't dying alone and forgotten. That was something. A jolt ran across my shoulder blades, the back of my head, beneath my hips and the back of my legs. My limbs leaped with a crackling energy that felt nothing like witchcraft. A sound like grinding stone filled my ears, then shifted to the deep groan of reality giving way. The Wheerie still held me, her blade still descended, but now the very ground beneath us seemed to soften, to liquefy. The soldier's eyes widened in alarm as she felt it too, her grip loosening for just a heartbeat. Hairline fractures crisscrossed the air, shining with fragile light. That's when the strange foundation chose its moment, drawing me down with the inexorable pull of a tide, my flesh tingling with that same crackling energy. The Wheerie clawed for purchase, but her hands passed through me, or I through them, as easily as rain through mist. The glowing fractures shattered, each shard reflecting a slightly different angle of night. Time stretched through, down, beyond. Words failed to capture the sensation of being pulled across a hidden threshold. The last thing I saw was the soldier's face, transformed from predatory to panicked, as the dark woods and all its terrors fell away into elsewhere, out of reach. I crashed into packed earth with a bone-jarring slam. Echoes of my grunt rolled off into the distance. When I finally drew a breath, I opened my eyes, alone in a dark, chilly space. My hands ached, sore from holding back the weary soldier's wrists. I even smelled root, tree, and a hint of the moraine seed. I sat up. Dim light spilled horizontally through narrow windows at peculiar angles, as if the sun existed in multiple places at once. The illumination revealed a long corridor where the stone floor met walls beneath a wooden ceiling. Other passageways opened off this main one, far off. I glanced about, finding no wheery ready to hack me to pieces. Getting to my feet, I examined the nearest stretch of wall, the sounds of my steps breaking the silence. The stone was cool to the touch, a light film of dust coming up on my fingertips, which notably didn't pass through the surface. I flexed my fingers. Solid. In a flash of panic, I patted the front of my coat and relaxed at the familiar bulk of the various equipment I carried. Craning my neck, I looked over at the ceiling through which I'd fallen. Rough-hewn wood ran in long boards, absent any opening nor signs of the granite foundation upon which I'd grappled with the soldier. A slight arch raised the middle of the corridor. With nothing but the sound of my own panicked breathing filling the corridor, I took a series of readings with the isotoc meter. The device registered exceedingly high levels of both lambentatrix and refractoria, which didn't surprise me. What stunned me, however, were the other frequencies. Incandices, vividentia, and fulgentis were present at levels the device couldn't track, both needles pinned to the extreme. Even more shocking, I recorded detectable readings of both nubilucence and adamantineses. That should have been impossible. Looking around, I set off, hoping I might orient myself to something familiar, yet the strangeness of the place frustrated my attempts. One lengthy corridor of packed earth and crude stone walls dissolved into another of creaking floorboards and ivory wainscoting, the transition point impossible to pinpoint. Steps began at proud heights, then dwindled, becoming doll-sized runners that felt perfectly scaled when I actually placed my foot upon them. I attempted committing my path to memory, but found it beyond me. Despite the appearance and feel of great age, very little about that place remained fixed. Frequently, I doubled back and noticed the number of windows was different. Taking a seat at the top of the long flight of stairs, I put my fist to my forehead. The idea I might find my way to anywhere safe amid such incongruity felt insurmountable. "Hopelessly lost," the growing chorus in my head intoned. "You'll never leave the massive temporal displacement seeping from the heart of Shadowspyre." No, I had to think like a scholar. Ames-Run had plumbed these depths. I reminded myself while not dwelling upon her ghastly ending. So must I. I took a second set of readings with the isotoc meter. My hands trembled as I gripped the isotoc meter tighter. Was this where all of Shadowspire's lost pieces eventually washed up? All its fragments and echoes? As before, contradictory levels of energy fluctuated in front of my eyes, at once unbelievable and familiar. But of more immediate interest, My mind went to the extensive technological preparations Amesrun had undertaken. After setting up her base in Witherrod, she'd devised a relay system for delivering supplies to and from the fastness. Surviving records claimed that she'd brought most of her equipment to Shadowspyre's great library, which had later vanished into the untethered. I stood, silence holding me. Hope flickered in my chest. Dangerous, unwanted, but undeniable. My doom, if it were to be as a temporal echo, would at least be in the one place within Shadowspire's vast temporal boundary that held the chase's most powerful equipment, however antique. And I alone had access to it. What other choice did I have? My prime self needed those resources. The mission had to succeed, even if I didn't survive it. Naturally, you'd think the answer lies in a library, Her Majesty's voice added. You're predictable, Kestrel. Engrossed in the possibilities, I started down the wide stairs. Chandeliers hung from a dark ceiling, glinting in the low light of sunset pouring through 2 tall windows. A noise from overhead stopped me in my tracks. Tiny falls of dust drifted from the boards of the ceiling as they rattled with the growing sounds of passage. Shadows flickered, gaining weight. The ceiling and walls wavered as time grew uncertain of its direction. The stairway distorted, bending, stretching, and subtly deforming. I grabbed the cold railing. Intense pressure swept through me, causing my ears to pop and my stomach to flip. Terror flooded me as the sounds of churning bones, like an army of skeletons, raced above me, accompanied by a disconcerting mewling sound, hungry and hunting. My knuckles whitened, and vertigo threatened to send me tumbling down the stairs. Around me, planar energies, potent enough to bend both time and matter, crackled. What passed overhead was massive enough to set stone, iron, and wood dancing. The disturbances receded off to the side of the ceiling and vanished, trailing ripples of shadow and tumbling dust, and driving home the dangers of the untethered. I might stumble off into some infinitude of temporal anomalies, lost in a prismatic splitting of time. A fiend, or fiends, could devour me from the deepest trenches of the plains. Kinna Bittersweet or her lieutenants could follow my trail, determined to use my state for their own ends. But something had drawn me into the untethered. A door creaked in the darkness behind me. Well then, Her Majesty's voice chimed in with familiar impatience. Best get on with it before something eats you. Putting the isotoc meter back into my coat pocket, I flew down the stairs, not looking back. Chapter 17. Prime. We waded through perfumed vines. A brook traced the walkway extending from an arch cut through high walls. Beyond the garden, a weathered building rose, its shadows cutting the wild growth below. A narrow stone staircase hugged the wall, each step worn to a subtle bowl shape. "Fill the canteens," Her Majesty said. "Let me test first." The air held the scent of minerals, sweet apples, and flowing water. Delphica pushed her way forward. "I'm drying to a husk." "There's a record of enchantments." I retrieved a small box from my coat, slid open the wooden cover, and released a pinch into the slow-moving brook. It glittered as it fell to the surface, then rolled on the current and quickly sank. Safe. Told you, the Queen said, kneeling at the bank. She cupped her hands, plunged them into the water, and gulped. I dipped my canteen, filling it. Bethany? She remained off to the side, her fingers worrying the cuffs of her shirt. I don't think I can. There's water and food. We need both. She shook her head, her face drawn. Her Majesty eyed the wild garden. There could be hedge hens in here. Umber grouse. Can you imagine? I spotted thornberries, trees heavy with apples of some kind. My stomach sang in anticipation. No, Bethany said. I'll wait for you. The Queen stepped away from the water and pushed aside some waist-high vines, plucking out a thick bunch of dusk-colored grapes. Maybe you could channel one of the dead gardeners and have them tell us where to find the crown root and potatoes. Honey peas. Bethany's face had lost its color. I can't choose. I've never chosen. Her Majesty tasted one grape, her eyebrows rising in delight. I approached Bethany. We need to remain close together. Scour without me. I don't even need to eat. Bethany? She simply shook her head. We'll gather enough for her as well, the Queen said. I don't understand, I said to Bethany. This is where she came, or where she tried to come. Who? My mother. Here, of all places, to find a bloom known as Illibel's mantle. She twined her fingers so fiercely the nails turned white. For my eyes. When was this? When I was 4? She never returned. Oh, Kestrel will stay with you, Her Majesty interjected, pushing aside thick growth, looking for fruits and vegetables. I'll grab what I can. Don't touch anything that looks suspicious, I called after her. A little faith, Kestrel. As she searched the wild garden, I kept glancing across the strip of sky overhead, terrified I'd see a low-flying corpse bird. I'm sorry, Bethany whispered. I put my arm across her shoulders gently. She flinched and stiffened. After a second, she relaxed. I can't imagine what it must mean for you to be here. That you even made it as close as you did on your own, and then coming inside, with all it's done to you, it makes you braver than me. I'm not sure about that, she said. You're terribly brave. More than you know. I like to think of it as unimaginably desperate. Is there a difference? Her Majesty called out that she'd found apples, lifting a trio of rose-blush-colored fruit, looking as pleased with herself as though lofting her cousin's head. I kept my arm around Bethany. I've never heard of Illibel's mantle. Named after the Broken Queen? Probably. We always held her in high regard. Songs, poems. Your mother must have had tremendous knowledge of plants. I admire that. She knew the vine lore, my mother. The last real woods mother in Broom Heath. So she thought she could. Her shoulders hitched. It's all right. She shook her head. It's really not. I'd do the same for my child if I had one, as would Delphica, and likely you would yourself. Even if I died in the process and left my children to fend for themselves with no way to even learn what you knew, the dearer the cause, the steeper the wager. Now you sound like Tansy, she said. Her Majesty stood on tiptoe, her head cresting above a ridge of shrubbery. A little help here. It's all delicious, but there's too much. Bethany, I know you can do this. Beneath my arm, Bethany went rigid, her head tilting. Her voice grew brusque and deep as she said, "When the time came, she agreed without a word. My loyalty deepened beyond all measure." I held her upright. "Let's not linger. Can you walk?" She nodded. We followed Her Majesty's route. I led Bethany, watching the patch of sky between the turrets and towers as we hurried along. "Well, I can occasionally serve as a fine pack mule," the Queen said. "I'd rather not." When I reached her, she shoved an armful of fruit at me. Plums, royal crest apples, honey's drop berries. Her chin shone with juice. "I've never had a finer feast. And I've had the best feasts. Come on, eat up." The afternoon sun crept behind the adjacent building, casting us in premature twilight as explosions of ripe sweetness filled my mouth. Whatever cautions I'd had about consuming anything harvested from the heart of Shadowspyre collapsed like a poorly made crate under an armload of melons. "I think I know where to go." I pointed to the tallest of towers looming north of us. "That's Westerly Blade. About halfway between here and there, we'll find Apothecary's Row. We might reach it before nightfall." Her Majesty shaded her eyes and squinted up at the peak of Westerly Blade. Though the limestone showed centuries of Vale weather, the graceful prow of the narrow side of the tower still possessed a dizzying grandeur. How many other queens had regarded that majestic height, a wonder of the realm from which to reign? "Kestrel," she said, pointing. My gaze drifted down and off to the left. A structure rose beyond the walls of the garden. Framed against the shadowed interior of a great window stood a figure, pale and still. I thought for a moment it might be a statue. It tilted its head, turned, and limped out of sight. "Corpse," the Queen said. "Now please, tell me why this place hasn't risen and butchered it." I recalled the possibilities we'd discussed during our endless strategy sessions back at the Chase. "Because," I began, my mouth still sweet with fruit, "they're already dead. So the energies here somehow don't recognize them for what they are." A ghastly cry echoed off stone and slate, the croak of a corpse bird. "Take what you can," I said. "We have to get out of sight. Keep moving." In moments, we were rushing through the thickets and trees of the overgrown garden, pushing aside crackled limbs. Her Majesty stopped abruptly. "Kestrel, we have to keep moving. Look." She pointed to a thick bunch of dusk-colored grapes, the same bunch she'd picked clean minutes ago, each globe now perfectly restored, its surface unmarred by teeth or time. A single drop of juice still clung to the Queen's lip from fruit that no longer bore her bite marks. I turned slowly, surveying the garden. The brook's melody hadn't changed, the air still holding a mineral sweetness. "Bethany?" She tilted her head, listening. "The voices overlap, echoing." "This way," I said, choosing a different path through the greenery. "Quickly!" We emerged into a small clearing and faced the same archway we'd entered through originally. The water flowing beneath it caught the light exactly as it had when we'd first arrived. But now I noticed glints of light sparking over and over in the same spots, the moment repeating. "Temporal whirlpool," I whispered. Her Majesty stared at the stream. I don't understand. The garden is cycling. We're caught in a loop of time that's... I stopped as movement caught my eye. In the top windows of a distant structure, the pale figure emerged again. Only this time, 2 corpses stood watching. No, 3. No, 2 again. Their positions slightly altered with each flicker. The ghastly cry of a corpse bird echoed closer than before. "They're closing in," the Queen said, "and we're trapped in time." Not trapped. I retrieved my isotic meter, its needles dancing wildly. The temporal current will have a pattern. Places stronger, places weaker. A 3rd corpse joined the others at the window. Bettany's voice deepened, taking on an ancient timbre. "The curves of time bend sharp as thorns in the garden where queens once walked." I grabbed both of their arms. "This way. We break free by going up." We raced toward the narrow flight of stone stairs that spiraled up the adjacent building's face. From behind us came the shuffling of dead feet entering the garden. Delphica took the lead. Again, I heard the encroaching steps entering the garden for the 2nd, 3rd time. The breath of the garden swirled up after us, weaker now. "The door," Her Majesty said, already shoving against it. "Help me!" I pressed my shoulder beside hers, already feeling the temporal current weakening, the whirlpool releasing its grip on us. The door gave way with a squeal of ancient hinges. We tumbled through onto a small roof deck, and I felt it immediately. The release of pressure, like surfacing from deep water. The wild bouncing of my iosotic meter's needles steadied. "We're clear," I said, catching my breath. "The current can't reach Kestrel," the Queen cut in sharply. I followed her gaze east across the Vale. The sight stole what little breath I had left. The forces of the Achromic Hall, for there was now no doubt whatsoever to their identity, hadn't just entered the Vale, but had rightfully occupied it. "That arrogant shit pile!" Her Majesty approached a gap in the stone crenels, looking east. Tails of campfire smoke twined into the clear afternoon air, each plume casting long purple shadows across the hillside. Tents and wagons dotted the far side of the Frower stream, their canvas walls glowing amber where the sun struck them. The areas in and around Witherrod appeared likewise occupied. "The only thing worse than an unhinged maniac is a presumptuous unhinged maniac," Her Majesty said. "Look." She pointed to the Tower of Rancor, from which fluttered the sable and violet colors of the Achromic Hall. Figures on horseback gathered around the base. "They know I'm here," Her Majesty said, "and that giant fuck you says so." "We don't know that." "Don't we?" "There is every reason to believe they are aware of the dangers Shadowspyre presents and their inability to counter those forces for the moment," I offered, "save for the dead." Bettany coughed, then said, "The dead speak. Listen." "I think we've heard enough," the Queen said. No falcon that ever perched where we stood had ever looked with more murderous focus at its prey than Her Majesty did the flag atop the Tower of Rancor. "It's a declaration." There are other reasons the Achromic Hall might want to announce themselves. I retrieved my folding telescope and tried to gauge the size of the forces in the Vale. "My cousin is a vain, tasteless narcissist. Don't give her too much credit. What do you see? I swept the glass slowly across the distant scene. At least 2 infantry regiments. Around the perimeter, perhaps that many Huiri battalions. They typically keep the forces separate. An unknown number of the dead. They require no color stands, no campfires, no tents or shelters. We faced a sizable force by any reckoning. What if they've breached the chase? The Queen continued. Uncovered our plans. What if they discovered our allies, wringing the truth from them? I'm not so sure. Lowering the telescope from my eye, I handed it to her. She frowned and surveyed the alarming occupation before us. This spyglass makes it pretty fucking clear. Think, Majesty. They certainly don't need to move 15,000 troops into the Vale. They could harness the power here with a handful of their most experienced members and a small support team, and no one would be the wiser. She handed me back the telescope. Meaning what? Meaning you're right. There's a profound element of display to it, though maybe not one directed at you. Of course it's directed at me. Who else? Think about what the message is, I said. Don't even bother. Don't even think about it. Her Majesty stood next to me in silence for some time, weighing the implications. Exhausted, battered, and still defiant. Don't offer me a sliver of hope. Not if you don't believe it yourself. I lifted the glass to my eye once again, training it on the far eastern lip of the valley. That's where they'd come from. The forces from Riverspar. It's possible, Majesty, I whispered, hardly daring to believe it myself. The afternoon light sharpened, not with the potent reach of the garden's temporal whirlpool, but with a profound foreboding. We stood at the eye of converging catastrophes, the dead drawing nearer to our presence, the Achromic Hall's forces tightening their grip on the Vale, and the bounds of time within the ancient walls of Shadowspyre bending inward, drawing all our hopes toward a single, deadly point. Chapter 18. Echo. My eyelids cracked open. Diffused rays of sunset drifted across my face, more memory than warmth. I cursed myself. Deadly tired, I'd fallen asleep sitting up. The hallway I slumped in stretched onward. Tall, arched windows let in the peculiar light. My tongue felt dry as an old wool rug. The iosodic meter sat in my lap. I blinked, remembering. You've never taken an exam as important as this one, Kestrel. Don't nod off now, Her Majesty's voice chided. I lifted the device, noting the readings again. Lumine, Agilcrix, and Seroquility all mere jots compared to elsewhere. Remarkable. I'd found 18 locations with such low spectral bar levels so far. When I'd first encountered such a set of readings, I'd assumed it a simple peculiarity within the planar correlations. But when I'd found a second, a third, and then a fourth, my analysis of these locations suggested a peculiar mathematical pattern. From a nearby room, a clock chimed a hushed lullaby, startling me. Sunset light caught a gilded sun carving. Below it, a cobalt vase held fresh flare bloom, the yellow petals edged in amber. Beneath, a larger wood carving descended into shadow, a hound with menacing eyes, a hare with a shadowed grin, an owl whose wisdom turned solemn in the gathering gloom, and finally a cat, its knowing wink more sinister than playful. Making my way to my feet, I looked more closely, certain those carvings hadn't been there when I'd taken the last reading before succumbing to head-tilting exhaustion. It wasn't the first time I'd found those same motifs woven into rugs and tapestries. And hadn't I seen an owl at the end of a banister? I reached out to touch the flowers. Solid, cool to the touch, and delicate. The chiming stopped. In the remaining silence, a faint noise drew my awareness off to the side, from the direction I'd come. A few dozen yards off, an angled stair landing of dark paneling hinted at a deepening dusk below. From the dark came the scrabbling, knocking sounds. I turned back to the wall, committing the images to memory, then set off down the corridor, away from the stairs, hurrying. As the hours wore on, I developed an intuition for locations where I might find more of the peculiar instances of near-neutral levels of planar energy. Hounds, hares, butterflies, cats, owls. I found them carved into wood and marble. They showed up in dusty mosaics and woven into tapestries and rugs. One oddly angled nook contained faded paintings of dark ambers and browns. The arching stone featured stylized silhouettes in copper plates, tarnished blue-green. A sweeping staircase of alabaster rose ahead of me. The iron railings tracing the inner edge bore ornamental vines. I checked the marks I'd made in my journal, doing the calculations. I looked up, scanning the bare foyer beneath the stairs. If the ratio held, I'd find yet another location with low readings. Looking more carefully, I spotted the menagerie of animals again, represented within the iron circles at the base of every other baluster. The hound seemed to stare with pity in its eyes, while the hare fled in stark terror. As for the butterfly, it appeared to grimace. And the cat, well, it squinted in concern. All left me with the impression they themselves didn't want to be there in that moment. I took out the iosodic meter, a little fumbling with the dials, and the readings came in quickly. As predicted, everything was low, all beneath 50 SB. Before I could record the data, the fine hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. The air grew heavy and cold. A horrific clamor erupted from the hallway behind me. Scratching, scraping, thudding. Amidst the mayhem, a tearing sound filled the air. From the shadows dropped an enormous bulk, its countless barbed limbs scraping the walls with sounds that set my teeth on edge. The Dugdamian! Pale as a maggot, the segmented monstrosity of bone and sinew propelled itself toward me on 1,000 appendages, clawing at the floor, wall, and ceiling. Each limb bore wicked barbs at the end of its strange joints. At the front, I couldn't quite call it a face, a dark orifice yawned, lined with layer after layer of triangular teeth. Around this stretched a disturbing circle of wiry bristles, and at least a dozen black orbs peering out through wrinkled lids. A sound somewhere between hissing and mewling spilled from that ghastly opening. Longer appendages appeared, squeezing down the hallway, setting the floor beneath my feet to shuddering. For a moment, I stood as though nailed in place, gaping as the Dugdamian roared down the hallway toward me. Gripping the iosodic meter in one hand and my notes in the other, I leaped for the wide stairs, taking them 2 and 3 at a time. The ghastly bulk of a fiend crashed into the bottom, gnawing the iron and grasping after me. Terror shoved me along. Everything shook as the stone and iron tore apart. The stairs opened onto a narrow landing, wrapped in shadow. In a second, the light blotted out as the Dugdamian came up after me, a ferocious rending sound marking its devouring of the stairs. I sprinted, feeling my way along what seemed a passage of unfinished joists, beams, and slats. The space narrowed with each step, forcing me to twist sideways, then to duck, then to nearly crawl. My head struck something hard, but I hurtled onward, the sound of splintering wood behind me suggesting the Dugdamian was simply tearing through the obstacles I scrambled around. 10 yards, 20, I couldn't tell how far I'd gone when my outstretched hands crashed into a wall. A dead end. The cloud of dust I'd raised billowed around me. The walls pressed in so close I could barely turn around, the rough wood shoving at my shoulders, my chest, my back, like being wrapped in a coffin of splinters. "No, no," I whispered, my voice strange and flat in the confined space. Shoving the device and journal under my arm, I felt around the rough wood with trembling fingers. They clenched around something made of iron. 2 points of smoothness inset into a rougher surface, the center fitting into my palm, my fingers finding a pair of peaks on top. The familiar shape of the cat struck me as darkly ironic. Here, at the end of this maze, I'd found another piece of the pattern that had led me here. A cat. I tugged at it. Nothing. Tried to twist it, but it remained stubbornly fixed. The passageway trembled as the monstrosity ripped through wall and runner, heaving its bulk ever closer. I fumbled within my inner pockets, pulling out my remaining double-ended glass vial. I tore away the wooden casing protecting the delicate sides, gripping the fine wire mesh wound around the glass, then twisted the small brass valve positioned between the two halves and shook it vigorously. As the liquids mixed, a warmth flared, then vanished with the bite of searing cold. The air changed pressure so quickly, my ears popped. Vertigo swamped me, forcing me to hang onto the iron cat to steady myself. The freezing vial burned my flesh, but no matter. I dropped it and shattered it beneath my heel. Blinding illumination glared as the admixture contacted both the air and the planar currents. "Now," I urged. A short segment of the cross-framing of the wall in front of me loosed itself with a powerful whoosh. I grabbed at it and pulled inward, hesitating for the barest of moments, looking back down the dark passage at the violence racing toward me. An enormous mass of torsos, hollow, wide-open faces of agony, waving limbs bearing down in a crashing wave of rotting flesh. Not this scholar. I slipped through the doorway, slamming it shut. The thud of the door floated off into the space behind me like startled doves. For a few heartbeats, I grasped the handle with all my strength. The door rumbled, the hinges and handle shaking, then stilled as the planar dilation I'd triggered closed back in after itself. As I wasn't being torn apart by the forces I'd unleashed, or the Dugdamian, thankfully, I resumed breathing. This close to the planar confluence at the heart of Shadowspyre, time, distance, and matter could behave in profoundly unanticipated ways. What I'd done had been madness. I pressed my forehead against the inside of the door, listening. Would the Dugdamian realize what I'd done? Where I'd gone? The door shook again for a moment, then went still. From beyond the wall came a distant banging. Once, twice, then nothing. Stepping back, I discovered the edges of the doorframe blended into the wall. To the left, an angled wooden ladder in brass tracks rose to rows of tall shelves. The shelving filled the wall and stretched off into the dim light. Books. Hundreds of books. I spun. Tall windows ringed the highest portion of the ceiling, their light dispersing through layers of time before reaching the vaulted dome, where elaborate frescoes of the 5 natural disciplines seemed to drift between clarity and shadow, even shrouded in the dust of centuries, with edges softening into memory. The sight stirred me deeply. The great library of Shadowspyre. Leaving the door behind, I wove between dozens of quiet alcoves, tucked in among the seemingly endless rows of shelves. Desks and long tables marked where specialized doyens and subdoyens once maintained their reference stations. Coming to the heart of the library, I gripped a railing of graceful ironwork and gazed out over the atrium, taking in a primal dream of the scholar. Carved balconies looked out from 5 floors. I'd come out on the 4th floor, so the drop before me neared 50 feet, with still more above. From where I stood, it was a good 40 yards to the corresponding opposite balcony. Pale light fell in through tall windows. Dust motes from my passage rolled out into the space before me. The silence struck me, the inviting stillness at the heart of a library. My exhaustion evaporated. Amesrun, Steadborough, Milnath, even Aramin the Rove. They'd all walked among these stacks. I inhaled deeply. Beneath the dust I'd raised coming to the rail, beneath the scent of time and stillness. Books. Parchment, paper, ink, glue, leather. I recognized it as well as anything in life. My first brush with some titles at hand stunned me. I found a 3-volume work by Evelyn de Hilbran, apparently annotated in her own hand. I thought of the scholars back at the Chase and allowed myself a shiver of amazement on their behalf. I wound between the stacks, forcing myself to act as though I wore blinders. Every foot of shelf cried out for inspection. At one point, I paused as a tremor shook the floorboards. Books moved on their shelves, releasing falls of dust. I feared the Doug Damien was searching for me, circling around in the planar depths, drawing nearer. After several long minutes of listening intently, I continued in my exploration. Coming to the north side of the atrium, I found a larger set of wide wooden stairs, forming a spine connecting all the floors. Some runners creaked, and the angles of the atrium amplified the sound of my footsteps as I descended. The bottom landing opened to a set of widening stairs. A large portrait hung centered on the wall behind the landing. The painting depicted a young queen with an imperious sharpening around the eyes and a smile that held no warmth. The high collar of the time rose from a tumble of ruffles and silken brocade. One long braid of hair fell over her left shoulder, twined with silver and gold threads. Silken skirts overflowing the chair hinted at her lower half. My gaze kept coming back to her pale eyes. The Eye of the Butcher was but one of the more infamous descriptions of Her Majesty Kelia Arendt, the last monarch to rule from Shadowspyre. I wondered if perhaps Aelpert had dared a little too much in capturing it. Perhaps the young queen found it pleasing. I turned, scanning the scene before me, trying to match the grandeur of the library to the records I'd spent so much time poring over, particularly Amesrun's accounts. Getting my bearings, I set off toward the northeast section of the ground floor, in the specialization corner dedicated to royal genealogy. Coming around the final set of stacks and finding the auxiliary equipment left by that most daring of scholars gave me the first taste of unalloyed relief since my tragic time gambit. No collection of wrapped books beneath the yew and ivy on midwinter's morn ever looked so inviting. And of course, it was unsurprisingly where she'd said it would be. A brush with her great mind that heartened me so much I had to blink away the tears. In short order, I inspected the gear. The labels on the crates and chests made the inspection easier. I was grateful to be dealing once again with the handiwork of scholars. As I tallied the inventory, a noise pulled my attention away. Something knocked on the floor above me. It only happened the one time, leaving me questioning if I'd actually heard it or misheard something. A book dislodged during my earlier passage on the 4th floor? Could a stair runner have popped after its first use in a century? When I heard nothing further, I turned back to what I'd found in the crates. That first pass-through revealed an array of equipment that took my breath away. Isotic vapor lamps, a planar emission prismograph, even a complete trinatric polychromator. The inventory was considerably more extensive than I'd expected, and in better condition, which gave me hope, setting the gears in my mind to spinning. Communication. That's where I had to start. Even though all outward appearances showed Her Majesty and I perished at Fogstand, without conclusive proof, the chase must have kept alive the possibility we might have survived. I had to try. Getting to my feet, I hurried to the multiplanar extensometer. The device comprised a boxy wooden base holding 3 thin drawers, bearing a brass cylinder on one end and a round metal grate on the other. I wiped the dust on the front free with the sleeve of my coat, then pulled open the top to find the switches. One moved easily, while the others took longer to budge, frozen by time. I tried rotating the cylinder. Nothing. No amount of repositioning the handles or cranking the cylinder brought the antique device to life. My chest tightened. I went from one piece of equipment to the next. They all shared the same quality. None worked. Age, I told myself. Extended exposure to the energies within the untethered, or some sort of corruption emanating from the breach at the heart of Shadowspyre. As the realization hit me, my hands gripped the edge of the nearest crate to keep from staggering. Amesrun hadn't been recognized as the greatest scholar in the chase's history for nothing. Her work had shown, time after time, a remarkable ability to think 3 and 4 steps ahead in terms of implication and contingency. Of course, she hadn't brought ordinary equipment with her, specialized though it was. She understood her path and what lay ahead, so she'd had the equipment designed with a crucial, particular feature, a potent shielding against ghosts and other planar entities, to keep them from interfering with its operation.
Or do you not realize you're a ghost yet?
I was no ghost. But as a temporal echo, I was close enough. I couldn't use any of it. For it, I didn't exist. My sobs echoed all the way to the great dome overhead. Chapter 19. Prime. We scurried from doorway to doorway. The growing infestation of the dead proved increasingly treacherous. They seemed adept at appearing along just the route we most needed, forcing us into uncertain detours. Bethany repeatedly saved us from blundering into the paths of these emissaries of the Achromic Hall, her witches' bells registering the trinatric energies powering the lifeless flesh and bone, giving us precious moments to avoid being spotted. By the time we stumbled into a walled courtyard, late afternoon shadows sliced across the gravel-strewn ground. Heat radiated from the weathered granite walls. "How lost are we?" Her Majesty leaned next to Bethany, hands on her hips as she gulped air. "We're within the Arcana Way," I said. "Various specialty guilds, evocation, conjuration, and the like, furthered their work within their lineages." Her Majesty pulled herself upright and wandered the courtyard. "Yes, I see." The air in the courtyard shifted. A rumble shook the stones underfoot, vibrating through the brick and beams. The shadows leaped across walls at impossible angles, every vertical line in the courtyard casting 5 distinct shadows, each one darker than the last. I grew dizzy, my vision doubling. Shattered images of books, hallways, and portraits tumbled round my skull, leaving me blinking. The muscles of my stomach knotted, a heaviness of dread and grief reaching up to wring my heart. Her Majesty peered between the shutters of the building at the far end, shading her view. "I hope it's your birthday." She glanced back at me. "Kestrel, are you listening?" I steadied myself against the wall, holding back my gorge. "Did you feel that?" I gasped. "Feel what?" "That shift." "What shift?" "Bethany?" I asked. She shook her head, frowning. "Perhaps you shouldn't have inhaled those grapes," the Queen said. "Now get over here and have a look. Crucibles, flasks. Happy birthday, Kestrel. I got you a laboratory." "You're welcome." I glanced around as I headed to the Queen. The courtyard seemed as it had before, barren, sun-bleached, and still. Standing beside her, I pressed my face to the gap between the shutters. Her Majesty poked me in the ribs, drawing a yelp from me. "See?" she whispered. "Equipment. Let's see what we can make of this. Hopefully, something to blow my hideous cousin's flesh puppets into thousands of gruesome pieces before they finally corner us. Shall we?" I squinted into the dark interior, promising nothing. The laboratory smelled of dust and sulfur. A rattle here, a tiny shift there. Her Majesty's passing cracked a beaker, sent brass weights scuttling across shelves. Yet most of the deadly arsenal, knives, pestles, bottles, remained eerily still. "Have they tired of aiming at me?" The Queen lifted a dusty bottle with a copper-colored beetle husk inside. She rattled it, caught my warning look, and set it back with exaggerated care. "Is that what it is?" Bethany stood just inside the door, turning her head this way and that. "I'm not sure," I offered. "But you think something," the Queen said. "I see it on your face." "There's the possibility that the proximity of the forces of the Achromic Hall has led to some kind of shift." "How?" "Unknown." I looked over row upon row of small wooden boxes with sliding lids, each bearing a faded, peeling label. "But concerning." "More than fucking concerning," Her Majesty said. "The whole point was to keep them as far from here as possible, so we could harness it ourselves to destroy them. They fucking turned the tables on me. And while it's nice that Pestle hasn't shot up from the bench and cracked my skull, Now it's because my cousin's deranged flunkies have somehow, what, harnessed it themselves to fuck me? I couldn't say. For once, she crossed her arms. How soon until you can make a bomb out of all this? I chewed on the inside of my cheek, even though I knew it annoyed the Queen. I've no training in munitions, Majesty. Then use some of these materials to turn their efforts back on themselves, preferably fatally. Nor am I an alchemist. A curse, Her Majesty suggested. Death magic. Witchcraft is beyond me. A signal flare, then, Her Majesty said, her voice tight with barely contained fury. Magic or otherwise, my cousin isn't the only one with an army. Scholar Gente and her signal team could certainly make something of this equipment, I said. But I don't have the expertise. So you're telling me, she said, stalking between the benches, that I've found you a perfectly good laboratory, filled with perfectly good implements of death and mayhem, and there's absolutely nothing you can do with any of it? A rack of vials rattled as she passed. I didn't say that. The far end of the laboratory held tall cabinets filled with dusty glasswork. Once I wiped them free of cobwebs, I found many of the ingredients had evaporated down to dark stains or disintegrated into fine crumbles. Her Majesty pulled at a stuck drawer that gave way with a shriek that made us all jump. Inside, nestled in velvet gone brittle with age, lay a collection of curved glass tubes with strange symbols etched along their lengths. One rolled toward the edge. "Don't," I started, but Her Majesty had already snatched it up. I held my breath. Nothing happened. "Well?" she asked, turning it over. "Deadly poison? Explosive powder? Or just another useless alchemist's snifter? The actual equipment we need—" Something made me stop, made my skin prickle. On the far side of the end bench lay a stack of books. Not scattered, not tumbled, aligned with architectural precision, their spines just so. The late afternoon sun struck them through a top window, casting a shadow that stretched along the floor at a perfect right angle. Her Majesty followed my gaze. Of course. Old books. That's what finally gets your attention. I approached slowly, aware of a tightness building in my chest. Unlike the rest of the laboratory, these volumes bore no film of dust. Their arrangement struck me as deliberately, precisely wrong. No scholar would ever store books this way. I counted quickly. 3 layers, 5 across, 9 lengthwise. Wait. My hands trembled as I recounted. "Good thinking," the Queen said. "We'll read them aloud, boring the dead back to actual, death." I knelt before the books, my fingers clumsy with urgency. Each volume I examined deepened the pattern. Starting at the top left, all black covers and 1 light brown, the contrast sharp. The level below, all light brown and 1 black, the geometric pattern building. Beneath that, all dark brown, 1 black, 1 light brown. Together they formed a pattern I recognized. I sat back on my heels, my mouth dry. "The arrangement," I managed. 3, 5, 9. It's known as Maiden's ratio, named for Erinus Maiden, one of the most iconoclastic scholars of Shadowspyre. I don't doubt your scholarship, Kestrel, but how does this help us right now? The hair on my arms rose. The colors follow the traditional scheme of the first and second Platt series of maps left by Amesrun. Meaning what? The raven's feather seemed to burn against my chest where I kept it hidden. Emily's bairn, who had disappeared, presumed dead 5 months earlier. My confidant, my co-conspirator, the one person besides myself who would know how to interpret this, who truly understood what we faced. "Are you expecting us to guess?" Her Majesty asked. I put my hand on the arrangement of books. "It's a map, Majesty. A map to the Great Library, a building that vanished into another current of time nearly a century ago." "More books," she said. "How delightful." "More than books, Majesty. When Scholar Amesrun made her second expedition here, she brought with her a potent manifest of specialized equipment, housing it in the Great Library before it disappeared. It's the only equipment within the fastness capable of giving us exactly what we need. And Emily's has led us right to it, proving she's alive, and here in Shadowspyre." We swept past the pillared gate, our path cutting a straight line through the wind-swept avenue. Tracing the angles from the book map, I spotted a tarnished copper dome with a slender cupola rising past the end of the lane. Among the hulking, oppressive mountain of stone ready to crush us, I found hope. "That's it," I said. Halfway down the avenue stood a massive fallen bell, partially sunk into the cobblestones, one side pristine bronze, the other deep, tarnished green. The Queen paused with her hand on the bell. "Why not just leave a note? It doesn't strike you as odd?" Such a code made sure no one else could understand. "And get to this library before we do," Her Majesty added. "Precisely. But then why not tell you directly if they're here?" "Because even in our desperation, neither you nor the High Witches of the Achromic Hall would accept the most dangerous alliance in the realm. Instead," I said, "the subtle energies of a temporal dislocation—" "Of course," the Queen cut in, already striding ahead. "Perhaps we ought to reach that equipment rather than extend this delightful lecture." I followed, Bettany at my side. We hurried beneath overlooking arches and balconies, nearing the ornamental gate that marked the edge of the great library's plaza. Bettany's fingers clamped around my arm. "Wait!" A figure emerged through the gate, a wheery soldier, left arm missing, one horn splintered, skull cratered. Silver witchlight leaked from her eyes as her head turned with mechanical precision. I yanked us back into a recessed doorway. The wheery lumbered past, and I motioned to the others to stay while I crept to the gate. My breath froze. The dead owned the plaza. 30, 40, more. They lurched across the granite, caught in the grip of temporal distortion. The closer they stood to the library's copper dome, the more reality fractured around them. Those at the plaza's edge moved like figures behind cut crystal, each motion refracting into peculiar repetitions. Nearer the center, others seemed to shatter into crystalline fragments before snapping back together. Wheery warriors dragged shattered limbs, their spiral horns broken into raw crescents of bone. Human soldiers stumbled among them, faces half gone, blackened organs visible through rent flesh. From death masks of dried blood, witchlight pulsed from empty sockets. The void surge had eaten holes in reality around them. The temporal wounds carved moving black lines that snaked and reared. Beyond this barrier of horror, the great library's dome filled the sky. Its weathered copper surface caught the late sun in bands of verdigris and blood-bright metal. For one moment, as clouds split overhead, a shaft of sunlight struck the dome's peak, and reflected downward in a golden triangle, illuminating the waves of the dead that separated us from our destination. A wet scraping sound came from behind us. "Kestrel," Her Majesty whispered. "What now?" My knuckles whitened on the rusted gate as a wherry's broken horn scraped stone. Closer. The sound of dragging feet multiplied. We were running out of time. Chapter 20. Echo. Surrounded by the vast repository of books written by intellects of the ages, I knew precisely what kind of scholar I was. A terrible one. The vast space of the room dissolved into a haze of dusk. Dust motes spiraled in columns of diffused light, winking in and out of an echo of my own uncertain existence in this place. My cheeks burned with shame as I knelt before a collection of equipment as useless to me as I apparently was to the cause of saving Middenland. "So that's it then?" Her Majesty's voice scoffed in my mind. "Giving up just because you're feeling sorry for yourself? You'd make a terrible queen, Kestrel, if you can't live with the reality that now and then a few of your decisions will turn to absolute shit." "You have no idea," I muttered. "Look around. You're in a fucking library. What more Kestrel sort of solution could you ask for? What more do you want?" I lifted my gaze. Books, folios, maps, scholarship. I got off my knees, thumbed the tears from my eyelashes, and started looking around. The entire collection followed the archaic auberge schema, allowing me to locate the repository of works related to Weldon Gray and his theories. Each book powdered the air as I blew the velvety dust from its spine and head. I cracked open the covers of a printing of Gray's On the Convergence of Temporal Deltas, Chronal Bifurcations and the Deltaic Resonance. Hope and desperation driving my gaze through the pages. Nearby, I found related works, snatching them up, one after the next. The metal clasps on their spines caught what light filtered through the high windows, throwing off pale reflections that seemed to linger after I looked away. I nestled the pile in my arms and found a sturdy desk near the balcony, where the light was best. Sweeping my sleeve across the dusty surface, I made a clear spot for the books and placed them in a satisfying stack. I went back for more. Along the way, I found Merton Dale's An Esoteric Exploration of Chronomantic Principles, Energetic Echoes of the Departed by Sir Alan Myden, A Temporal Isotic Dominance and the Manipulation of Temporal Causality by Brenham Lackmere. This last folio nearly fell apart in my hands as I eased it out from between its neighbors. As I gingerly kept the leaves from spilling out all over the floor, a tremor rumbled from some distant quarter of the library. For a moment, shadows draped the iron railings nearby, passing quickly. I hunched my shoulders, expecting the shelves and stacks next to me to burst asunder as the Dugdamian tore through them, having found me at last. Instead, they merely rattled, leaving curls of dust spinning down from the disruption. I held the books closer to my chest, knowing I didn't have all the time in the world. With some effort, I forced my feet to move, bringing the books back to where I'd left the others. As I was about to place them down, I stopped. At the far end of the table sat another book, one I was sure I hadn't put there. Wide, thin, with an embossed cover of gold on black in an intricate spiral pattern, reminding me of wild thorns and petals, worn as an old saddle. I set the books in my arms next to the others and leaned over this stranger. Before going any further, I retrieved my isotoc meter. Releasing the switch, set the needles to bouncing weakly. Strange. Delicately placing a finger on one corner of the book, I spun it so I could read the title. The cover hissed through the undisturbed dust. Whispers from the Briar Patch. Glancing out the dim atrium, making sure I didn't hear any other strange rattling, I picked up the book. Light. It hardly measured up to the other works I'd gathered. No author's name graced the front or back. I opened it, finding many of the pages stuck together. They released a moldy scent as I peeled them apart. The pages bore graceful illuminations. Along the left-hand side of where I'd opened it, the image of a lanky cat sat at attention, black with yellow eyes. Across that page and its companion ran a poem titled, "The Thin Black Cat." The thin black cat, whom none can see, creeps in hunting memory. She steals the name you try to find and leaves a scrap of night behind. When you go to take a look, for key, for candle, bell, or book, a midnight draught is all you find. This thin black cat is most unkind. The skin at the base of my neck prickled. Frowning, I leafed through the other pages, my unease deepening. Each pair of pages held a similarly bleak rhyme, along with images of animals rendered with expressive faces and piercing eyes. Honey-eater, frog, elk, owl, hound, hare, butterfly. I put the book down on the table. A creak or two, from somewhere up above, broke the silence, sending my heart once again into my throat. With a careful look around, I sat down before the volumes I'd gathered. I had work to do. Scholar's work. If there were any hopes at all of making use of the precious equipment to seal off the void surge, I had to reintegrate the great library back into Shadowspyre, where the other version of me, the one not doomed to fading into nothing, could find it. How many hours did I spend bent over the books I'd retrieved in the great library? 12? 16? 18? Hunger, thirst, and nature tugged me from my focus every few hours. I satisfied them mechanically, staring into the half-light, going over and over the theory I pieced together, my mind's eye still seeing lines of the obscure texts. I was so deep into analysis, hermeneutics, and linguistics that a battalion of weary soldiers might have marched into the library and surrounded me without me looking up. By the time I'd wrapped my mind around a plan of action, I sat back, blinking stupidly out over the central atrium. It would work. It should work. It had to work. Or it was over for me, for the other me, and for the realm. No pressure. My gaze fell to the far corner of the book-covered desk, landing on the curious Whispers from the Briar Patch. "Well, Kitty," I announced, "shall we?" The sound of my chair scraping across the floor as I stood echoed out into the vast space. How I begrudged those minutes, startled into sudden flight like twisting flocks of sparrows. A few moments to think, 30 minutes gone. Taking a series of measured readings with the isotoc meter, an hour vanished. I felt I was on to something. All the evidence pointed toward a subtle, beguiling pattern of energy displacement that explained why and how the great library slipped away in time from the rest of Shadowspyre. First, I determined the true north, south, east, and west of the library, crucial for the reaction I planned to trigger. Then, I arranged the special pins I'd brought from Riverspar into a precise pattern. These weren't ordinary pins. They amplified the iosodic meter's ability to detect magical energies. I positioned them using Maiden's ratio, a complex formula that related distance and direction within the planes. As soon as I finished, a surge of trinatric energy, the substratum of time and space, pulsed through the air. Making note of my location and the reading, I moved on according to my prior calibrations, taking readings at harmonic subdivisions. I moved from floor to floor methodically. While I detected a few unexpectedly high readings outside the matrix I'd predicted, the spike remained, varying in accordance with my location. After taking readings throughout the library, I was ready to find the heart of the planar disturbance. I created a three-dimensional map of the energies flowing through the library, a spectral blueprint showing the currents and eddies of power swirling around me. The pattern pointed me directly to the source of the concentrated energy. My hands trembled with excitement. The math held. I'd found it. I raced down the stairs, reciting the arrangements for the coordinates to maintain my concentration. When I reached the lowest landing of the stairs, I stopped. There. Right there. Her Majesty Kelia Arendt confronted me from the large portrait, as though sizing up all my efforts, all my training, and all my worth, and finding them rather lacking. "Sorry, Your Majesty," I said, as I slid my dagger out of the sheath. Peering around the edge of the gilt frame, I noticed mountings at all four corners. By wedging the blade behind the frame, I pried up one corner and then another with some effort. The heavy portrait of Kelia Arendt slipped from the wall. As it fell, the ancient canvas caught the light before the frame clattered against the floor, and the image vanished from view. The disturbance sent echoes out throughout the atrium, fading to murmurs that left me eyeing the darker corners. I was glad not to have seen that infamous queen's face, at least. As I suspected, the middle of the paneling behind the portrait held a patch. I wedged the dagger point into a groove on one side and carefully worked one board free, then the other. Behind lay a backing of plaster and slats, in the middle of which protruded the flattened head of a metal spike, approximately the size of a large chestnut. Another reading confirmed the calculations with the most pronounced fluctuation I'd registered. "This is how you did it," I whispered. Putting down the iosodic meter, I rifled through my pockets, grabbing 3 iron nails. The pommel of the dagger hammered the nails into an equidistant triangle around the spike. Nails in place, I wound 17 circuits of silken thread around the exposed stems of the nails. Each wind increased the displacement of the trinatric field. Before I'd even finished, the ring on my finger grew so cold as to burn my skin. Strange energy grabbed at me, sweeping my face and down my arms. Faint whispers filled my ears. The proper way to conduct the validity of my theory involved a careful cross-sweep of frequency modulations, accompanied by a modest step increase in amplitude as I introduced small amounts of the titrate I carried with me to the catalyst I'd created. I pulled the remaining glass vial from my inner left pocket, considering. If I were wrong, I'd not only send the Great Library forever out of reach of my Prime version's timeline, but I'd consign myself to oblivion along with it. Without pausing, I smashed it on the back of the spike, breaking the thick glass and releasing the tinctured suspension within. The vial shattered against the spike, and a blinding flash of silver light engulfed the space. I recoiled as a wave of heat washed over me, the air crackling with energy. A deafening roar filled the library. Books tumbled from the shelves. The wooden beams above groaned and twisted, threatening to collapse. By disrupting the fundamental energies keeping the Great Library in its own time stream, the stronger currents of the planar energy flooding through the heart of Shadowspyre didn't take long to sweep the library back to its course. The force of the energy surge slammed into me, throwing me against the railing, the library's grand architecture folding in on itself. Columns twisted, their shadows bleeding upward instead of down. The portrait of Kelia Arendt skidded from the landing to the stairs, but in 3 directions at once, each version equally real until they merged with a sound like grinding bricks. Just before the cacophony peaked, I entertained the possibility I'd broken the seal entirely, triggering an expanding subplanar recursion that would collapse reality into another dimension. A scholar of historic importance at last! Then the library, and everything in it, bounced with a bone-jarring impact that sent me to the landing. The trinatric field collapsed, leaving a smattering of squeaks, rasps, and fading rumbles, punctuated by the last few tumbling books, before a new silence took hold. Before I could congratulate myself on having pulled my plan off, what felt like an iron band clamped around my head. I reached my hands to my temples, curling into a ball from the horrific, crushing pain. Blinding glare filled my eyes, or the inside of my skull. It was impossible to say. Even worse, my bones wanted to crawl their way out from inside my muscles, forcing my arms and legs to seize up into ghastly shapes. Words and visions exploded in my head. Shards of glass screaming through the air, shattering against dusty walls. A malignant figure of shadow staring at someone. Tents and troops spread through the veil, all flying the colors of the Achromic Hall. Bethany Addermantle appeared, dozens of voices passing her lips as her eyes rolled back into her head. My little owl, Illabel's mantle. Crookedness was to be expected. Made the company hounds look tame. The tenacity of rust. The dead speak. Listen. Bad as all that was, what came next eclipsed it, for I felt myself within the other me, the Ash Prime, climbing steps, staring at figurines, jotting notes, taking readings, arguing with Her Majesty. Inside, outside, fleeing, searching, eating, waking, worrying. 100 moments. 1,000 moments. My throat closed as I experienced each breath she took, each beat of her heart that I would never have again. Each one an agony, as though 2 of me were trying to occupy but one space in time. I retched, shuddering uncontrollably, limbs thrashing. Then I passed out. Consciousness returned slowly. First came the coolness of the floor beneath my cheek, then the ache in my bones, then sound, the settling of books, the whisper of papers stirred by unseen currents. Finally, I pried my eyes open. The light had changed. Since I'd entered the library, the same half-light held sway, the lingering edge of dusk just before darkness. But as I stared up at the inside of the dome, rays of mid-morning flooded the space. I sat up slowly, my mind reeling from the onslaught of images and sensations. By reuniting the great library with the rest of Shadowspyre, I'd unwittingly brought myself into closer proximity to the other me. As our separate states came into alignment with the same time stream, the untamed energies of our temporal dislocation reacted to one another. Rather poorly, it seemed. A plan came together in my mind. I might be fading, but I could still make a difference. I could leave a trail, a message that only the other me would understand. Getting shakily to my feet, I surmised I'd taken the brunt of the effects, being the weaker artifact of the initial split. Worse, my strength felt half of what it had been before I'd reunited the library. The weight of my impending fate settled upon me. Now that I'd dragged myself along with the great library back from the untethered, the world would recede farther and farther from me, or me from it. Color, solidity, life itself, all would fade as my time stream trickled away once again, leaving me nothing more than a memory. Next to me rose an iron post where the railing started down the steps. Reaching out, I watched my fingertips pass ever so slightly into the metal, feeling that ghastly lack of solidity I'd observed as I'd first fled Shadowspyre. I clenched my jaw. Time, once again, my enemy. I spun, striding to the spike in the wall. The string I'd wound around the nails came free easily enough, allowing me to wind it back onto the spool. Once it was back in my pocket, I pried the nails out of the wood, careful not to leave anything behind. The other Ash couldn't know I existed. Even setting aside the horrendous danger of directly crossing paths, for her to even surmise my presence could prove a fatal distraction. What would she do? What would I do were I in her shoes? Well, the thought would consume me. I'd want to do something about it, whatever I could to rescue me from the fate I faced. But there was no time to spare. I grabbed the isotoc meter, its heft solid. I jammed it into my side pocket. The next step in my plan sank into place. It was perhaps the most important part, and the most bittersweet. I needed books. 135 of them in black, dark brown, and light brown covers. They had to be arranged in the exact proportions of Maiden's ratio, a code that only the other version of myself would recognize and understand. This carefully crafted arrangement would serve as both a message and a map, guiding the other Ash Kestrel to the great library and the equipment she'd need to seal off the chronovoidal surge. But it had to be perfect, revealing nothing of my existence. My heart heavy with the weight of my unseen sacrifice, I raced to the nearest stacks and began filling my arms with books. Time was running short, and I could already feel the solidity of the world slipping away from me. But I pressed on, determined to complete this last task, my last gift to a self I would never meet, and a world I would save, but never see again. My instincts that the Prime Ash would seek the largest laboratory within the Arcana Way were correct. Yet given the difficulty of transporting and arranging the books, I'd barely left the laboratory when I heard familiar voices approaching. Keeping out of sight, I'd spotted first the Queen, then Bethany Addermantle, and finally, me, after a fashion. With our time streams so near, my prime version appeared as a warped, shifting monstrosity. Giant fingers, a massive eye flitting around, a dizzying nose the size of a hog. It was as though I were seeing her through a tunnel of lenses that distorted and magnified my features. Nor did the visage hold still, instead flowing and billowing like sheets lifted on the uneasy edge of a storm. Just looking at it had turned my stomach. The pain in my head intensified beyond anything I'd experienced. I'd have cried out, but my jaw had clamped shut. Within moments, the air and substance of Shadowspyre seemed to turn inward around me, creating an undertow in space and time that threatened to pull me into a place I very much didn't want to go. I scrambled free with seconds to spare, doubling back to a vantage at a safer distance. Fascinated, I watched the distant laboratory. The consolation that I'd provided Ash Prime with a way to reach the specialized equipment she needed only took me so far. Yes, she now had a chance. Yes, she might, with luck, live on, the actual repository of all our scholarship and daring. But that left me with nothing beyond staring down oblivion. As the afternoon lengthened, the feeling swept over me that I was no longer anything other than a cast-off relic. A memory. A forgotten scrap of life of no interest to the living. The worst part was that no one would ever know, for no one beyond Bethany Addermantle even knew I existed. Wait. Not quite. I paused, my hand pressing distressingly through the stone corner from where I watched the laboratory. Kinna Bittersweet knew I existed.
I feel you, child. How are you doing this?
I'd been so frantic since escaping her camp that I hadn't given it much thought. But as I recalled the manner in which she'd appeared to double, both within and outside of her tent at once, I considered the implications of her own bilocational state. Inside one stream of time, yet inside a second all at once. I glanced at my hand penetrating the wall I leaned against. In the world, but not quite. My memory raced back to Emily's Baron's words to her. We located the timescape fissure and rode for 2 days without stop. In Bittersweet's mind, I must have mastered bitemporality myself, which explains why she was so desperate to mark me and bend her forces to finding me. She'd released a trinatric energy at me when we'd come face to face, somehow imbuing the dead with knowledge of my whereabouts, sending them after me. And they'd nearly caught me once. My blood ran cold as I realized that in bringing the great library back from the untethered, no doubt teeming with signs of my presence, I may have accidentally directed Bittersweet's forces right at my counterpart, and the Queen herself. No. I kept my head low as I sprinted back toward the great library, leaving my vanishing footprints to settle in the dust. I blinked in the fading daylight, my pulse racing. Before me stretched the vast plaza fronting the great library. Scores of the dead now prowled the open space, casting double shadows in the sunset light, one normal, one that seemed to lag a half step behind, as if even their darkness couldn't quite stay anchored in a single moment of time. Their eyes glinted with the quicksilver of witchcraft. Scanning the edge of the open space, I felt a spike of pain in my temple, along with the sensation of unraveling, of dissolving into the ground. My prime self was nearing. I needed to get closer to the dead. Slipping from a doorway, I stuck to the shadowed side of a low stable. Moving from one bit of cover to the next, I closed the distance to the plaza until I crouched by a stone bench. My fingers sank into the stone, reminding me that my brief role in the history of Shadowspyre was racing towards its tragic, anonymous end. I clenched my jaw, not quite ready to give up. The corpse of a female soldier stood not 10 paces off, facing away from me. Before I could even think about how to get her attention, she spun her head in my direction, eyes fixed on me. "That's right," I said, standing up. "You're looking for me, aren't you?" I took a step back. "Well done. You've found me." Beyond the soldier, more and more silver gazes turned to lock on me. "Good luck catching me." I stepped back. Once, twice. "You'll need to be faster than you look." The nearest soldier came at me. I smelled the decay. Gleaming viscera blossomed from her side. "That's right," I whispered. "Try to catch me if you can." Beyond her shoulder, dozens more corpses turned, lunging in my direction. They'd all converged, looking for me, which meant I could lead them away. I turned and ran. The dead pursued me like an avalanche, through narrow lanes and back alleys, across bedraggled courtyards, squeezing between tilted doors. The horde moved as an unstoppable flow. I lacked the solidity to dump over obstacles that might slow them, yet my increasingly alarming evaporation gave me an advantage over the seething dead. At a manor hall, I stumbled through the door, my essence fragmenting around its physical structure like water hitting a grate. For one terrifying instant, I experienced every layer of the wood's construction simultaneously. Growth rings, splinters, rot, and all, before cohering on the other side. Heaving myself down a curving sweep of stairs descending into shadow, my hand sliced through the banister. The carved wood grain rippled around my passing, leaving momentary whirls in reality that spun like tiny tempests before fading. I staggered into the foyer at the bottom. Behind me, the tread of dozens of dead feet created a terrifying percussion against marble and wood. A series of arched windows on the left-hand side admitted bars of dying sunlight that cut across their advancing forms. Weary warriors with splintered horns, river spar soldiers with flesh hanging in tatters, villagers whose clothing had fused with rotting flesh. Their decaying forms shifted between fresh corpse and ancient ruin, and back again as they passed through the beams. I sprinted along a wooden parquet floor dulled beneath ancient dust. At the far end, a canted set of Avignon-style doors stood half open, half the panes of glass cracked or missing. The door caught on the warped floor. I grimaced as my shoulders, and then the rest of me, scraped through the glass and iron muntins to stumble out into an overgrown garden. In the middle, a tarnished, weathered statue of a lithe girl held a perpetual pirouette. As I hurried toward a carved gate on the far side, I somehow tripped over a displaced flagstone, crashing to my stomach. Scrambling to my knees, I froze. The gate ahead filled with dead. A wall of silver eyes and reaching hands. More corpses poured through the manor doors behind me, spreading out into a precise semicircle. 50, 60 undead warriors advanced with trinatric precision. I tried to keep the statue between myself and the approaching horde, but they split into two streams that circled the garden. Their encroachment drew ever tighter, ready to crush me, to snuff out my guttering life force for good. As I gripped the leg of the dancer, my fingers met solid bronze, firm, cool, and inarguable. I barely had time to register the profound change before the nearest dead lunged as one, dozens of rotting hands reaching. The stench of collective decay threatened to overwhelm me. Vertigo sent my eyes rolling in their sockets. Shimmering light flared from the statue in curious geometric patterns, shards of power that expanded outward with precision. My sleeves and collar snapped in a sudden wind that spiraled up from the ground. The dead closest to me flew backward, as if struck by invisible blades, crashing into those behind them. The wave of destruction exploded outward. Dozens of corpses underwent months of decay in seconds, their bodies crumbling in synchronized collapse. Light continued to crawl through their remains like seething embers, reducing flesh and bone to ash that scattered in the wind. The last to fall were the weary warriors, their bodies folded in on themselves with a series of great cracks. Their horned heads spun before they dropped into the weeds, a circle of broken dolls around the statue's base. In moments, they too turned to cinders, with a soft hissing sound, a sigh of defeat. I gripped the statue once again, knuckles whitening as the world around me swayed. A crawling ache passed through my marrow, dropping me to one knee, even as I held on, refusing to let go of the reminder of what the world was supposed to feel like. As the discomfort subsided and my vision cleared, I stared at the impenetrable base of the statue that had somehow saved me, surrounded by a perfect ring of ash that seemed etched into the flagstones. Chapter 21. Prime. I marveled at the domed ceiling of the great library, so high overhead that it still shone with the late afternoon sunlight, filling the tall windows beneath it. Left, right, shelves of books. Up, down, more stacks. From one floor to another, gloriously carved wood and wrought iron demarcated yet more troves of folios, scrolls, books, and records. The cool air was redolent of time, the familiar scent of books and their bindings giving my spirit a lift. Her Majesty rested her hands on the ornamental railing before us and wiped away the dust. We disguise ourselves as books. Well done. There could be no more Kestrel of a solution for when the flood of the dead realize they moved on too quickly. I turned toward a staircase at the far end of the balcony. At least they moved on, even though I can't say why. Shadowspyre has a living queen in it now, doesn't it? The queen said. It's all of a piece. One of your theories indicated as much, if I recall. I wasn't so sure, but I held my tongue. We started down a wide set of wooden stairs. The old runners creaked beneath our tread. My isotic meter registered uneven, peculiar spikes of energy. At the bottom landing of the main stairs, we found footsteps in the dust and a portrait removed from the wall. Hints of a peculiar energy registered. A strange tightening gripped my stomach, radiating out into my limbs, twitches and tiny muscle spasms. Her Majesty gazed out at the bottom floor. Where is our little bookish map maker? Excellent question. I'd prepared myself for all kinds of contingencies. Emily's bairn taking refuge in the library. Further signs of her presence, perhaps a note with detailed instructions or another cautious code. Finding it empty surprised me. Her Majesty lifted one end of the large portrait, inspecting the painting. One of the errants? Probably best she isn't looking down from her perch as a Shadowspyre traipses through the scene of the crime. I looked at the stern, captivating woman in the portrait, who stared back with eyes of the deepest brown. The decade leading up to the War of the Chalice, when your forebears were deemed outlaws, a lie. We don't use that term. Her Majesty put one hand on her hip, as though prepared to stare down the figure, perhaps grappling it back down to the landing should it come to it. This is the crippled one? All these gorgeous skirts hiding her warped legs? This would have been her daughter, Kelia Arendt, the reigning monarch. Her Majesty's fist clenched at her hip. Could there be a worse remembrance to history? The stain is there for all to see forevermore, announcing to all that it was you who let events get away from you, failing at the one thing that makes a queen, protecting your power. Her Majesty continued interrogating the delicate swirls and dabs that represented her family's last barrier to the throne. And she looks short, which I'm sure didn't help. Her Majesty let the painting thump back to the floor, where it raised a rolling cloud of dust. I saw no value in pointing out that Kelia Arendt stood 6 feet tall, taller than Her Majesty, and notably taller than her mother Illabel Arendt, who, though naturally on the tall side herself, never displayed her full stature because of injuries she sustained in a terrible childhood accident. I kept that information to myself. Knowledge was one thing, queens another. Bairn had been there. I was sure of it. As I searched the breadth of the library, I noted multiple areas of disturbance amongst the stacks. Tracks in the dust, along the shelves, empty slots, missing volumes. On the 3rd floor, an arrangement of books caught my eye. Not a code, like the one in the laboratory, but a collection of titles on temporal causality and chronomatic principles. The authors were renowned: Gray, Lessing, Pearl, Maiden. Emily's. I flipped through a few priceless volumes. What are you trying to tell me? Had she used these same principles to reunite the library? Was she warning me about the Achromic Hall? Or had she left another message only I could decipher? My hand went to my coat pocket. Perhaps she didn't need to say anything with code this time, for there was another way. Which one of these will vanquish my cousin's forces? Her Majesty called up from the equipment we'd found, most of which Bairn had unpacked. A formidable increase in tools at our disposal, should any of it still work. Half of them looked tarnished beyond repair. Though why didn't you use it? I wondered of Emily's bairn. It's a start, I shouted down over the railing. But try not to touch any of it. It's quite delicate, she answered. Yes, I know. And I'm a lumbering, clumsy queen, all too willing to smear my dirty fingers all over these brass knobs. I know my place, Kestrel. A lone book off to the side caught my attention. I opened the worn leather cover, the spine creaking stiffly. Whispers from the Briar Patch. Some sort of nursery rhymes, and not particularly soothing ones from a quick glance. Cats, hares, owls, honey-eaters, and more illustrations decorated the pages, each mildly disturbing, with exaggerated expressions of remorse, concern, or unhappy secrets. "Feverfew 12, spoke a tinny voice from down below. I snapped my gaze beyond the railing, away from the book. "I beg your pardon?" Her Majesty said, her voice fluttering up. "Feverfew 12. "Kestrel?" the Queen called to me. "I didn't touch it. The thing simply started spinning and— "Feverfew 12. I tossed the book back onto the table and sprinted toward the stairs. 27 Meadowsweet! 27 Meadowsweet! "Why are you talking gibberish?" Her Majesty said. "Say it!" I shouted, gripping the banister as I flew down a flight of stairs. "Say it! 27 Meadowsweet!" The Queen's voice grew louder as she enunciated. 27 Meadowsweet! I hurled myself around the landings of the third and second floors, leaping down the last steps, racing across the atrium. Without slowing, I shoved my way through the equipment, dropping to my knees before the planometric wave spindle. I searched the sides, quickly finding the fine metal grating from which the crackling voice emanated. Leaning in, I said, 27 Meadowsweet! 27 Meadowsweet! An unfamiliar voice, deeper, steadier than the first, came from the device, and said, "Maidenhair." How many hours had I spent committing the code to memory? It had all seemed so manageable, safely ensconced back at the chase. Why was my mind drawing a blank? I pressed a knuckle to the middle of my forehead. Trees. Trees were location. Or were they time? I nodded. Creeping thistle. More of the code came back to me. Wolfglove. Repeat. Wolfglove. Affirmative. Wolfglove. The mesh end of the device emitted a loud snap, and the brass cylinder went dark, quickly decelerating. I sat back on my heels, blinking my eyes in relief. They must have been trying to reach us since they set out, after word of the ambush reached them, I said. I can only assume it was a long shot, a hope-in-vain effort, periodic contact, 1 in a million chance. They knew we'd be here with this equipment. We knew most of what Amesrun had brought up in her second expedition. Contact like this was one of our contingencies. The Queen stared at me, then at the device. And? That code? What did it mean? They're almost here. They will reach the Vale by tomorrow. Tomorrow? I let them know the forces of the Achromic Hall are already here. What about my army? Her Majesty demanded. What have they brought with them? How many, and what are their plans? And did you tell them I'm here? We had to prioritize brevity. The Achromic Hall could detect it. Let them detect all they want, the Queen said. My army is a day away. Fuck them. I also told them you're here, and that I'll set up a signal for our position. They may be here within 2 days. As many as needed to secure your safety. Her Majesty looked at the device as the cylinder stopped spinning, then at me. You communicated all that? I did, yes. Yet I desperately needed to know more, before either force reached us. Kestrel, I could kiss you. This changes everything. My hand slid into my coat pocket. That was my only solution. I had to contact Emily's bairn, but I had to do it without Her Majesty finding out. lest I forfeit every bit of trust she had in me. She certainly wouldn't want to kiss me then. I rather suspected she'd want my head.
Is this good?
Bettany crouched near the stairs on the second floor, aligning one of the telesympathetic spectral levels. She'd already positioned 4 of them, quite outpacing Her Majesty's efforts. Yes, exactly, I said. Well done. The next can go just above it, 3rd floor.
I understand,
Bettany replied. At least someone did. I turned back to where the Queen leaned against the end of an imposing stack of shelving. This one doesn't have the markings, she announced. They're on the other side. I hurried over. She flipped the spectral level. Ah, you're right. There they are. To her credit, she aligned it properly. I looked over her handiwork, making the smallest of adjustments. You're doing that just to spite me, she said. No, Majesty, you're doing a wonderful job. We'll make quick work of this. I set off with the Queen, pointing out the next location for her while I readied the isotic meter to take more readings. Indeed, she noted. Spectral levels to neutralize the frequency fluctuations. That other thing for the signal. The planar emission prismograph. Yes, that. To amplify the signal so they can find us and send in the regiment of Crescent. We climbed the ornate staircase, our footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. My arms barely held the diffraction gratings, iosotic vapor lamps, and the transplanar sounding line. We paused at the landing in silence, then, with a nod, continued up. A series of creaking noises had swept through the bottom floor earlier. While we'd seen no projectile activity yet, I was worried it wouldn't last. I activated the lamps, placing them at equidistant points around the area I'd chosen. The light threw shadows across the carved bookshelves and illuminated the faded gilt lettering on ancient tomes nearby. The occasional, inexplicable creaking of wood or rustling of pages broke the silence only. Her Majesty looked out toward the atrium. Is it just me, or are those sounds growing more frequent? Something has shifted in here. I moved aside a stiff piece of oilcloth. Energetically, the readings have already shown a rise since we've been inside. Why would that be? I can't say, but we'd best stay wary and work quickly.
Did you always know you wanted to be a scholar? Bettany asked, rubbing her palms.
I never wanted to be anything else.
Never once?
No, never. You might find this hard to believe, but I was a shy child who could barely speak in front of anyone who wasn't my family. I had more books than friends, which is to say I had books. I handed up 2 bundles of thin steel chains wrapped in dry oilcloth. The Queen took them. Don't be so proud of yourself. I had no friends either. Oh, there was a long succession of playmates, most of whom were terrified of me. Their parents stared at me rather hungrily, as though I carried the aroma of a future peerage about my person. And of course Kestrel could tell us all about my mother.
I don't really remember mine at all, Bettany said. What happened to yours?
The rancid fever that swept Riverspar the year I was 4, Her Majesty said, her voice uncharacteristically soft. They say she fought it for 9 days. I remember standing outside her door, listening to the physicians arguing in whispers. My father wouldn't let me see her, afraid I'd catch it too. She paused, adjusting the spectral level with more care than necessary. So I drew pictures for her, slipping them under the door. The last one I drew was still there when they carried her out." Her Majesty traced the carved edge of the shelf next to her, her fingernail leaving a clean line in the decades of dust. "My father had all her portraits moved to the East Wing. Couldn't bear to look at them. I used to sneak in there, trying to memorize her face so I wouldn't forget it." I pulled out the pieces of 4 brass stands, assembling them as I went. "I lost an uncle and a cousin to the fever. It's the reason I wanted to become a scholar. If there was a cause, there was a cure." Bettany picked up 2 of the stands, the Queen the others. "Yet you studied this place." Her Majesty headed off in the direction I'd shown. "A rather unlikely specialty. Shadowspyre fascinated me from the moment I first heard about it. As we arranged the stands, I measured the distance between them, using a cloth yardstick from within the chest. And the scholars who studied it, even the greatest of them, couldn't reach the summit. I just found that profound. It's never let go of my imagination." Her Majesty looked at me, then at Bettany, her hands on her hips. "Perhaps we're all more alike than we think." As I finished adjusting the last stand, a sudden stillness fell over the library. The air seemed to thicken, pressing against my ears, quickening across my skin. From off in the stacks came a flutter of falling pages, unnaturally loud in the silence. Bettany froze, chains slipping from her fingers. She tilted her head, eyes widening. "Something's wrong," she whispered. I followed her gaze. The spectral level we'd placed at the end of the row stood at a strange angle, one end floating unsupported in the air, defying gravity. "Kestrel," Her Majesty whispered. "What's happening?" Before I could answer, more disturbances erupted from other points throughout the floors, a rising crescendo. Nearby books vibrated on their shelves, their metal clasps clicking against each other. Illumination from the iosotic vapor lamps brightened into glares. Across the inside of the great domed ceiling, cracks appeared, releasing feathering falls of dust and plaster. Bettany clenched her hands into fists, hunching her back, grimacing. She opened her eyes, staring up at the dome. "They found us!" 100 shelves creaked, and 1,000 manuscripts rustled as we fled down the stairs to the equipment. Iron railings flexed and pinged, an eerie counterpart to the deep groaning of the thick beams supporting one floor above the next. The growing vibration coming up through the stairs suggested the building might not remain standing very much longer. Behind us, the brilliant glow of the lanterns flared. Darkness seeped through the walls, as though the library was slipping into some vast netherworld. For a moment, it appeared as though more than one layer of stairs descended, one higher and semi-transparent, the other solid. "The planar emission prismograph and the trinatric gyroscopes, if we can set them up." The banister felt like a living thing under my grip. Our descent grew wild. By the time we reached the bottom, entire stacks crashed down around us. A massive chunk of ceiling exploded into shards not 6 feet from Bettany, who flinched. Through the rain of ancient volumes, the gear before us seemed to multiply. Each piece superimposed atop ghostly versions of itself, reality splintering. I pushed my way through the gear. The atrium blurred. Beyond the windows along the underside of the dome, fine white streaks spun as though the heavens rotated ferociously. The box with the trinatric gyroscopes surprised me with its weight, feeling alive. the contents attempting to twist from my grip. I clamped my arm, pinning the box against my ribs as I slid the cover open. "What else?" Bettany asked. "The prismograph. It's the one that resembles the small clavicordium. Drag it over there. But be careful, it's delicate." We wove through the debris. In the flickering light, I set the gyroscopes in motion. As the gears engaged, the rotors spun, slowly at first, then faster and faster, until they became a blur of motion. Soon, the air between the three devices shimmered and warped as they bore a hole through the fabric of reality. "The doorway!" Her Majesty shouted. At the far entrance, a growing illumination formed the outline of a person. Bettany staggered as she and the Queen hauled the prismograph into the wavering space between the gyroscopes. Her voice sounded strangled as she whispered, "They're here." Darkness flooded in from the nearby stacks, dimming the glare of the lanterns. A massive tremor rolled through the library. "Kestrel," the Queen said. The steely calm in her voice unbalanced me more than any histrionics might have. Currents of charged air, frigid, alive with static, washed over us as I attempted to coax the century-old equipment to perform a use it was never designed for. "I'm working on it," I said through gritted teeth as I wrestled with the dials on the prismograph. A deep golden glow rose from the dizzying array of crystalline prisms and gossamer-thin wires inside the black wooden frame. As I attempted a hurried calibration, energy pulsed, causing the prisms to flare with otherworldly hues. The flooring shook, taking on a strange frequency oscillation. "Crouch down," I motioned to the others. "Down!" A massive impact shook the breadth of the great library, jarring us. For some moments, the sounds of collapsing, toppling, and splintering continued. One by one, the iosotic vapor lamps winked out. Then came silence. The atrium swam in shadows. Even the glow of the prismograph's crystals and wiring dimmed. Her Majesty elbowed me and pointed to the center of the dome, where a dab of illumination slowly faded from brilliant white to deep red and finally to a lingering ember orange. Footsteps echoed from above. Something slid across the floor. A hinge squealed. Moments later, a searing burst of light painted the railings and undersides of the floors in queer greens and blues, the hues of mold and disease. Pale grave light streamed down and through the railings, riding an unseen current. Her Majesty glared at me, raising her eyebrows in question. I put my finger to my lips. It didn't take long for the streams of ghastly light to converge around us. Sickly colors shifted, ever moving, yet they remained only outside the boundary of the spinning gyroscopes. "You little genius," the Queen whispered. One of the ancient stair runners creaked. Movement bent the shadows. A figure emerged on the landing through the glowing streams of light, drifting, a searching warship prowling a foggy sea. Bettany hunched her shoulders, drawing her knees into her chest, as though trying to disappear entirely. As the figure came to the top step, my breath caught in my throat. Sarissa Evenfell, one of the 6 High Witches. She'd single-handedly destroyed Eastvale and Barrenbush with her overwhelming tide of the dead. Those who'd somehow survived the onslaught fell prey to her manipulations of vital chronometry, aging rapidly over 3 horrifying days in which they'd experienced their limbs grow frail, their vision fade, their postures curl, and their minds lose a grip on the remains of their communities. Evenfell gazed out across the great library's atrium, her pale eyes searching. Her dark hair bore streaks of gray, braided and draped across the plum-colored stole on her shoulders. The surrounding air bent in confounding directions. She stepped away from the stairs, one hand raised out in front, the pinky edge forward. Fell illumination explored the railings, the shelves, the stacks, circling slowly around the outside of the equipment. Where it touched books, their pages browned and crumbled at the edges. Evenfell would find us soon enough, if only by stumbling into the gyroscopes, no matter how well they shielded us. My stomach muscles quivered. As the High Witch halved the distance to us, shadows coalesced in the light, following her. Darkness flowed through the stacks. Bethany groaned. Her Majesty elbowed her in the ribs, but the echoes already carried out into the great space. Evenfell turned to us, gesturing. The air above the gyroscopes streaked with shimmering lines of pale green, the pattern growing finer and more elaborate as currents of temporal energy bent and pressed in at one another. The Queen stood. I grabbed her arm, but she shook off my grip. Fuck this. If my cousin thinks this addled maniac is going to drag me kicking and screaming to be thrown to the ground before her, the Queen of the realm, a cowering captive, she's been sniffing her own fumes for too long. That's not happening. Before I could react, she pulled the dagger out of the sheath on my belt, then she leapt over the barrier of the gyroscopes. Right here, you fucking lunatic! The light flared, twisting and rising around her in a blinding column. Her Majesty glared at Evenfell as the witch raised a hand and whispered. No, you don't, the Queen snarled. She lunged at Evenfell, pulling the dagger back to launch a wild slash. No! I yelled. Before Her Majesty could get a step farther, her feet spun out and up overhead, forcing her into an unanticipated forward flip like a tumbler at the Royal Circus. Her hair fanned out in a perfect arc in defiance of gravity. The dirtied embroidery of her jacket caught the witchlight, flaring sickly green as she rotated. Instead of crashing down, she hung in the air, swinging her feet. No matter how hard she kicked, she couldn't reach the ground, nor could she stab Evenfell. I have thee, Queen, the witch said in a raspy voice. I'll fucking slice you open, Delphica spat. Before she could do anything, the dagger flew from her hand, cartwheeling out to clatter on the floor. Will you? The shadows swarmed forward, converging on the Queen, who cried out. Evenfell intoned something in the tongue of witchcraft, her fingers scripting precise curves in the air as the spirals of darkness reared back. Each gesture traced glowing after-images. The stairs exploded. Where there had been Evenfell's careful spellwork, there was now only violence. The Dugdamian hit her with the brutal simplicity of a battering ram, its horror show of a mouth clamping across her ribs and hip, driving her across the atrium and into a row of shelves. Evenfell's scream pierced the darkness, no longer the voice of a high witch, but something altogether more human, rising above the cascade of falling books as the beast plowed onward. Light flared. Whatever iosotic energies the witch released overwhelmed the gyroscopes. 2 of them sheared into flying projectiles, fragments hammering into the nearby equipment. The third whined, dancing around the floor unevenly. Her Majesty slammed to the floor. I rushed to her. Behind us, hideous thrashing noises rose to a crescendo as the Dugdamian devoured the witch. Overhead, beams gave way, sending a portion of the higher floors collapsing onto themselves. Lengths of railing tore free, careening dozens and dozens of feet down. "We need to move," Bethany whispered urgently. "More are coming. I can feel them." I surveyed the wreckage, my mind racing. "The prismograph," I said, pointing to the device. "And any intact spectral levels. They're our best chance of staying hidden." As we scrambled to gather what we could, Her Majesty spoke, her voice low. "If even Fel was here, Aressa can't be far behind. We're running out of time." I weighed our dwindling options. As we hurried towards the exit, the library continued to crumble around us, a grim reminder of the fate that awaited the entire realm if we failed. At that moment, I knew what I had to do. Racing through the collapsing stacks, I steeled myself for what lay ahead, for I saw no choice but to contact Emily's bairn. She'd led us to the great library. She knew the secrets of Shadowspyre. She also knew the witches and their plans better than anyone. Contacting her could save us all, or doom us entirely. Chapter 22. Echo. The statue amidst the ash remains of the dead offered no answers, its bronze lips sealed in an eternal silence. I circled it, observing. In styling, it resembled the work of the 11th century comb school. The bronze surface was weathered. I found no names or initials anywhere along the base or on the back of the sculpture. Taking a different tack, I turned my attention to the figure itself. The sculptor had emphasized the rustic cut of the clothing, signaling the subject to be a commoner, a girl no older than 10 years. Limbs spun in graceful lines, and eyes lifted to the heavens. The sculptor had captured not just a pose, but a moment of perfect balance. The girl's dress fluttered in an eternal wind, each fold suggesting motion while remaining forever still. I snapped my gaze back to the base of the statue. A roof's edge. How had I not recognized it immediately? The statue was a memorial to Vira Stanton. Of course. I glanced skyward again, noting the vertiginous slant of the slates overhead. The skin along my shoulders crawled with recognition of the young girl who'd lost her long dare with gravity. My belly twisted, for I plunged into the same sickening understanding as I bore my own doomed dance with time. The youngest daughter of slate man extraordinaire Nimble Stanton, Vira rode the crest between flying and falling for her entire life. Accounts had her walking by 8 months, following cats to their high perches by 2 years, frightening guards by waving from ledges at age 4. At 6, she kept up with her father as he roamed the rooftops of Shadowspyre. All the fastness loved her. To the young, she held a place akin to Robin Pix, whose treats and trinkets found their way beneath their pillows on Queen's Eve. From the lowest stable boy to Queen Illabel Arendt herself, Vira reminded them of the magic of living within Shadowspyre. Until the day gravity betrayed her. Multiple accounts described how all across the fastness, hands went to mouths as word spread. Mallets stilled. Horses grew restless, standing half-harnessed. Batter went unstirred. and Her Majesty. Those present when Illibel Arendt was told the news claimed to have practically heard the tumblers of her heart unlocking, the color draining from her face. She demanded to see the site, where she wordlessly scanned the great height. Those who'd witnessed the girl's fall found themselves comforted by the Queen herself. Her Majesty even surprised the men laying out the body by helping wrap Vira's shroud, despite their delicate protestations. Only those closest to her suspected how deeply the wound struck, for this queen had her own long-held grudge against gravity. I stepped back from the statue of Vira Stanton. Queen Illibel. What if she and the forest women had created a potent chronometric subluxation, as I'd done? What if she herself had been split into multiple time streams, as with light splitting into separate bands by a prism? And what if— I gripped the statue. I began, my voice weak. I took a deep breath, beginning again. Your Majesty? Queen Illibel? Are you like me? Sunset light caught in the statue's weathered bronze, twisted in the middle, warping. A hideous crawling ache moved through my bones. This time was worse than when I'd seen the prime version of myself outside the library, for I stood in the presence of an unseen, powerful temporal echo. Instead of panic, I felt a surge of understanding. The animal motifs leading me through the untethered to the great library had been her doing. She'd been guiding me, protecting me all along. But why? I whispered, certainty coloring my voice. What are you trying to show me? The Broken Queen had roamed Shadowspyre as a temporal echo for nearly 2 centuries, and now, for reasons I had yet to fully understand, she had allied herself with me. Was it our shared fate? A kinship of doom? Or something more? As the implications of this revelation washed over me, I knew one thing for certain. The key to my survival, and perhaps the survival of the realm itself, lay in unraveling the mystery of what Illibel Arendt was trying to tell me. 2 hours later, I paused, catching my breath. Cool air gusted in through the arched window above the spiraling stairs, carrying with it the scent of damp stone and distant rain. My passage barely lifted the dust coating the stone steps, each footfall sending a faint echo through the shadowy tower. I was fading like the daylight puncturing the darkness of Westerly Blade as sunset neared. Queen Illibel? I called once again. No answer. No disorientation, nor vertigo. No visual anomalies or headache. Are you here? I added. From the bottom of the hundreds of steps I'd already climbed came an intermittent knocking, part of the ancient door that hung loose. Pushing myself away from the wall, I resumed my climb. While I'd remained in proximity to the statue of Vira Stanton, I'd sensed the countervailing forces of what I presumed to be a temporal echo of Illibel Arendt, though it wasn't like we were chatting at a garden party. When I'd wandered farther afield, all signs of her presence vanished. I realized I might stumble around the breadth of Shadowspyre, hoping to find another location of notably low spectral bar readings. Or I could go to one spot I knew the former queen had frequented. A chill rolled from the stones. Patches of moss spread around the sills between ancient sconces draped in tattered cobwebs. By the time I'd reached the top, my climb had slowed to a trudge, my hands on my thighs, torso leaning forward. At such soaring heights, wind channeled through the veil sang across the open deck. Over the centuries, scraps of life had gotten a foothold even there, grasping vines of ivy and tapestries of lichen wound round the 16 enormous columns supporting the domed ceiling, the edge of which bore a ring of carved garlands and stallions. I stepped up from the stairs and approached the seat of queens. The stone seat stood empty, its once gleaming marble now stained and weathered. A gust of wind whistled through the columns. I turned and took in the spectacular vantage. Not even a low ledge marked the circumference of the deck, a fact that no doubt horrified generations, as each new monarch was ceremoniously brought to view their rightful inheritance as babes. As I neared the edge, wind whipped at my hair. The Froer stream, running so wide and strong through even its gentlest stretches, seemed to be only a glinting ribbon abandoned on the surfaces of the valley floor. The heads wheeled, a patch of lawn. The world, a tame green garden. The mountains, the gradations of endless sky, the faint curve of the horizon. It all announced, "You are but a speck." My gaze drifted to the fastness 700 feet beneath me. Had the others made it to the library? The prime version of me, Delphica and Bettany? The fate of the realm now rested on their shoulders. I turned back to the seat in the middle of the columns. The reading I took confirmed my hypothesis, coming in at just slightly higher than the readings I'd taken at the statue of Vira Stanton. Sitting back on my heels, I stared at the isotoc meter's dials. Looking up, I said, "Your Majesty?" The needles on the device bumped to the right, once, twice, and then more. As they continued to dance, I felt the familiar pressure building just above my eyes, as though my head were being crushed with an iron band. The air grew heavy. Visual distortions bent the air above the marble seat. I couldn't even look to the edges of the deck as my sense of balance tipped and wobbled like a slowing top. My gorge rose. I reached out and grabbed the corner of the plinth the seat rested upon. "Help me understand," I said, struggling to keep my voice steady. The isotoc meter slid across the deck, banging against the base of the seat, where it stood upright and trembled on its narrow edge. The last ray of sunset caught the glass dial, throwing a rainbow against the weathered marble. Prismatic light fractured and reformed across the base of the seat. I ran my hand across the cold stone, looking closely. Wait. My fingers found a divot in the stone, in the groove between two slabs. I leaned in to inspect what I'd found, the flattened head of a spike. Closer inspection showed it to be just like the one behind the portrait of Kelia Arendt in the Great Library. And just like, I was certain, the spike somewhere under or within the statue of Vira Stanton I'd failed to notice. I pressed the metal. One node of what could only be a recursive multiplanar chronometric lattice, the pattern derived from Weldon Gray's causal convergence theory. Right there. A surge of adrenaline coursed through me, momentarily banishing the exhaustion and despair. I had found the proof, the key. As the sun dipped below the horizon, long shadows stretched across the valley, creeping up the walls of Shadowspyre. Hundreds of campfires marked the encampment of the army of the Achromic Hall. They were already sending their dead into the depths of Shadowspyre, and I wasn't the only thing they searched for. How long before they discovered the spikes for themselves, before nothing could stand in their way? Scanning the darkening heart of the fastness, I frowned. Queen Illabel. My gaze fixed on the dome of the great library, an overturned cup hundreds of feet below. I knew what I had to do. Find Bethany Addermantle and risk everything on one final crossing of time streams. If her curse of the grave tongue let her speak to me, a temporal echo, then she could speak with Queen Illabel, and through her we could find every node in the delicate, straining lattice holding back doom. Even if it meant hastening my end. Chapter 23. Prime. After the darkness of the passages, the vivid light of sunset nearly did me in. I squinted, blinking. Gusts grabbed at my clothing and hair. Awakening to the sense of height, I looked around. A stone railing several paces in front of me held streaks of bird droppings. Beyond the railing, an expanse of the fastness stretched to the inner walls, a vista of rooftops, chimneys, and turrets rising around shadowed courtyards and lanes. Peak after peak caught the rich copper glow of the setting sun. From this vantage, Shadowspyre no longer seemed a hulking, oppressive mountain ready to crush us. Instead, it seemed almost manageable. "Kestrel?" Her Majesty called. I clutched the raven feather, slipping it back into my coat pocket. I ducked back into the creaking stair landing above the high-ceilinged lumber mill into which we'd fled. Ancient piles of beams, joists, and staves mouldered beneath cobwebs thick as quilts, perfuming the air with scents of pitch and resin. "Well, did you spot them?" the Queen called up to me. "I haven't had time to—" "You said they'd be here." "They're on their way," I said. "Not fast enough. Have you let them know where we are now?" "I'll do that now." I stepped back out onto the balcony. Glancing back to make sure she hadn't decided to join me, I took out the raven feather. Treason. I'd carried this toxic secret through innumerable planning sessions, through meetings with the highest-ranking minister and generals, and through all the time I'd accompanied the Queen herself. From the chase to Hollycrown, to our disguised escape into the countryside north of Riverspar, right through our harrowing flight through the world, through a chronometric sublimation, and into the depths of Shadowspyre, I'd not breathed a word. If I had, to the gallows. Short of that, Her Majesty might well have throttled me with her own hands. She certainly wouldn't have listened to any subsequent words I might say, an equally disastrous prospect. I knelt. Her Majesty's voice floated out the door behind me as she directed Bethany to something or other. Satisfied I was alone, I placed the feather on the ground while readying the words of activation in my mind. "Aura nemesis alta bregen saltornamia drastir," I whispered in the high tongue of witchcraft. At first, nothing seemed to happen. I lifted my gaze from the feather, searching for some sign of a response. The lonesome wind moaned in blank windows. Remnants of pennants stirred on their poles. Beyond the far walls, the river glinted. Nothing. Had our close call with Sarissa Evenfell somehow neutralized the effect? Or had the unstable energies of Shadowspyre overwhelmed the specific frequencies of trinatric entrainment wound into the raven feather? As I watched, the crushed barbs and after feathers straightened, the signs of wear from the passage in my pocket vanishing. Faint blue light danced along the fine ridges. Activation. Around me, the air thickened, muffling the sounds of the wind and Her Majesty's voice from the mill below. My ears popped as the pressure grew. A dull warmth touched the skin on my face and neck, my hands and forearms. Shadows rose around me, dimming the sunset glow, highlighting the fastness. "Are you there?" I whispered. My voice sounded strange to my ears, flat and airless. Just in front of me, a figure materialized as though growing from a dark thunderhead. "Emelise?" I asked. Features came into focus. Long hair in a braid, hints of deep violet, glittering eyes. I leaned in more closely. "Where are you? I found your map and where it led." From behind me came a call of, "Kestrel? Do you see them?" I ignored the queen. "There you are," the figure said. Another figure appeared just beyond her shoulder, and another beside that. That shouldn't have. 3 sets of hands sprung through the dense, unsettled air and grabbed me by the collar, my upper arm, and my hair. Without warning or a word, they yanked me forward through the planar channel I'd opened with the raven feather and pulled me straight out of Shadowspyre, my fingers scrabbling uselessly against the dark forces that held me. Chapter 24. Echo. As the evening stars emerged, I approached the building, sticking to the deeper shadows. Pausing by a stack of partially tumbled stone, I froze. Firelight wavered on the doorframe and the first-story windowsills. Fire? It couldn't have been on purpose, unless they wished to announce to the encroaching dead of the Achromic Hall, "Here we are, lurch this way." I held back, looking for signs of the blaze growing, straining my ears for any sign of shouting or panic. Nothing reached me beyond the wind murmuring around the nearby doorways, cornices, and lanes. A darker possibility leaped to mind. Agdisbandic residuum. The ghostly illumination left behind by a swift strike of death magic. Amesrun noted the unnerving display when 3 members of her expedition perished in the Chamber of Distorted Reflections on their 9th night within the fastness. My fingers twisted the frayed ends of my coat cuffs, the sensations falling away, as though I rubbed a diminishing amount of sand between my fingers. As before, not being near a spike sped up my fading. I let go of the material. Looking both ways to make sure the lane was clear of any searching dead, I left my nook near the stones. I entered the building. The antechamber by the entrance held dilapidated benches stacked against one wall, the overpowering scent of mildew prompting me to bring my sleeve to my nose. Beyond, a wide, high-ceilinged space revealed itself as the main workspace of a mill. Off in the far corner, a small campfire burned beneath a window. A circle of stones and a clearing marked the edges of the fire. Delphica Harrowspar sat with her arms wrapped around her shins, her chin on her knees, lit by the glow of the flames. Next to her, Bettany Addermantle sat upright. I felt no temporal disturbance, No deepening vertigo. Saw no visual distortions. Scanning the rest of the vast space, I saw no immediate signs of my alter self. She must have, what? Gone off to explore something on her own. Risky. Maybe she'd found the need to climb to a higher vantage. Or might she have led some undead pursuers away from the Queen, intending to circle back once she'd lost them, much as I'd done? Looking more closely, I also didn't see any obvious protections. No chains or twine, no nails, nothing of the gear she'd carried. Nor did I see any of the books I'd left for her in the Great Library. "I'm the fucking key," Her Majesty said, her chin continuing to rest on her knees. "That was the whole point from the start." Bettany said nothing. "So we carry on," the Queen continued. "They'll be here soon."
"But how will they know where to look?"
"They'll find me." Her Majesty looked at Bettany from the tail of her eye. "Us. They have their clever ways."
"But so do the witches. If they could get her—"
"Bettany!" Her Majesty snapped, palm raised. "I said we don't need to fucking go through this again. Kestrel's gone. Let it fucking go. Please. I just need to think." She went back to staring into the shifting flames. Her features tightened into a deep frown. The firelight wavered through the dusty air, stretching shadows into long horizontal bands across the floor. Kestrel's gone. In disbelief, I looked around yet again. Surely I'd misheard, or the Queen had misspoken. My fingers gripped the cold, crumbling wooden edge of the doorway from the antechamber as I steadied myself. All I heard was the pounding of blood in my ears. The smell of mildew suddenly intensified, suffocating me. All the time I'd spent heartsick at my forthcoming demise, I'd somehow never spared a thought to the possibility that Ash Prime might meet her end before I did. Holding the doorframe, I slid down to the packed earth floor. The reality found no room in my head. It was too big. Like trying to fit Westerly Blade inside the mill in front of me. Scholar Ashwin Kestrel, Shadowspyre, 1504. So would read the inscription on the wall of remembrance in the long hallway outside the Lore Keeper's Rotunda at the heart of the Augurian Chase. It shone firm and crisp in my mind's eye, the fresh engraved edges glinting in the ancient brass. And little would anyone suspect that this lonely scholar with an obscure focus would have, in fact, died twice. A flare of light caught my attention as I lurked in the shadows near the mill's western wall. Outside, a wave of necrostatic illumination crackled through the air above, the energy powerful enough that I tasted metal on my tongue. The witches were pouring magic into Shadowspyre, probing. Yet even as another surge rolled through the sky, what I heard from Delphica and Bettany alarmed me more. "I'm sure this is exactly what she meant," the Queen said, pacing in front of the small fire. "You're not listening."
"I hear more than you would ever want to, believe me," Bettany answered. "Which is why—"
"I'm sorry, but this grotesque situation is at an end," the Queen said. "Sleeping on floors? Dodging projectiles? Thank you, no." Bettany knelt before the fire, frowning.
"They're not ghosts."
"Of course they're not ghosts," the Queen snapped. "Notice the lack of hurled decor or slouching corpses. These are something else entirely."
"But
They're silent, respectful, and rather lovely. Her Majesty opened her palm to the area beneath the nearest tall window. I saw nothing beyond the crumbling stacks of old lumber. Apparently, neither did Bettany. "Listen, Bettany," the Queen continued. "This is why I'm here in the first place, instead of safely back in Hollycrown, surrounded by my armies. The whole point of the endeavor was to get me, or my Harrowspar blood, if you wish to be technical, here into Shadowspyre. This is what Kestrel worked so hard to make happen, don't you see? Everything she did for this. Every risk she took, every chance." She pointed to the stairs leading to the outside landing above them, her voice thickening. "I'm supposed to dishonor her by scurrying off? The greatest scholar the Chase could put forth? The one who dedicated her life to unlocking the mystery of this shit heap? This is the fucking proof." I sat back on my heels. The greatest scholar the realm has ever seen? I admit, I found myself touched. But more than that, terrified. From the moment we'd set our sights on Shadowspyre, the possibility of insidious manipulation, a subtle form of etheric possession, had haunted me. Subtle tricks on the Queen's mind no one else might be aware of, bending her will to its own purpose. Worse, it would only grow more malignant the deeper the forces within the fastness wormed into her perceptions. Were she to fall fully into the grips of the forces within Shadowspyre, she might well end up doing the work of the witches for them. The energy behind the failing seals wanted to be released, and Delphica was the person who might single-handedly release them. "They're lovely," Her Majesty insisted. "And I'm a queen, am I not? Throughout the dusty, moldering history of Shadowspyre ran a constant line of kings and queens, and those who served them. The spirits of such benevolent personnel ought to populate this ghost-riddled mountain of stone just as much as the ill-tempered smashers of plaster, finger-hungry door-slammers, and furniture-tossers. You only hear those, don't you see? Because they're threats." Bettany shook her head. "That's not how it works." Her Majesty resumed pacing. "When was the last time a living queen strode these halls? That's the extra element." "But why hadn't they been here ever since we came in?" "They probably needed to see me tested." Delphica threw her hands up. "Pinch the fruit to see if it's ripe, who knows? Again, that's not the point. They've seen enough of me to be here, to help." "But how will your army know where to find us?" Bettany asked. "I know that the longer we stay here, the more likely my cousin's corpses are to find us." She ran her hand along the underside of her chin. "Not to mention whatever took Kestrel. If that nightmare of bone and teeth is out there prowling the darkness, and don't tell me you haven't thought about it as well, we're as good as dead if we remain. Look, I've decided. We continue on, this time with help." Before Bettany could answer, the mill trembled. Ancient tools lifted free of cobwebs, hovering as strange energies pulsed through the mill. Outside, strands of light the color of yellowed bruises stretched across the night sky, throwing a strange glow inside. My skin rose in pinpricks. Overhead, the beams creaked. Stone ground against stone in the walls. Even without the isotoc meter, I felt the deluge of unbelievable energies. Curls of that peculiar yellow light seeped in through the windows. Across the space, Bettany's head slammed back. When she opened her mouth, multiple voices rang out all at once, some whispering, others shouting in a mix of disparate female and male voices.
Hands and heads and teeth, hands and heads and teeth, hands and heads and... Loved her. We all loved her.
Bloody shoe in the bin hall. A moment later, Bettany slumped forward in a sudden silence. The tools took to the air, screaming in and smashing the benches and walls around the Queen and Bettany. From outside came more sounds of shifting walls, shattering glass, and creaking hinges. Through the arch behind me, I could see the courtyard where yellow light writhed between the towers. Stone towers seemed to ripple, as though the fastness itself was drowning in a temporal tide. Above, the stars blurred and doubled, their light stretching into pale streamers that merged with the sickly yellow glow below. Death barrier magic. On the other side of the mill, the Queen called Bettany's name over and over. Her Majesty bore a bloody gash on the side of her arm as she tried to shake Bettany awake. Light arced among the stone walls and lanes and towers as the forces of the Achromic Hall made their push into Shadowspyre. We were too late. My hand gripped the doorframe as I turned back. The Queen hauled Bettany up, bracing her. "Time to move. I know where to go. They're telling me." Her voice rang with dangerous certainty. Bettany stumbled, but kept her balance. They staggered through the chaos, disappearing out a shadowy doorway at the far end of the mill. Shadowspyre, vault of time, trembled from cistern to chimney, filling the night with a growing chorus of grinding stone and shifting slate. Eldritch light snapped and unfurled overhead, breaking against towers like roaring currents. Up ahead, Bettany and the Queen stumbled toward Westerly Blade, where temporal distortions spun the stars crowning the prominence. "I know the way to go. They're telling me." Strange darkness flitted between doorways and across plazas. Glimpses of pale corpses past windows. The only thing exceeding my panic was fury. Shadowspyre had stood for centuries, a drying heap of planar timber, atop a mountain of gunpowder. And now the witches launched flaming arrows by the hundreds. Death barrier magic? Here? Pure madness. I sought ways to head off the Queen and Bettany before they might reach Westerly Blade. Every corner I turned, I confronted the deepening tide of witchcraft. A company of filthy soldiers appeared suddenly, only to vanish into shadows. A pale governess, muttering her apologies, trailed the noose that purpled her throat and face. Staggering through the open doorway, I paused, gasping for breath. Before me stood the base of Westerly Blade, pale marble rising to a first row of arched windows some 20 armspans above the stonework plaza. I squinted in the shifting darkness, looking for signs of the living. Whispers and screams carried on the wind, and beyond that, the sound of war horns echoed in the valley. Grim possibilities pressed in from all directions. I sped across the plaza. My hand traced the cold marble of Westerly Blade's base, feeling the surge of temporal energies turn the marble smooth, then weathered, then draped in frost. Against my palm, the tower shook, a sign the foundations of Shadowspyre were preparing to tear themselves apart. From the corner of my eye, movement. Her Majesty and Bettany emerged through a stone gate, the sight of the Queen distorted because of the proximity of our time streams. A crushing pain traced the line of my jaw. How close could I get? Before I could find out, luminescence bloomed behind me, stretching shadows across the broad expanse of cobbles. In the light, shapes manifested. I didn't need to take a reading to recognize the trinatric signature of spatial displacement. Nor did I need more than a few seconds to recognize the emerging silhouette of Kinna Bittersweet. It all made sense. The barrage of death barrier magic, the cresting waves of high witchcraft. The Achromic Hall wanted Shadowspyre before Riverspar could stop them. And they tracked me here, using me to lead them not just to Shadowspyre, but to Her Majesty. Something in my heart hardened. Backing away from the plaza, I stayed close to the base of Westerly Blade. Behind Her Majesty, Bettany stumbled forward, her hand over her mouth, despair in her eyes. The Queen held her chin up, looking as determined as I'd ever seen her. Ignoring the crushing pain in my skull, I broke into a sprint towards the Queen and Bettany, dragging my stream of time with me against the current. Each step brought more disorientation, and I soon felt strapped to a giant wheel, spinning me up and down, over and over. My bones seemed to come alive, wanting to slither free of my limbs and torso. Voices rose behind me. The High Witch and others arrived. Shadowspyre held 1,000,000 places to hide, though none safe enough if the witches were tracking me. Where could I bring the Queen that would be out of reach? Heaving myself through the warped vertices of time wrinkling up between Her Majesty and myself, I waved my arms at Bettany. The Queen came to a stop, bringing her hands to her temples and doubling over, cursing loudly. I looked back over my shoulders. The witches were out of sight, around the curve of Westerly Blade, though not for long. "Bettany!" I called. Bettany went still, angling her head. Had she heard my voice above the clamor of the crowd of the dead? "Listen to me!" I shouted. "The Queen! The other one!" Close as I tried to get, gravity queered, unseen barriers deflecting me, preventing me from getting any nearer to Delphica. For her part, Her Majesty planted her feet wide apart, hands on her hips, swaying as though caught in a massive gale. "They want us to go inside," she spat out to Bettany. "Inside! And up! Up!" "Not her, Bettany," I shouted. "Queen Illabel Arrant! Tell her we need to get to the Untethered." "Arrant?" Bettany said. I exhaled with gratitude. She'd heard me. "Call to her. She's here. Or everywhere." I spoke clearly, even as my throat wanted to seize closed, even as my eyes felt like they were about to burst from a growing pressure. "I know what she wants from us. Starting in the nursery. The nursery, Bettany." She didn't hesitate, relaying my message to the surrounding shadows. Relief smoothed her brow, and I realized she'd been in the grip of panic. How could she alone handle Delphica, as she'd clearly come under the thrall of malign forces? A flaring of light overhead sketched the plaza stones and tower in a wash of bone white. Fine lines of pale illumination etched the sky, searching. Bettany's lips moved. Her eyes rolled back in her head. Delphica grabbed at Bettany's arm, grimacing. "Come on! We have to keep moving! No time for the dead!" Bettany shook her arm free. "Tell me, child, do you understand?" The voice wasn't Bettany's. Unlike most of the cruel and mocking voices I'd heard her speak, this voice was deliberate, with palpable kindness. I pushed closer, but felt as though I were being driven back by an unstoppable current. Tell her this, I grunted. The thin black cat, whom none can see, creeps in hunting memory. Tell her, tell her! Lengths of web-thin light reached down, the trails of thousands of fireflies. I barely noticed, seizing the message Illabel Arendt had left for me. We don't have time for this, Her Majesty insisted. Creeps in a hunting memory, Bettany finished. She shuddered, then spoke again in that peculiar voice. You know what to do. I struggled to stay upright as my muscles tried to tear themselves in two. I do, Majesty. Together we can seal them all off, all of them, and you can get her back once and for all. A pair of weary soldiers rounded the stone apron bordering the base of the tower. Child, Bettany intoned. My vision sprouted cracks, fracturing. Her Majesty moaned, doubling over as the convergent energies of our time streams roiled. One soldier cried out. She'd seen us. At the base of the tower, a smooth relief carving emerged, in stark contrast to the ancient weathered stone around it. The face of a hound, its bright eyes catching the light of the magic in the air like polished obsidian. It shifted between different carved styles, caught in swift fluctuations of time. A stony cracking sounded. From the sides of the carving sprouted two precise geometric lines, furrowing the ancient stone, dropping curtains of chip and dust. When the lines reached the bottom, several inches of the exterior stone fell away, revealing a narrow iron door with a rounded pull handle in the middle. Its presence flicked between newly forged metal and ancient rust. There! There! I shouted, pointing at the strange doorway opening into the untethered. Get the Queen! Get yourself in there! Hurry! Shouts rose from the plaza behind. The netting of light dropped. When it touched my head and shoulders, sparks of lightning blue erupted, stinging me like wasps. But even as they did, they careened off in random directions, spinning wildly off into the darkness. Our colliding time streams saved us. Had it not been for those untamed energies agitating the temporal and planar forces around us, the witch's trap would have no doubt wrapped itself around us, binding us in place, helplessly waiting to be taken prisoner. But they weren't tuned for what they found, and they weren't powerful enough. The carving and door shimmered in the flashes of bone-white strands and blue sparks. A deep amber emanated from beneath the door. I hurled myself at it, grasping the handle with both hands. It felt as solid as anything I'd felt in days. I yanked, though I needn't have, for it swung open with ease, as though it had been made and oiled just that morning. An exhalation of chill air poured out of the dark passage beyond. Waving Bettany in, I held my ground against forces more powerful than the worst storm I'd ever seen. Her Majesty complained, but Bettany grabbed her by the collar of her coat and hauled her in through the small door, pulling her head low so she wouldn't crack her skull on the stone. They disappeared inside. A pair of arrows ripped through the night, only to deflect in the last yard to clatter off the stones next to me, the metal tips throwing off sparks of their own. More soldiers appeared. The webbing of light snapped and frayed, filling the air with a hissing sound. Above me, the stones and timbers of the tower complained, grinding and creaking. I ducked in through the door, slamming it shut as I hurled myself into the darkness within. Silence enveloped me. Chapter 25. Prime. Scents penetrated the sack over my head. Campfires, cooking, even the metallic tang of a smithy's forge. As they led me along with my wrists cruelly cinched behind my back, I also caught wind of horses, latrines, and the acrid sweat of weary soldiers. A sharp scent I took to be marame came and went. Beneath it all hung the cloying rot of decay, seeping from the dead. Muffled footsteps, the clink of tools and weapons, and the other sundry noises of a vast encampment pressed in on me. After the deathly silence of Shadowspyre, the noises, aromas, and the simple presence of thousands of others pummeled me. That my trembling knees didn't give out on me gave me the barest of hopes. A strength remained, grown hardy after trampling through the world and the darkness of Shadowspyre. Then again, if my legs had buckled, I'm not sure it would have mattered. The wheery on the other side of me seemed prepared to drag me wherever they wanted, their hands unforgiving around my upper arms. They thrust me out of the wind. The hairs along my arms rose even as my eyes strained to make sense of the pinpricks of light making their way through the cloth on my face. The soldiers shoved me to my knees. A fire crackled somewhere close by. Without a word, the soldier to my right yanked the sack off my head. I flinched, squinting in the sudden wash of firelight. Lanterns stood on benches and hung from the poles holding up the canvas of the tent. A clutch of high-ranking officers, weary and human, gathered about a side table spread with maps, staring at me. The pair of weary guards hovered over me, one on either side, their heads nearly grazing the roof of the tent. My gaze settled on the three figures before me, and my stomach sank. Oressa Brunnett straightened from where she'd been leaning over the map table, and the very air seemed to shift with her movement. The Achromic sovereign, Primarch of the Voided Vale, had her cousin Delphica's striking cheekbones and keen eyes, but carried herself with a different authority altogether. Where Delphica commanded, Brunnett simply was. Her presence filling the tent, though she wore nothing more elaborate than violet-hued garments that shifted like smoke in the firelight. A bone needle secured her auburn hair, its point catching the lantern light as she moved to study me. To her left sat Kinna Bittersweet, balancing a silver-headed cane between her knees. The apex weaver of the Achromic conclave watched me through dark eyes framed by arched brows, her fingers tracing the silver embroidery adorning her dusky plum attire. The third figure could only be Illyrian Purse, the witch who commanded the armies of the dead. My attention caught on the brooch at her throat, a palm-sized swirl of muted colors that seemed to drink in the lantern light rather than reflect it. The death barrier magic had left its mark in her eyes, an emptiness that made my skin crawl.
"That's her," Bittersweet said. "The spy."
Everyone in the commander's tent stared at me. My heart thudded in my chest as though looking for a way out. "Though I'm puzzled," Bittersweet added. Brunnett straightened and came around the table to stand before me. The guards on either side stiffened in case I lunged at her. Excessive, given that I barely trusted myself not to faint. The leader of the Achromic Hall lifted one hand, palm toward the ceiling, and opened her fingers. Flames in the lanterns shivered and stretched toward her hands, just before a spray of shimmering light, coppery like a blood moon, leaped from her palm and engulfed me. In an instant, I felt as though up became down, as though I tumbled head over heels, faster and faster, the floor of the tent having dropped out beneath my knees. Through the chaos, I glimpsed Brunett's face, utterly serene, as though she hadn't just grabbed the threads of the world and pulled them sideways. As my body spasmed, buzzing, I understood why Brunett was the most powerful witch the Achromic Hall had ever known. One of the Wheerie guards hauled me upright again, steadying me as I kept going over backwards. She shook me by the shoulder, growling. "Eyes when you're spoken to." Cracking my lids, I worked to hold myself up. Illyrian purse stood in front of me. I couldn't tear my glance away from the strange brooch at her throat. "Death has taken a bite out of you, scholar. I see that much clearly. Go on. Square this circle for us." At the word scholar, I flinched. They knew who I was. I don't know what you're talking about," I sputtered. Perse frowned. "Should she be lying to us, my captain?" Behind the table, Bittersweet rose with a sigh, bracing herself with her cane. "She won't be for very much longer. Was there anything among her belongings?" "Nothing that might explain such a state," came another voice. I craned my neck to the left, spotting a familiar figure standing in the shadows near the canvas wall of the tent. Emily's Bairn. Dressed in the attire of an adept at the Achromic Hall, the braid of her hair flickering with golden weavings, her eyes lined with hints of dusky shading. Her gaze met mine for the barest of moments. Traitor! I saw it all in an instant. Going silent after months of our coded minuet. Then she'd left the signs for me within Shadowspyre, leading me to the great library, using signals only she would know. To what end? To do the witch's work for them. To let my guard down. To get me to reveal my location, ruining everything in the process. A flush crept up my cheeks. 3 people knew of our contact, and all had cautioned that this adept of the Achromic Hall was untrustworthy, not, as she claimed, interested in saving the realm, reaching across enemy lines to prevent the unleashing of a power too great to be harnessed. Yet I'd trusted her. She understood the fundamental nature of the energies at play within Shadowspyre. She also saw the same patterns in the historical accounts and later scholarship. In fact, she understood it all better than most of the scholars at the Chase. Emily's, my confidant, intellectual equal, supposed ally in this war of shadowy truths, the one I'd staked everything on, my reputation, my mission, the fate of the realm itself. The bitter taste of vindication for all who'd questioned my judgment rose in my throat, threatening to choke me with the magnitude of my error. "The gear of a scholar," she continued, addressing the high witches. "Triflings, a journal, rations, that's all." The wave of nausea deepened. They had my journal. They knew everything. My breath came in shallow gasps. Treason, betrayal, doom. Each realization hit me harder than the strongest Wheerie's fist to the back of my head. Brunnett turned to the officer at the side table. "A scholar, armed with only triflings, traipsed into my dear Bittersweet's encampment. How reassuring. It's a wonder I'm being served at all." Should I just give up right now? Would everyone just like to keep fighting this war forever? I cursed myself for having risked everything with the raven feather. Now they knew where we'd been, what we'd been attempting. More devastating, they knew Delphica remained in Shadowspyre. I believe, Sovereign, Bittersweet said, as she made her way slowly around the table. There is more to this scholar than meets the eye. As Illyrian correctly surmises, she's sped, or moved, through an outer temporal realm. I saw that much clearly right away. Of course, the trail she left when she escaped stood clearer still. How could I get a message? Wait, escaped? Quite clear, Brunnett said. Just ask Sarissa. And the other one. Bittersweet leaned on her cane. Mataline. Brunnett waved away the name, fixing me once again with her stare. What were you doing in Shadowspyre, Scholar Kestrel? Hearing my name from her mouth was almost too much to take in. Nothing but research, on the off chance. I stumbled over the absurd lie, unsure of how I might deny her a full admission, given she, or Emily's at least, had my journal. The leader of the Achromic Hall swung her gaze from me even as I spoke, nodding to Perse. Extract every detail from her. Then you may add her to your special collection. Illyrian Perse stared at me, her eyes dark, open graves. Chapter 26. Echo. The hallway slanted downward at a vertiginous angle, sending the three of us careening down its incline of polished floorboards. Bethany rolled out of the way at the bottom, but I slammed into Her Majesty, driving a yell from both of us as our elbows, ribs, and knees battered one another. Kestrel? The Queen stared with wide eyes. I thought you were fucking dead. The full explanation? We didn't have time. I'm here now, Majesty, I offered. As with the earlier time I'd spent in the Untethered, my state as a temporal echo held no sway. It's this place, I said to Bethany, answering her questions before they might pass her lips. A deep thrumming passed through the walls, making a nearby sconce's flame gutter. Witchcraft, and not far away. Bethany's features softened as she glanced about. They're gone. The voices of the dead. The Queen struck me on the shoulder. And you had to leave us on our own? Without a bloody word? What were you thinking? To our left, portraits of various scowling, forgotten members of various courts lined the wall, the oldest among them seeming to reach back to the time when Shadowspyre first became a seat of power. We got carefully to our feet, bracing ourselves against the tilting end of the floor using the wall. A narrow set of stairs wound down, curving off to our right. The air felt lifeless, undisturbed for centuries. "And where are my handmaids?" the Queen asked. "We should be glad they're gone," Bethany said. "Easy for you to say," Her Majesty snapped. "They're not your servants." I agreed with Bethany, but held my tongue as I took a step toward the stairs, peering down into the dim depths below. Another hallway extended off the landing some 24 steps from where we stood. Faint flashes, like far-off lightning, filled the darkness beyond the windows on the wall opposite the portraits. We can't remain here. Had the witches in the phalanx of the invasion recognized us for who we were? Had they seen, or divined which way we'd gone? Could they gain access to the untethered as we had? You still haven't told us what happened to you, the Queen said. I motioned for the two of them to follow me down the curving staircase. Let's just say I was delayed, Majesty. Inconveniently and unavoidably. But I'm here now, and I know what we have to do. I glanced at Bethany. And who will help us get there? The dead may have been left behind, along with the Queen's perceived handmaidens, but there was one spirit within Shadowspyre who'd shown the untethered to be under her direct influence. Queen Illabel Arendt. The untethered I'd traveled through before seemed tame compared to what we found as we set out. Rooms blurred past, like Marian arches slamming against Ferenspar walls, as witchlight chased our shadows. We trod dizzying corridors that seemed to defy physics, canting one way and then another. Yellow-green light flickered at the edges of doorways we passed, suggesting the witches had already breached the untethered. One passageway ended at a hearth, but even before we thought to turn around, the stones flickered, revealing a set of wide, shallow stairs beyond. We ducked our heads and stepped in, frigid air enveloping us. My skin crawled with the feel of thousands of centipedes, and my right eye twitched mercilessly. The other two stumbled out after me, their hair standing at absurd angles. Light shone through the hearth, though any details of the hallway behind us appeared obscured by the energetic barrier. "Where are we?" the Queen asked. Walls pressed in on us, bare studs and slats bulging with extrusions of ancient plaster. My pulse quickened. A shadow swept past the hearth, and the passageway rumbled, a tremor of warning in the oppressive silence. "Let's keep going," I said. "They're searching for us with witchcraft. We need to keep moving." I led them along a narrow ascending way, the passage widening as we pressed forward. Unfinished planks and scraps of wood formed a treacherous floor beneath our feet, rocking precariously with each step. We had to hurry. We followed the rising curve of the passageway, feeling our way forward in the dimming light. Floors, half floors, and quarter floors connected at peculiar angles. Now and then, missing slats might reveal yet further corridors and rooms beyond them, sometimes at only ankle height, other times with floors at eye level. Chill air blew up from the cracks in the flooring. I held my hand up. "Careful." Planks cut across a gusting opening. Pinpricks of light, like stars seen through a haze, glinted in the depths below. My stomach lurched, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I gripped the edge of the opening, my knuckles white, fighting the urge to close my eyes and let myself fall into the swirling void. The Queen and Bethany crowded behind me. I wrenched my attention from the hideous depths and stepped onto the wobbling plank. Cold air grabbed at my ankles and wrists like unseen hands, each gust making the wood creak beneath my feet. Through dizzying panic, I forced myself to focus on the solid ground ahead, where irregular shadows from the rough-hewn beams above created a strange lattice of darkness and dim light. Behind us, faint voices echoed, the manic syllables of high witchcraft. For a heart-stopping moment, I froze. Shaking myself out of it, I took one step, two more. Then I stood on solid flooring again. I turned to Her Majesty. "Don't let the height bother you." The Queen strode the length of the plank, not looking down. "It doesn't. No need to stand here chatting. Indeed, speed is in our best interest. I guided Bethany across the shaking span, her fingers gripping tightly to my forearm.
"I know who you are," she whispered.
"Of course you do. Please say nothing. We only have one chance." She nodded. Another tremor passed through the strange inside-out hallway, rattling all the odd construction extending out and away from us. The Queen stood peering through a gap in the wall. "What's on the other side?" she said. "It doesn't feel like Shadowspyre anymore." "It's not really anything. Or anywhere." "Then how are they looking for us?" "Like hounds after the fox," I said. "They have our scent and are desperate to flush us out. Our saving grace is that this place is as unfamiliar to them as it is to us." I looked over the edge of a marble railing the color of dawn. Carved stairs fanned open as the stairs descended. At the bottom, a dim mosaic spread across the floor, drawing my attention. Beneath the surface chaos, a pattern emerged. A spiral array of vines and petals, unfurling like the design on the cover of Whispers from the Briar Patch. The tightness in my chest, a constricting corset of fear, loosened, if only by a stitch. "Bethany, come here," I said. From above and below came the sounds of dozens of doors slamming shut, echoes trailing off into silence. Then, more disturbingly, the sound of them being methodically opened again, one by one. Bethany stood beside me, her pale eyes sweeping slowly back and forth under half-closed lids. I leaned into her. "Open yourself up. Listen for the faintest reply." A surge of witchcraft made the air crackle. Closer now, undaunted by the untethered's twisted geography. Bethany shook her head. "But the voices are gone." "Not all of them." I stared into the center of the spiral below. Honey eater, owl, hound, hare, butterfly. I took Bethany's hand. "Your Majesty?" "What?" Delphica asked. I waved my free fingers at her. "Quiet." I squeezed Bethany's hand more tightly. "Your Majesty." Bethany's hand went slack in my own. Her head tilted. "Yes." The voice was soft, but commanding, and not at all like Bethany's natural voice. "We can help," I said, "if you can show us the nodes, the spikes, all of them. There's still a chance." Bethany's lips moved soundlessly for a moment. Then the voice said, "Free her. She did her duty." "I don't understand, Your Majesty." "But you do, scholar. You do," said the ghostly voice of Queen Illabel Arrant. My gaze traced the lines of the stairwell as I thought back to the spikes I'd found. The seat of queens, in the great library, behind the portrait of Kelia Arrant. Free her. She did her duty. Her duty? But Kelia Arrant, the wrong queen at the wrong time in the judgment of every historian worth their salt, had perished at the onset of the Balestorm, betrayed by the witch Venetia Auric as the Harrowspar rebels swept into the valley on their way to seizing the throne. My mind raced through possibilities. Temporal convergence? Recursive multiplanar lattice? Weldon Gray's theory of... And then I understood. The answer was so elegant, it hurt. I could seal the void forever through my own fractured existence. Though it would mean my death. But I was already fading, wasn't I? already half gone. At least this way, my death would mean something. The thought settled into my bones with a strange peace, even as my hand trembled. I could save them all. Delphica, Bethany, the realm. No room for error. My last contribution to scholarship would have to be perfect. Bethany swooned. I caught her under her arm. "Queen Illabel?" I called. "Queen Illabel?" The sharp crack of a spell breaking through somewhere above us made us all flinch. "Kestrel!" Delphica's voice held a note I'd never heard before. I turned, still supporting Bethany's weight. Where moments before there had been only unfinished wood and slats, a marble staircase now swept up and left. At its peak, carved into the newel post, a cat grinned down at us, teeth bared in welcome or warning. Chapter 27. Prime. They kept me under guard in a small tent behind a row of unhitched supply wagons. Rough fibers of rope chafed the tender skin of my wrists. Beneath me, hard earth dug into the backs of my legs and bottom. With ankles shackled and wrists tied to the post in the center of the tent, I saw no means of escape. Even if I'd had full use of my hands and legs, the breadth of the encampment made it unlikely I'd make it far without being recaptured. "Congratulations. Now's your chance to do something useful." Her Majesty's words came back to me as I stared morosely at my bindings. That day by the Brookhorn seemed 1,000 years away. Before the ambush, before the Wereld, before Shadowspyre. The bitterest truth hit me hard. Scholarship, my lifelong pursuit, my passion, had been my undoing. Note after meticulous note in my journal, the record of my professional work, the raw material for future scholarship, now in the hands of Oressa Brunnett. I closed my eyes, hanging my head. My vanity, via my quill, had hastened the downfall of the realm. "At least you're finally being honest," Her Majesty's voice sounded in my head. "Admit it. You were just as driven by ego as the most ostentatious peacocks at court." "No more," I whispered. "Please." "Fine, Kestrel. I'll just wait here with Bethany alone in Shadowspyre while my cousin aims her most potent witchcraft at my head, guided by your scholarly insights." I sagged, not even able to lie on the ground. The motto of the chase mocked me. Knowledge is our shield, truth our sword. I added a last phrase. And pride the noose we string around our neck. That sounded about right. When the tent flap opened, I didn't flinch. My gaze remained on the earth in front of me.
"What leaves me curious," a voice said, "is how you cleared yourself."
I turned. Kinna Bittersweet leaned on her cane, just inside the entrance. "Cleared myself?" I asked hopefully.
"Of the Agile Crick's residue from your temporal journey. We've only ever seen it prove fatal."
She lit a pipe, filling the tent with rich cinnamon smoke. After a thoughtful puff, she continued.
"I think you leveraged elements of the sealing array within Shadowspyre. But how? Especially given their state."
I shrugged. "Not by tapping into their energies, which any knowledgeable person would avoid."
"Perhaps,"
Bittersweet said, waving her pipe.
"But I suspect two things about you. That your mind is deeply inquisitive, and that you're not interested in becoming one of Illyrian's puppets."
"I see," I said. "You're kind. She's terrible. Don't bother. I know you'll just kill me when you get what you need."
"What she has planned is much worse than killing you,"
Bittersweet said, leaning forward.
"But I'm not interested in merely wringing information from you. I've heard about your expertise on Shadowspyre. I recognize the power of your intellect."
"Is this the point where you hope I'll cast off my scholar's stole and start braiding my hair?" I asked. She smiled.
"It's the point when I appeal to your knowledge. You know what's happening. We command the valley. Our probes into Shadowspyre have revealed more than you suspect. We've already instigated the proper channeling."
"Then what do you need me for?"
"You know more about that place than anyone," she said. "That makes you valuable."
"Even if I were to consider this to save my life, I'm not about to toss aside my years of scholarship," I replied. "Breaking the seals of Shadowspyre will unleash chaos." Bittersweet stood, bracing herself on her cane.
"That's why I need your help, Scholar Kestrel. Consider well my offer. Think quickly. I can give you 1 hour. After that, I'm afraid my sister Illyrian will have her way."
She met my eyes one last time before turning to leave.
"I'll see myself out."
The High Witch left the tent, trailing the aroma of spicy smoke. Her words echoed in my mind as the sound of her cane and steps disappeared. Yet in that moment, hope flared to life. As I replayed our interaction, one detail blazed brightly. Not once had she or the others mentioned the Queen. Gunfire snapped my attention from my thoughts. The sudden rolling crack of infantry loosing a volley. Shouts followed, voices rising around the tent. The canvas whipped in a gust of witchcraft, the chilling brush of unseen energies passing through the pole, rope, and the ground itself. Weary cries burst out, along with the sound of bows twanging and arrows whining. An unnerving wail rose and fell. The corpse yell, the infamous howl known to freeze Riverspar forces in their tracks with fear. A massive tremor shook the earth, followed by the bark of artillery. The sounds of shearing, crashing, and bursting shells erupted on either side of the tent. The army of Riverspar had taken the information I'd provided and launched a surprise attack on the Achromic Hall's encampment. And the witches, focused as they were on unleashing the channeling to neutralize the seals within Shadowspyre, had missed their approach. I certainly wouldn't have wanted to be around Oressa Brunnet at that moment. A mini-ball tore through one side of my tent, instantly punching a hole through the opposite wall, mere inches from my head. All the hair on my head rippled as another expulsion of witchcraft swept through the air. I wondered which would kill me first, the Riverspar troops or the witchcraft. The tent flap yanked open, and I had my answer. Emily's Byrne ducked inside, a pistol in her slender hand. She would kill me before I could get away or be rescued. Without word, she rushed over to me and put the pistol on the ground, slipping a rucksack from her shoulder, then knelt behind me, working at untying the knots in the rope. "We have little time," she said, pulling wildly at the knots. "But I did what I had to do." When the rope loosened, she tore it free. "Now these." As I sat up, she jammed a steel key into the lock inside the hasp on my left ankle, clicking open the tumblers. I rubbed my wrists, flexing them to bring sensation back into my hands. The journal? Never gave it to them. It would have been both of our death warrants. She opened the other lock and tossed the manacles aside. Come on, there isn't time. How are we getting out of here? Under cover of the attack. She slid the rucksack to me. Get the cloak I put inside. You look like an adept. The journal is with it. Take the pistol. This time, I didn't complain I didn't know how to shoot it. I wrapped my hand firmly around the smooth wooden grip. Just point the boomy end away from you and pull the little stick thing. Thank you, Your Majesty. My other hand tingled with pins and needles as I dragged out the adept's cloak and settled it across my shoulders. I struggled to my knees. Emily's helped me upright. I never thought we'd meet this way, I said, if we ever would at all. This close, the piercing clarity of her eyes struck me. Her experience in the Achromic Hall couldn't have been more different from mine at the chase. Yet I suspected, had circumstance have positioned us differently, we'd have been important to one another. It has seemed rather unlikely of late, she said, as does the wisdom of further pleasantries at the moment. She adjusted the cloak's collar and lifted the hood up over my head. At the entrance to the tent, she paused, lifting a corner and peering out. With a hint of a smile, she nodded, and then slipped through the flap. I followed her into the chaos. The entire wooded hillside above the encampment wore tattered veils of rifle and cannon smoke. Pink stabs of flame lanced through segments of the infantry line. Had an entire corps descended on Brunett's headquarters? Closer at hand, the forces of the Achromic Hall tried to muster into formation, surprise and panic fueling their blood rage. Officers bellowed at the soldiers, while adepts strung together the infernal phrasing directing the corpses to stand. Bodies sprung upright, as though tall grass released from a strong wind. Yet as they stood, artillery cut them down. Often the dead came right back, when the carnage wasn't catastrophic enough to leave large pieces of limb and torso to wriggle disturbingly on the ground. Huiri, too, fell to the onslaught, picked off and knocked back in bursts of scarlet. Horses screamed, tents collapsed. Emily's led the way, cutting through the train of unhitched wagons, staying off the main open areas within the camp. I raced behind her, my heart lodged in the back of my throat. Sheets of indigo and vermilion pushed back into the dusk, waves of witchcraft sweeping up the hillside. Strange energies bent the trees, gleaming sparks tumbling through the underbrush. In spots, the assault line broke as storms of magic crashed over them. High-pitched screams of terror filled the deepening twilight. Just behind me, the side of a wagon exploded into wooden spars and splinters, knocking sideways as a cannonball tore into its side. Flames licked the wreckage. "This way!" Emily's called. She ducked between two large tents, stepping carefully over the wooden stakes and ropes holding them in place. Coming out the other side, a tall female soldier careened into my shoulders and ribs, knocking me to the ground. "Watch it, adept," she cursed, not even slowing to see if I was okay. Bruised, I scrambled back to my feet. Emily's cloak was a pale pennant now, 20 yards ahead of me. I struggled to keep up with her. We sprinted along a row of lean-to half-tents, stumbling over pans, stones, rations, and whatever else the soldiers had occupied themselves with at the moment the attack struck. The farther we got from the center of the battle, the darker it grew. We crossed what seemed to be the last ring of campfires on the outskirts of the camp. Most of the incoming fire concentrated well behind us. Our shadows stretched out long in front of us, cast by the glimmering sheets of witchcraft as they enveloped the hillside. The black tree line ahead marked the end of the camp. We raced for it. A figure rose from the shadows, blocking Emily's with her hulking silhouette. A weary picket.
"What's all this?"
she asked, in a voice that reminded me of grinding slates. "We're setting a trap on their flanks," Emily's replied without pause.
"Not by yourselves, you're not."
She grabbed Emily's by the shoulder of her cloak, turning her silvery gaze toward me.
"You're running like cowards."
The Primarch herself commanded us to—
"I smell a lie on you, Adept."
She tightened her grip, pulling Emily's off her feet with a cruel yank.
"Back into the fight with both of you."
Emily's couldn't pry the Weary's grasp from her shoulder, couldn't resist. The soldier lunged at me with her free hand. I raised the pistol. "Kill? I'm a scholar, Majesty." The Weary's eyes narrowed. "And I'm a queen, but I won't hesitate." I pulled the trigger. The Weary's forehead shattered, and she dropped to the earth like a butchered pig slipped free of the hook. The shot echoed through the trees. My hand trembled, and a wave of nausea washed over me. I had taken a life. I couldn't get a breath in for a long moment. Emily's freed herself from the heavy arm of the dead Weary, getting to her feet. Flinty smoke from the pan of the pistol burned my nose and eyes. "I'm sorry," I said in a wavering voice, "but I'm desperate." Emily's looked at the body where it lay, straightening her cloak. "Don't apologize. We're already late." Late? She took my upper arm in her grip and pulled me forward again, toward the trees. We left the dead Weary behind. After 5 paces, I couldn't even make her out in the darkness. The tide of battle shifted to the far side of the encampment. From the sounds and glare, it seemed the witches' forces had mounted a ferocious attempt at breaking the River Spar line. Emily's and I staggered through nightfall, making our way slowly through underbrush and the resin-scented trunks of tindermark trees, bearing ever east and south. How she knew her way stunned me. We burst through the tree line, stumbling into a moonlit clearing. Emily's leaned against a tree trunk, her chest heaving. I sank to my knees, a pistol clattered to the ground. The sounds of the battle faded behind us, replaced by the whisper of the wind through the leaves. For the first time since the attack began, I felt the full weight of what had happened. Bittersweet's words, the escape, killing the Weary picket. "Back to Shadowspyre?" I finally said, desperate to put the thoughts out of my mind. "I need to get back to headquarters," she said. "Even an hour away is a profound risk. I can't give them any reason to suspect anything." "Then I don't understand what—" A branch snapped off to our left. 2 figures emerged onto the open ground, painted pale by the light of the risen moon. Soldiers. River Spar soldiers. "Here she is," Emily's said. The soldiers didn't flinch. I realized they'd marked our approach already. The nearest one nodded. "Scholar Kestrel, come with us. We're bringing you to safety. The Queen wants to see you." A wave of relief nearly swamped me. Delphica was safe. Our secret had held. But as quickly as the feeling came, it was replaced by a storm of questions. How had the Queen escaped Shadowspyre? Why hadn't Emily's mentioned this? Hope and suspicion warred within me. I nodded to the soldier, my jaw set with renewed determination. Whatever had transpired, whatever challenges lay ahead, at least I wasn't facing them alone. I looked back and forth from the soldiers to Emily's. She reached over and took my hand. "I'll do my best. You do yours. Maybe we can squeeze a little more luck from one another yet." Stunned, I only nodded. The soldier motioned for me to accompany them. I took 2 steps, then stopped, turning. Emily's watched from the shadows, about to turn away. "Wait," I said. "The message, with the books. How did you do that?" "What books?" she asked. "Scholar Kestrel," the soldier insisted. When I looked back, Emily's was gone, vanished into the black of the woods as the distant battle roared. I turned. With one Riverspar soldier in front and one behind, we plunged deeper into the wilderness. As we moved through the darkness, the question lingered in my mind. Who had left the books, when only Emily's and I could have understood the message? I had no answers, only the chance to drive the mission forward. Chapter 28. Echo. We emerged into a dim chamber, illuminated only by dwindling squares of sunlight. Twin hearths faced one another, their mantels carved into splendorous vines and blooms. Dark-paneled walls wore faded filigrees of gold tracery. In the center of the room, a stone plinth rose to knee-height. "Gloaming Mare," I whispered. Where dying monarchs faced their last hours, where I would sacrifice myself, all I had left to do. Bettany's shoulders spasmed, and she spoke. "Insipid place. Moldering bones heaped behind bricked-in alcoves hold infinitely more of my interest. I could pass 100,000 days in and around every cranny of my magnificence, and never once long to see these walls ever again." The voice wasn't the soft, calm voice of Queen Illabel. "Who are you?" I prompted. Bettany's gaze fixed on the fading sunlight. A tear welled in the corner of her eye. "Me? I am Shadowspyre, child. Do you not hear my melody, this song of bones? The sound of eternity vanquished?" The weariness of the voice spoke of time, the unseen ocean eroding and collapsing all moments down to slivers of brilliant light between bookends of eternity. Bettany craned her neck and fixed me with a stare. "But we mustn't grow maudlin, even if we're only a dim flicker, a wavering candle lifted against the void. Shall we abandon all hope? For it was hope that brought this one's sister, wasn't it?" A presence filled the chamber, more powerful than any spirit any of us had contended with throughout Shadowspyre. I stood my ground. "Where's Queen Illabel?" Bettany shifted, her arms extending by her sides, one as though permanently bent. "Good Queen Illabel, at war with time from the start. Mercy? Hope? Where was any of that?" I shook my head. "Queen Illabel brought us here, for a reason." I took out my isotoc meter, sweeping the dials, looking for anomalies in the frequency range. As I circled the chamber, examining the walls, the mortices in the paneling, the stones of the hearths, the frequencies remained remarkably low. There must be something. A master node. A way to tap into the entire array. Just keep her busy. Her Majesty looked at me in horror. Me? What am I supposed to do? I don't know, but you're the queen. You'll figure it out. The floor shook, dust rising in the corners. Small twists of light flared along the stones. Glowing webbing crawled across the plinth. The witches neared. Were they looking for the same thing I was? My skin prickled. Or were they letting me lead them right to it? Kestrel, Her Majesty said. I hurried, finding no variance in the readings. I know. I crossed the chamber, standing before Bettany once more. Is this where she was brought? The different instances of her? The voice coming from Bettany hardened. The fading hours of the day, ushering in darkness with its thin black cats whom none could see, creeping in hunting memory. I put my hand on her arm. Tell us about Queen Illabel. Bettany froze for a moment, then slowly blinked. When the Stanton girl fell, she'd had enough. She followed her heart, but the witch twisted her wishes. Bend time? Wind it back onto the spool? It was all a way to release the surge. Her Majesty looked uneasily toward the stairs, where waves of pale light rolled along the walls and a marble banister. They're coming. I ignored her, focusing instead on the words of Shadowspyre. And Queen Illabel's words. Free her. She did her duty. The truth hit me like a physical blow. I seized Bettany's arms. Your Majesty! The Queen knew I wasn't referring to her. I thought you said it wasn't her. Not Illabel, I said. It's Kelia Arendt. She made the sacrifice. Split herself across all the nodes of the lattice to seal the void surge, to deny the witches who betrayed her mother. I am Shadowspyre, Bettany whispered. My body trembled with a rush of awe and sadness. My essence was already growing thin, just as Kelia must have felt herself dispersing across time, across every stone and timber of the fastness. Had she known, in those last moments, how it would feel to fragment into 1,000 pieces, each holding just a sliver of who she'd been? Delphica's face drained of color. The worst queen the realm ever saw? The finest. My voice shook. She didn't go mad with power. She splintered herself across time to save everything. I squeezed my fingers around Bettany's arms, remembering how it felt to become less real with each passing hour. The scholars called it madness because they couldn't comprehend the magnitude of her sacrifice. Whispers floated up from the darkness of the stairwell. She's still doing her duty. I focused on the chamber, ticking through possibilities. Was the node here? Was there something I was missing? Delphica stepped up next to me. Ask her where she made her sacrifice. Have her take us there. But, Majesty, just fucking do it, Kestrel! She was right. The spot Kelia sacrificed herself to time had to be the location of the master node, a way to tap into the entire array all at once. You can bring us there, I urged. We'll do the rest. It's what your mother wants. It's what... Bettany blinked, the expression of fear and determination fully her own.
"They're coming! Don't let them surprise us!"
In that moment, the air above the plinth in the middle of Gloaming Mare warped, bending the light from the windows. Refractions of time and planar energy whirled in the middle. 3 figures emerged from the shimmering chaos of high witchcraft. As their features faded in like portraits moved from shade into daylight, I gasped. Kinna Bittersweet looked around the room, her gaze landing immediately on me. Next to her stood a taller, younger witch, whom I recognized in an instant, Oressa Brunnett, head of the Achromic Hall. To her left stood yet a third High Witch. Brunnett looked at Delphica. "Of course you're here." Delphica narrowed her eyes. "Following me again, Oressa. Still pathetic." A smile crossed Brunnett's face. "You just saved me an awful bit of trouble, haven't you?" I reached out to pull Delphica back, but before I could grab her, Brunnett gestured, and Delphica staggered forward as though yanked by unseen hands. "Get your filthy magic off me!" she spat, struggling against the unseen grip. Panic clawed at her, but beneath it, I saw her resolve harden. She was Delphica Harrowspar, Queen of Middenland, and she wasn't going down without a fight. But determined or not, she flew into the air. Her fingers found the carved vines of the mantelpiece, clutching with all her might. The ancient oak groaned beneath her grip, gold filigree flaking away as her nails dug furrows into the wood. Blood from her torn fingertips smeared across the carvings as she scrambled for purchase. "Fight me without your fucking witchcraft," she grunted, tendons standing out in her neck. "Then we'll see whose blood this shit-heap respects." Brunnett's magic pulled harder. The mantle splintered. Centuries-old joinery screamed in protest. The carved vines cracked and broke away one by one, each snap echoing like a pistol shot in the chamber. Flares of witchcraft cast Delphica's shadow in fragments across the walls as she clung to the last remaining vine. Her shoulders stretched, joints threatening to pop from their sockets, but still she held on. Bethany leaped between Delphica and the witches, wrapping her arms around the queen's outstretched legs, keeping her from flying loose. "Come on, come on, come on," she whispered. "Where are you?" With a flinch, her eyes rolled back into her head, and when she spoke, her voice exploded in a gravelly register. "Intruders! I will never suffer a witch's soul within my breath. Taste the true death." The stone of the plinth shook and stirred, splintering into 1,000 lethal shards. On either side, the mantle fractured with a grinding series of cracks. From every direction, death energy poured in. A millennium of lives lit, flared, and spent, pulled from every moldering set of bones within sight of Westerly Blade. The High Witch next to Brunnett lifted her arms, channeling the massive currents through her open palms. Her eyes glimmered as though she'd expected just such a threat, and could absorb it. The air suddenly stilled. Bethany dropped to the floor. I leaped after the queen, but Brunnett flicked her fingers at me, and I hurtled back through the shadows, crashing into the banister hard enough to drive the air from my lungs before tumbling to the stairs. The walls shook. The stairs rumbled. Wild energies spun through Gloaming Mare, separating stone from stone, board from board. Delphica cried as the forces pried her fingers loose, sending her hurtling toward the witches. "Let me go, you—" But in a flash of blinding light, she and the witches vanished. Witchcraft whipped through the chamber like a tempest, drowning out my cry of despair. Chapter 29. Prime. The southern end of the Vale teemed with Riverspar forces. I recognized the color of 4 corps. Nearer the lip of the valley, a wagon train extended for what I guessed to be at least 2 miles. Beyond that, dust rose above the trees, so more followed. We reported to a command tent where soldiers stood guard at close intervals. Soon an officer emerged from the tent, walked over, and nodded. "Scholar Kestrel, come with me. The Queen will see you." As we ducked beneath the hanging flap of the opening, I readied myself for the barrage I fully expected. "Ah, Kestrel, it seems that you were bad luck all along. All we needed was for you to vanish, and everything finally started falling into place." Of course, I had a slew of questions for Her Majesty, not the least of which was how she'd escaped the fastness unscathed. It took several moments for my eyes to adjust to the dimmer light inside the tent. "Scholar Kestrel, Your Majesty," the officer announced. The furnishings, while sparse, were of an elegance I'd not seen in the witches' encampment, nor anywhere since we'd left Riverspar. A table in the center of the tent stood upon a woven rug and held a detailed map of the valley with carved pieces representing the array of forces, the enemy forces, and Shadowspyre itself. A young woman lifted her attention from the battle map to me. "Your Majesty," I said, bowing my head properly even as I hid my confusion and shock. Before me stood Erin Harrowspar, Princess of the Spars, Delphica's younger sister, and the new Queen of the Realm, evidently. Of course. I had been a fool. My cheeks burned with embarrassment. So much for careful observation and meticulous deduction. I'd built an entire fantasy around a simple misunderstanding. The silence stretched as I struggled to rearrange my thoughts. Erin waited, her expression carefully neutral, then prompted. "You look like a scholar, don't you?" "She's as fine a scholar as we've matriculated, Your Majesty," a familiar voice announced. Snapping my head to the left, I looked in wonder at Auguris Beryl Smallpage, doyen of the Augurian Chase. My mentor. Her large frame and the forward tilt of her head, the charcoal-colored scholar's stole, her cream-colored robes, and her piercing eyes brought me instantly back to my years at the Chase. I blinked away tears. So great was my shock at seeing her there. "Auguris," I whispered. She peered at me over the edges of her half-circle spectacles. "Don't look so surprised, Ashwin Kestrel. I'm capable of more than just nudging forth brilliance and shuffling around the stacks, you know." Near her stood Lieutenant General Janica Hedgewick and General Edwin Downing. Hedgewick nodded at me. We'd met several times back in Riverspar, while General Downing merely tipped his head. The Queen came around the table. "She complains far less than my generals. I'm tempted to put her in charge." "Majesty," Smallpage said, "let's not kill her just yet with such terrifying talk, not least after all the effort we made to rescue her." The heat on my cheeks remained, but I pushed past my embarrassment. "Your sister, the Queen, she's very much alive, as I mentioned in the brief communication with the Chase. It's urgent that we get to her. I know precisely where she is. Her being there on her own without guidance is incredibly risky. We don't have time to spare." Erin Harrowspar watched me, pursing her lips as she nodded along. Several moments passed in silence. "I recommend Maneuver Wolfglove," I said. "A specialized decisive rescue." "We used that for you, Scholar Kestrel," General Hedgewick said. "That's why we launched the assault." "Well, yes, and I'm grateful, of course. But I believe it of paramount importance that we get to Her Majesty." The new queen exchanged a glance with the pair of generals. Smallpage took a step toward me. "We have all the equipment needed to seal off the fastness." "The fastness?" I repeated. "Everything required for a spiraling atemporal nexus," spoke up Scholar Tom Hartnett, emerging from behind Smallpage. His scholar's stole bore the gilded edges of a subdoyen, a detail that barely registered through my shock at seeing him here at all. "Which will do nothing to seal off the chronovoidal surge," I said. "This has never been the plan." "It is now," Erin Harrowspar said, absently moving an artillery unit forward on the map, right in line with where I knew Delphica was probably hiding at that very moment. The wooden piece scraped against the paper with a sigh. "There's a better way, Majesty," I insisted. "Based on the readings I took, a pattern exists. With the proper equipment," Smallpage held her hand up. "This is a discussion for elsewhere." Erin circled the table. "Your information about my sister isn't surprising, Scholar Kestrel," she said, her voice carrying that same crisp authority I'd heard in Delphica's. "We've known her location since you made contact from the Great Library." I frowned. "When exactly did you learn I was in their camp?" "Our first sign was 9 days ago. It's why we started signaling," she said. "Your knowledge of Shadowspyre remains an edge we have over the Achromic Hall." I approached the map table. "But we have to rescue your sister." Behind me, neither general moved. Through the tent's opening, I could hear the clockwork efficiency of an army preparing for battle. Crisp orders, measured footsteps, the rat-tat-tat of drums. "The realm needs stability more than it needs 2 queens," Erin said quietly. My gaze locked on hers. Unlike her sister's irises, hers matched, a cool gray. I steadied myself as the implications cascaded through my mind. "My sister will be remembered as a hero," Erin continued, "instead of as the tempestuous queen who nearly lost everything. No one outside of this tent will ever know any different." I scanned the map in front of me, tracing the route from the witches' camp to where we stood, then to Shadowspyre. A triangle of betrayal, with Delphica at its heart. The carved pieces cast long shadows in the morning light that slanted through the tent's opening, their silhouettes stretching across valleys and ridgelines. Reaching out, I pressed my finger against the paper beneath the icon for Shadowspyre. The fresh crease drew a thin line across the fastness. General Hedgewick cleared her throat, and I realized I'd pressed too hard, leaving an indent on the map that couldn't be smoothed away. Erin, the queen, gave me a dismissive smile. "We're thankful you're alive, Scholar Kestrel." The angle of the sunlight spilled onto the floor as the sun rose higher in the eastern sky. Moving through the camp in the throes of battle preparations, I considered the implications. The realm needs stability more than it needs 2 queens. Was that what it all came down to? The power of Holly Crown could invest the bearer of the crown with say over life and death, even of her own blood. No one outside of this tent will ever know any different. Beryl Smallpage partook of this plan? The chase itself complicit in this betrayal? And where did that leave me? I'd played as much of a role in devising the mission to Shadowspyre as anyone. At each step along the way, I'd advocated Delphica's role in it. Any way I looked at it, I couldn't escape the plain fact that I'd led Delphica, physically led her, to her doom. The driver of a massive artillery wagon being pulled by 4 draft horses screamed at me to look where I was going, as I nearly stepped into its path. Once the carriage thundered past, I continued without hesitation, having found my way through worse. The camp was nothing in comparison to Shadowspyre. As I wandered, my mind racing, I felt the weight of the isotoc meter in my coat pocket. That's how they'd located me, of course. My pace increased as I passed right by a cooking tent with its rashers of bacon and tubs of beans. The isotoc meter's real purpose? If it sent a signal, I was alive. When the signal vanished, I was dead, presumably along with the rest of our troop, including the Queen. Stability. From the start, the mission had been desperate. But some had an even darker view, hadn't they? As we'd set out from Riverspar under cover of night, winding our way through the countryside, slowly sinking beneath the tide of the dead, on our way to the malignant heart of Shadowspyre, we hadn't been expected to return. I'd been sent, along with Delphica, on a suicide mission. Fury welled inside me. Yet even as I worked my way through every angle of the betrayal, one detail nagged at me. Our first sign was 9 days ago. It's why we started signaling. 9 days ago, I'd been in the heart of Shadowspyre. How could they have detected my location 9 days ago at the witch's camp? I stopped in my tracks. The message, with the books. How did you do that? Emily's bairn's confusion had been clear when she'd asked, "What books?" Who had left the message guiding me to the Great Library if it hadn't been Bairn? A fist pressed into my stomach. I'd pulled at the fabric of time when I instigated the temporal magic that had brought us to Shadowspyre. Ames Run herself had warned against such tampering with time. To pull at one thread is to threaten the unraveling. The message of the books was so specific. I'd understood it instantly. And yet, even Emily's bairn wouldn't have known the colors of the traditional notations found on the first and second Platt series. She'd never seen them. My analysis had glossed right over it. No other explanation made any sense, unless I was willing to accept the impossible. The unraveling. Unless... My breath caught in my chest. Impossible. The books. 9 days. My hurried temporal gambit. Each hit me like a blow. I turned to the west. Out there on the other side of the valley, across the glinting Froer stream, shrouded in mist, stood the darkness of Shadowspyre. The controlled chaos of the army getting ready to move grew muffled as my world shifted on its axis. My heart may have stopped beating. Was there another version of me in Shadowspyre right at that moment, trapped within the vast passages of the fastness? Horror rose from my heels, catching me in its flood. This has never been the plan. But along with the ghastly realization came something else. A glimmer, a hardening, a hope. It is now. My awareness opened back up to the whirling preparations of the army around me. "Is it?" I whispered, still as a statue amidst the mustering of soldiers. Or could another plan, a desperate, long-shot gamble, balanced precariously atop a temporal anomaly, stop the madness about to fly in the face of centuries' worth of unlearned lessons in hubris? Dread and promise faced one another inside me, squaring off like armies. Every ounce of my attention focused on the distant towers of Shadowspyre, a place whose long history proved that one good betrayal deserved another. Chapter 30. Echo. I knelt over Bethany in Gloaming Mare's ruins. Shattered stone littered the floor. Plinth, mantles, window frames, all reduced to debris. Witchcraft snapped through the air. Each breath stabbed my ribs. "Come on, wake up. There you go." Bethany's eyes fluttered open. She grasped my forearm. "Where's the queen?" "They took her." I helped her to her feet, each of us steadying the other. Her grip tightened on my arm. "It's my fault. I should have sensed them sooner. I was overwhelmed." I looked about at the destruction, replaying the events leading up to the witch's arrival. No, not your fault. I led them right to her. I was foolish. They used my condition against me, marking me, tracking me, outwitting me. Bethany squeezed my arm. "Impossible." I wish I could have agreed, but I didn't see a move left for us to make, not if they have Delphica. My plan to redirect the energies of the seals through me hinged entirely on being with the queen. The air thrummed. Bethany turned her head this way and that. "Witchcraft. It's prying this place apart. Not just the chamber, everything." With difficulty, I took out my iosodic meter. The reading showed something new. Regular bursts of agrolix. They're searching for the key node. My breathing sped up, bringing more pain. "We still have a chance. We just have to beat them to it." "But where is it?" Bethany countered. "Queen Illibel. She knows the way. Better still, I'm convinced she can create the way. You'll just have to—" Bethany ran a shaking hand through her hair. "I see." Her shoulders remained hunched. The hollows of her cheeks, wan skin, and dark circles around her eyes told me as much as anything about the cost she'd already paid channeling the dead within Shadowspyre. "Can you do it for just a while longer?" She blinked away her doubt, slowly nodding. "Where?" "It's in Illibel's nursery. I'm sure of it," I said. "That's where she had her accident as a child. She showed me a book of nursery rhymes, leading me on with images from it." "Nursery?" Bethany looked up, her strange gaze fixed on the middle distance, or sometime in the past. "Illibel's mantle." "Her what?" "I told you. No, that wasn't you. It was the other you. It's what my mother came for when I was a child. Illabel's mantle. I've always thought it was a bloom or a root of some kind. But what if it was an actual mantle? Illabel's mantle. Her nursery. Why was she looking for it? For my sake. She straightened her sleeves. A mother's love. A willingness to sacrifice everything for the vulnerable or the unlucky. Like all mothers who'd sacrificed for their children, or the sacrifice I was going to make. Then I think this is calling your name, as Delphica might say. I cleared my throat, suddenly unable to keep the waver from my voice. She nodded, brushing a strand of hair out of her face. Then why are we standing around gossiping instead of acting, as she'd say? My hand found her shoulder. She gripped it once, then stepped away. Queen Illabel? The darkness seemed to listen as Bettany's voice echoed. Queen Illabel? I looked around the lightless chamber, opening my thoughts to the dead queen. The only other person in history I knew to have also existed as a temporal echo. We can help Kelia, I added. The whirls of trinatric energy throughout the chamber brightened like embers given a breath, then dulled. Bettany's joints snapped as she assumed the contorted posture of channeling. The smooth stones of the tower nursery tell their unhappy tale. For walls speak, if you know how to listen. How do we find it, Your Majesty? I asked. Still everything but the quiet. Can you feel the passing of one moment to the next? Sense the cresting wave of the present as a ripple on infinity? Bettany's arms trembled. After a momentary flare, all the witchcraft extinguished, plunging the chamber into unalloyed darkness. How lovely were those first years. Bettany's voice, but not quite, intoned. Even the ancient stones would give all they have, all they ever had, to return to them. In the blackness, a gritty whisper grew into a stony murmur. The walls and floor of the chamber bucked, twisting with the powerful energies of the untethered. At the spot of the western hearth, a rectangle of light appeared, brightening from only a hint, an after-image. Sounds of clacking stone and knocking boards echoed out of the opening. I hurled myself to this new doorway, pulling Bettany along with me. Thank you, Majesty! Beyond the doorframe rose a set of wooden stairs, untouched by time. Pale stone walls curved off to the left. Candles burned in decorative sconces, casting delicate butterfly shadows to dance on the walls. These stones remember, Bettany whispered. The air was scentless, cold. Time furled strangely. We took the steps 2 and 3 at a time. The treads shifted beneath our feet, worn, smooth, with traces of old paint and nursery colors. I braced my hand along a faded mural of woodland creatures. Elk, hounds, hares, their black eyes following our climb. Bettany dragged behind. I paused. Can you manage? Can't talk. Keep going. A massive tremor rocked the runners and walls. Wood shrieked and stone cracked. Malignant energy crashed through the stairwell. From below rose a gagging wash of air, redolent of bog mud and rotting flesh. Witches? Bethany asked between breaths. Candle flames tilted and stretched, stretching the butterfly shadows into nightmare proportions. The skin on my neck prickled, and my legs froze. That hunger. My grip tightened on Bethany's arm. "No," I whispered. "Worse." Below us, wood splintered, stone ground against stone. Pale limbs, dozens, pried at every cranny and gap in the stairs, scrabbling across the flaking mural. Something vast climbed after us. Chapter 31. Prime. A distant boom made me flinch. The first cannon of the day. As I sprinted along the woody overlook at the outskirts of the camp, I had a clear view of the army coiling down to the floor of the valley. Infantry and cavalry bayonets glittered in the sunlight. As I neared the semicircle of unhitched wagons from the chase, I slowed. "We have all the equipment needed to seal off the fastness." I scanned the wagons, making sure no one might see my approach. "Everything required for a spiraling atemporal nexus." Well, it wouldn't be the first wagon load of precious equipment I'd burn to ashes. As I neared, the crack of musket fire carried across the valley, joining the deeper voice of artillery. The battle had begun in earnest. "I thought you might find your way here." Auguras Smallpage stood by the last wagon, leaning on her cane. "You never were one to take no for an answer." An ammunition wagon rolled past us, sending a clutch of nearby crows to flight, arguing as they skimmed over the trees. I felt my face turn scarlet. "You seem to have taken no for an answer." Smallpage straightened her back. "As doyen of the Augurian chase, my loyalty is to the realm. Follow me, and perhaps you'll understand." Another barrage of cannon fire rolled up from below, closer now. The ground trembled beneath our feet. Through the gaps in the trees, I caught flashes of sickly green light, tugging their shadows in odd directions. Death magic eating through the air. A stench reached us. Copper and rot and something else. Something that made my chest tighten. I hurried after her, raising my voice. "I just can't be part of abandoning her." Smallpage brought me around to the center of the semicircle of wagons. Several scholars from the chase gathered nearby, some sitting on a weathered slat fence, others on the ground before a small fire where a pair of kettles warmed. None took notice of me. All I've done, and not even a nod? Perhaps you'll find my loyalties aren't as far apart as you insist. Smallpage stopped at the back of the farthest-most wagon. She pointed to the wagon with the head of her cane. "Just look inside, Scholar Kestrel." I closed my mouth, walked over, and lifted the canvas flap at the back of the wagon. Inside, the dull glare of the filtered sunlight revealed a line of fresh, unblemished crates of varying sizes. Each bore a handwritten label glued to the upper left-hand corner. The nearest read, "Cross-planar decontamination array." A series of nearer explosions shook the air. Bruised green flashes of death magic, throwing improbable shadows across the pristine crates. My fingers tightened on the canvas bunched in my hand. I leaned in farther. The next crate's label read, "Recursive Temporal Field Generator." Somewhere behind us, A sentry called out a muffled warning about the wounded, but I barely heard it, transfixed by what sat before me. Each label shocked me. Deltaic Wave Harmonizer, Advanced Binding Field Projector. But none of this will send Shadowspyre into the untethered, I said. Exactly. Smallpage stared off into the encampment, as though we were merely discussing the likelihood of showers, but her knuckles had whitened on her cane. The nearest crate was labeled Wave Cancellation Resonator. This will work, I said, turning to scrutinize Smallpage's face. All of it. It's exactly what I recommended. To the last detail. Does Hartnett know? Sub-Doyen Hartnett has thoroughly overseen all the work of the backup plan, she sniffed. Though don't tell him as much. The nearby scholars took notes, read, sat talking quietly. And them? Ready to do what they need to do, Smallpage said. Honored to be included, as most sharp initiates are. I looked at her from the tail of my eye. The witchlight caught the angles of her face for a moment in relief. A lifetime of discipline and dedication to the realm, equal to any general in the field. More. The sharp-eyed architect, surveying the grand design she'd dragged into existence. I looked over the equipment carefully, calculating the chances of one more desperate gambit, seeing the pieces come together. Auguras Smallpage looked out over the valley, where shredding smoke dragged through the trees down below. Well? It's everything. Miraculously. We don't believe in miracles. We rely on knowledge. She nodded. I will see that the Queen understands. I turned to the Auguras. We don't have that kind of time. It's out of our hands. Is it? More cannon fire rolled through the valley, becoming a constant roar. I know how to do it, I said, watching her closely. She shifted her cane. Do I want to know precisely how you think you can accomplish this? I straightened my shoulders, mirroring her careful control. Do you remember what you told me about the relic holding the finger bones of Aramin the Rove? How I didn't dare unless there was no other recourse? You're suggesting now's the time to use it? I noted the position of the sun, calculating the amount of daylight remaining. I used it weeks ago. I also instigated a chronospatial recursion, and later a chronometric subluxation. In fact, I've pulled at the threads of time so relentlessly that I'm nearly getting good at it. She mulled over my words, nodding slowly. The same nod she'd given my theories about Shadowspyre, every step that had led me here. I see. Another explosion rocked the valley. I'll do it one more time. Bring this gear straight into the heart of Shadowspyre before we run out of time, I said, already moving toward the equipment. I'll need 4 scholars with me. The sharpest, if you would, Auguras. Down in the valley, smoke churned skyward, and artillery fire mixed with the distinctive hiss of death magic as the Achromic Hall swept into Shadowspyre. Well, I prompted. A muscle twitched in her jaw. I'd seen that twitch before. My years of research had begun with another such tell. Smallpage in her chambers on an autumn afternoon, extending Ames Run's journal to me like a gift. "Here's some history a sharp initiate like you might find interesting," she'd said, as though it were nothing. As though she hadn't been selecting her weapon with precision. How many others had she tested before finding someone with the right combination of obsession and ability? Someone who would follow Shadowspyre's mysteries down every dark path, never suspecting they were being led? My mentor held my gaze, then nodded. Chapter 32. Echo. We fled up the stairs, breathlessly taking 2 and 3 steps at a time, forced onward by the mewling darkness below. At an angled landing, a break in the towering spiral, I slumped against the wall, my knees threatening to buckle. I couldn't keep up the pace, but I knew we couldn't linger. "How much farther?" Bettany panted. "Can't tell." I peered ahead. Below, the sounds of architectural carnage continued. The stones vibrated beneath our soles. I spotted a wooden dresser canted against the wall of the landing. We had to turn sidelong and squeeze our way past it. It wasn't the only one. The next stretch of stairs choked on identical dressers, jamming the way forward at all kinds of angles. My eyes widened in recognition. Queen Illabel had been hurt as a young child in an accident with a dresser. Her substantial injuries, broken arm, leg, and hips, had earned her the sobriquet that sprouted during her lifetime and trailed her through history. The Broken Queen. "She's with us," I said, searching for a path through the unruly cavalcade of dressers. I only wish she weren't quite so in the way. "Come." "I don't like the feeling I'm getting," Bettany gasped out between breaths. "She's all around me, with too much power. It's this place. It's different." I wedged myself between the wall and wood, dragging Bettany by the wrist. All the while, the Dugdamian closed the gap between us. The stairwell echoed with rending, skittering, scraping, and the heaving of its sinuous length. Our noses filled with the foul scent of the planar beast. I kicked whatever dresser we passed forcibly down behind us, using both legs and cursing like Her Majesty to further block the passageway. Light broke over my shoulder as we reached the top of the stairs. I was too out of breath to even announce it to Bettany, settling for pulling harder at her wrist. A ghastly roar erupted from below, a sound like dozens of human voices screaming in fury and victory. Through the chaos of the shattering wood, the limbs and faces of the entity plunged forward. Pale limbs grappled wall and stair, wood and shadow, never slowing. Its gaping maw revealed a twisted glade of teeth in concentric rings. Around the mouth, eyes, orbs shining with sickly gray luminescence. Antennae waved and coiled forward. Bruised, my limbs on fire from exertion, I grabbed Bettany by the collar of her cloak and yanked with all my remaining strength. I bore down with my legs against the nearest dresser, which pushed up at us, just ahead of the Dugdamian. Limbs slinked up and brushed my ankles, kicking my legs furiously. I tried to break free, but only entangled myself further. Where it touched me, my skin, even beneath my breeches, burned with its toxic contact. Bettany wrenched herself away, her body twisted, her face pinching in pain. She inhaled, then stood upright. The voice coming from her mouth resounded down the stairwell, dry and forceful. "You cannot enter here. Don't linger at my threshold." She stretched one palm to the beast. Pale light rose behind her. The stones of the stairwell shifted, pressing in, grinding their mortar to fine powder. "Be gone, lest I scatter your essence to the four winds." The attack didn't slow. I screamed as the tendrils and limbs wrenched me down, crushing my flesh. Bethany's eyes rolled back into her head, her body racked with tremors. All at once, the dressers shattered into jagged lengths of raw wood, up and down the length of the stairwell, then drove like stakes into the body of the entity. A massive howl exploded, dozens of voices belting out in agony. The Dugdamian writhed, forcibly pulled into hundreds of pieces by the wood. Its final, gurgling mule hung in the space, before piece after piece flopped wetly to the stones, sliding and dripping back into the darkness. Silence followed down into the curving darkness below. I scrambled backward, ignoring the pain in my lower legs, eyes wide, jaw clenched. Bethany got her arms beneath mine and dragged me up the rest of the way. I stared at the gore filling the space below us, my mind struggling to take in what had just happened. "How?" I gasped. "I don't know," she said. "One moment she filled me like the heat of the sun, then she vanished. I don't think I can take much more." Once clear of the frightful stairs, I turned, staring up at the arched ceiling, painted with graceful honey-eaters, leaping frogs, springing elk, proud cats. My heart raced. My limbs shook. Silence wrapped the nursery, broken only by the soft ticking of a clock on the mantel over the hearth. On either side of the hearth rose tall windows of stained glass, elaborate decorative patterns echoing the carvings and paintings. Everywhere the young princess's gaze might have landed, she would have seen a friend. The hound, the hare, the smiling butterfly. The carvings and smooth blush rose granite stonework itself came from the hand of Guildmaster Gavin Bairn himself. "Are you all right?" I asked Bethany. She lowered herself onto the ancient rug by the narrow bed, her head in her hands, her shoulders curled forward. "I'm a guttering wick. I don't know if I have anything left in me." Her voice was weak, hoarse from the endless strain of the dead. "My legs feel like frayed strings." "Mine as well," I offered. "But we have to locate the key node. It's a spike, most likely. Here, somewhere. Can you connect with the Queen? Have her point us in the right direction?" Bethany lifted her head from her hands. I don't know." I inspected the mantelpiece. The surface underneath the clock was smooth. I moved the clock, looking at the back. Nothing. A backing of matching marble extended along the wall, running down either side of the hearth. The clock continued its soft ticking, haranguing me with each nick of the gearing. Soft rumbles shook the flagstones beneath me. I ran my fingers along the underside, but found nothing but smooth stone. Above, on the wall itself, nothing. I pulled the isotoc meter from my coat. Don't just guess. The device bore nicks and dents from the journey, with one of the glass casings over a dial cracked. As I spun the lower knob, the body of the isotoc meter twisted in my grip. I righted it. It angled back, and I struggled to hold it still. Like some small, angry animal, it tried to break free from my grasp. The needles shook wildly, alive. I brought it closer to the mantle. The wooden casing grew warm beneath my hands. Vibrations grew stronger and stronger, until all I could do was keep it from slipping to the floor. "What's happening?" Bethany gazed about the chamber. Instantly, the iosodic meter stopped moving. The needles settled into an unsettling configuration. "I'm not—" I began. A line of blinding blue-white light burst from the center point of the ceiling, running down, tracing every contour of the windows, walls, and hearth, like some cross-section of an unseen sphere. Trailing it, the air warped, bending the light as through uneven glass. An exhalation of frigid air rolled down from the ceiling, strong enough to rattle the dried blooms, the dusty rabbit, and flutter the coverlet on the narrow bed. Shadowy forms gathered by the ceiling, imperfections in the glassy texture growing ever more solid. "Witches?" I called to Bethany. She turned her head back and forth. No, I don't feel anything." Before I could even check my device again, Bethany and I both lifted off the floor as gravity lost its grip on us. For an excruciating moment, my limbs, head, and torso seemed to press into, and somehow through, a wall unseen. Like a chronometric subluxation, but more violent, as if something was actively trying to pull me apart. I couldn't breathe, couldn't cry out. They'd caught us. Chapter 33. Prime. With a sound like glass shattering in reverse, we slipped from the racing current of unmoored tumbling. My spirit slammed back into my flesh, my awareness into the stream of time, as I skidded across ancient cobblestones and crashed into a fountain's weathered rim. Lindalia Door materialized next, careening into me. The initiates followed, then the equipment. All chaos. My bones quivered, but we'd made it inside Shadowspyre. If I survived, I would never tamper with time again, I vowed. Sitting up on one elbow, I took in the corner of the courtyard, trying to reconcile our location. Look for Westerly Blade. Easy enough, or it should have been. Yet the silhouettes of peaks, crenels, and battlements came and went, obscured more often than not by thick bands of planar energy that rotated over and throughout the circumference of the fastness. Sullen whirls of deep lilac and purple, so deep as to be nearly black, wrapped the heights of the castle, leaving me guessing where we were. "Scholar Kestrel?" one initiate whispered. I lowered my gaze, getting an altogether clearer view of a crowd of corpses. They loomed still as statues for a moment, and then, one by one, craned their necks in our direction, their eyes glimmering silver with death barrier witchcraft. I steadied myself on the stone lip of the discolored, weather-stained fountain. "Let me handle this," I said. I unhitched the brass and wood device from my belt. As the dead lurched toward us, I launched the treated weights, sending them clattering across the cobblestones. The necro-energetic barriers sprang up between the weights, ready to neutralize the death magic on contact. "Scholar Kestrel!" the initiate repeated, concern driving her voice into a yet higher register. "Wait for it," I said, my voice remarkably calm. I'd been through worse. Door at least got to her feet, wrestling her rifle from her shoulder until the bayonet pointed at the lead corpse. The initiates assumed varying states of cowering. The first corpse, little more than a desiccated bundle of ancient cloth and bone, hit the circumference of the field and collapsed in an almost musical spill of bones. More and more corpses lunged at us, only to fall motionless to the ground, creating a ghastly lumber pile hemming us in. I turned back to the others. "Get the equipment readied, now! Nodes! We need to locate all 24 nodes." 2 of the initiates nodded, getting straight to work. The array would cut through Shadowspyre's chaos to reveal what we needed. The pure frequencies of the seals themselves, arranged in their Grayan spiral. Most crucially, it would show us the master node, the linchpin. One of the other initiates stared helplessly at the encroaching dead, eyes wide, face pale. "Help her, Dor," I said. Dor put herself between the nearest corpses and the initiate, bayonet out-thrust, offering a buffer to the terror.
"Any of them get any closer? I'll give them a tickle with this."
The initiate shuddered, then turned to the gear with trembling hands. Around us, the tide of the dead slowed as they struggled to surmount the pile of their motionless companions. Some stayed back, lurking. A great collapsing sound rumbled from the east, as though a tower had sheared free of its moorings and sundered to the massive energies battering the fastness. Massive flares of trinatric energy arced through the sky, leaping from prominence to prominence. Crackling energies within the temporal cloud reacted, clawing down in sparking bolts as the seals holding back the chronovoidal surge strained. I looked over the work the initiates did, feeling the weight of every second. Even as I double-checked their progress, I tried to unknot the other thorny problem vexing me: how to rescue Delphica and Bettany. "Ready," the closest initiate announced. "3 of you, record these coordinates," I said, my voice tight. 2-second intervals. Miss nothing. I leaned forward and threw the switch. A pulsing of the air showed the interference field activated as planned. Come on, come on. One by one, the compass needles in the array shifted in different directions, each one transmitting separate frequencies into the planar currents. When the last one moved, all the needles quivered. "Take down the readings now!" I ordered. The initiates hurried to record the precise degrees on the points assigned to them, hastening on to the next batch. Cobblestones bucked beneath us as yet another massive tremor crashed through the fastness. Gazing up, I tightened my jaw at the hollow opening in the darkness overhead. The Helmstrom effect, a phenomenon associated with planar dampening. A wave of relief lowered my shoulders from my ears. I looked back down to see the other initiates conferring. "What?" I said impatiently. "There are only 23 nodes," one said. "Someone must have missed one," I said. "We all got the same result." If we didn't have the full set of coordinates, nothing would work. All our efforts a fatal waste of time. "We run it again." With a slow inhale, I once again turned the bridge pin to the open position, allowing the circuit to spark to life. Lines of witchcraft snaked down from the tumult overhead, fine filaments of energy drawn to the force of the device. When the cycle completed, the initiates looked up from their notes, their faces clear, the same as last time. 23 nodes. The number struck like a physical blow. Wrong. Impossible. The array demanded symmetry, demanded 24 points to balance the temporal forces. I snatched the notes out of their hands, my gaze racing over their marks. The levels were within the expected ranges, and all similar in amplitude. Where was the 24th node? It would have been, should have been, would have to be higher. The key node, the heart of the array. Where we'd need Delphica. I looked up from the notes. Delphica. Where was she? And where was... My hands wrinkled the papers. Of course. If the other version of me had grown desperate enough, and why wouldn't she, might she have sought out Delphica? Brought her to the key node? I raised my hand. The ring on my finger caught the light of witchcraft. Since the mead of dusk fell, since Shadowspyre had first tried to turn us against each other, neither Delphica nor I had removed our matched rings. The entrained energies binding them could lead me straight to her. I tossed the papers aside and knelt before the deltaic wave harmonizer. Pressing the ring on my finger to the metal plate, I flipped the activation switch. The dials spun wildly. Empty. They didn't settle, didn't offer a reading of coordinates, but neither did they remain still, reflecting a lack of entrainment. Meaning? The queen wasn't dead. The ring remained resonant. Not the witchcraft. The entrainment ran too deep in the substrate for interference. Not damaged. The calibration read true. The dials whirled as if they were searching for something that existed nowhere in Shadowspyre's physical space. Like they were reaching for... My hands froze on the harmonizer's dials. Of course. Of course. The missing node. The silent ring. Two impossibilities with one elegant, terrifying answer. They weren't gone. They were shifted. Delphica, the 24th node, the whole damned answer, all of it trapped in the untethered, a half-breath out of phase with our reality. I pushed back at the horror of Delphica's situation, the peril she was in while trapped in that half-realm. I needed solutions, not helpless panic. Think. There was one way we could reach them. I stared at the devices meant to detect temporal anomalies, not cross them. But with the witchcraft storms raging overhead, with enough power, the massive trinatric currents crackling overhead could supercharge it in a process any reasonable scholar would immediately reject. I reached for its access panel. "Stay close to me," I called to the others. "Close as you can, all of you." I spun the dials to the largest sweep of frequencies possible. Then, ignoring a decade's worth of meticulous scholarship, I slid aside the small panel, feeling inside for the limiting coil designed to shut down the device in the event of too much current. My fingers closed around the tight spring. Nothing if not desperate. I wrenched it out. A thin thread of witchcraft twined around the device, pulled down from the sky. The generator shrieked, a sound that shouldn't exist, as trinatric energy hammered down. Before I realized what was happening, the unseen barrier I'd set up gave way, collapsing under the massive charges sweeping down across us. Bodies piled like sandbags shifted inward, pressed by the onslaught on the other side. "Hold them back!" I shouted to Dor. Corpses breached the barrier. Another followed. Dor drove her bayonet deep, but more pressed in behind it. "A minute! Hold them off for a minute!" "I can't," she said, even as she redoubled her efforts, sending the corpse pushing back into the skeletal figure behind it. "Pull everything close! All the equipment!" I shouted to the initiates. Voices of the dead rose. The courtyard quaked. Chunks of the fountain's rim cracked, falling to the cobbles. Our shadows splayed out in multiple directions as shifting moments in time collided. "To me!" My voice cracked through the dead's rising chorus. "Equipment tight against your bodies!" The barrier shattered. Door slammed into me, driven by the surge of corpses. Rotting hands clawed at our clothes. An initiate's scream cut off in a choke. We collapsed into a knot of limbs and brass, the precious machines crushed between us. In the fouled water of the fountain, our reflections splintered. First double, then quadruple, then fractaling into countless versions of ourselves, each one slightly out of phase with the others. Sickly yellow light spiraled around our huddled forms, describing a complex helix that burned itself into my vision. Through squinted eyes, I saw witchlight fan across our huddle, each rotation of the spiral pulling reality thinner, threads drawn to snapping. The dead exploded outward like leaves in a gale. Reality cracked. Every nerve ignited as time convulsed. I felt the others' bodies arch against mine. Equipment bit through cloth, into flesh. The world stretched, thinned, and snapped. We fell into a void that had no air, no light, no up or down, only the sensation of falling, falling, falling through an infinity that tasted of lightning and terror. Gravity reasserted itself, sending me falling to a hard floor. I landed on one knee and foot, crashing into the edge of a hearth. A series of thuds and grunts filled the room. Twisting around, I looked past the tangle of bodies and equipment in the center of the room. A dizzying sensation took me as my gaze fixed on a figure dressed in a worn coat, torn breeches, weathered shoes, all showing a familiar tale of passage through the river, through wood, through Shadowspyre. I stared into the haunted eyes of myself. She, my temporal echo, crouched by a wide hearth, her knuckles white as she gripped an identical version of my iosodic meter, gaping at me. The sight struck me like a physical blow. Her form seemed to waver at the edges, as if she existed partially in multiple planes at once. A living illustration of Gray's theories on temporal decay. She lifted her head, and our eyes met. Another blue-white flash ran down the blush-rose granite of the hearth, highlighting her features. For an instant, our shadows stretched across the floor, doubled, misaligned. I couldn't look away. My echo's face. Raw, haunted, alien. Every imperfection I'd carefully ignored in mirrors suddenly screamed at me. The slight asymmetry of my jaw, the furrow between my brows that had carved itself deeper than I'd realized, the way my mouth pulled down at one corner. Worse was the naked desperation in those eyes. My eyes, searching my face with the same horrified fascination, sharing the knowledge we were never meant to see ourselves like this. "Who is it?" a familiar voice asked. Glancing to my right, I spotted Bethany sprawled by a bed. Relief flooded my limbs, even as her question hit excruciatingly close to the bone. Who indeed? We were both Ash Kestrel, yet neither of us could claim to be any more real than the other. Our shared existence violated everything I'd once understood about temporal mechanics. Craning my neck, I took in what appeared to be a bedchamber, seemingly for a child. I'd seen the designs before, in Tales from the Briar Patch. I sat up, alarm welling inside me. "Where's the Queen?" I turned to Ash. My echo's mouth worked soundlessly for several moments. Then she shook her head, as if clearing away a powerful daydream. "She's been taken. Oressa and the others." Her voice landed strangely in my ears. Was that what I sounded like? My heart raced, and my limbs tingled. As we stared at each other, I noticed tears gathering on her lashes. My vision wavered. "I'm so sorry." She flicked away the tears with her thumbs, shaking her head. "Don't be. I would have done the same thing. In fact, I did the same thing. I didn't know. You didn't know. It had to be done. I'm just glad you're alive. I feared the worst." Ash Echo stood and walked over to me, extending a hand. I put my hand in hers. The skin and warmth were unnervingly familiar. As I let her help me to my feet, I said, "But you're—" "It doesn't matter what's going to happen to me," she said. "It's already happened." She said it so calmly. I lurched forward and wrapped my arms around her, leaning my head into hers, pulling her tight. For a moment, I felt her chest and ribs hitching, her shoulders softening. I crushed her closer, aware of how solid she still felt despite her fading state, as if her determination alone kept her anchored to this reality. The scent of her coat was mine, river-worn and smoky from countless campfires on our shared journey. She sniffed loudly in my ear, then gently pushed me back. "Well, at least we didn't annihilate everything within 100 miles. Neutralized by the untethered and, well..." Words caught in my throat, the muscles of my face betraying my emotions. I pressed my tongue to my teeth for a moment, fighting for composure. "We're clever like that." Dor spoke up. "Could someone please explain what's happening here?" "I'm sure they both can," Bethany added, "though I'm not sure we have time for such raw scholarship at the moment." The walls shook as the initiates got to their feet. I waved an arm in their direction. "I brought help and equipment." Still, I couldn't take my eyes off my Echo's face. Had I ever looked that determined? She knew exactly what had happened, and had likely known it long before I'd even had an inkling. Yet she'd carried on, driving forward through the depths of time and the untethered. Ash Echo nodded. "Brilliant. And you used it to track me. Through the iosodic meter." I pointed to the wave cancellation resonator. "Leveraging temporal amplification, in a Grayan Partian, harnessing the energy of a spatial temporal collapse." She pursed her lips. "Clever. And terrifying. Yes." Again our gazes locked. Not quite like looking in a mirror, as we weren't mirrored. She appeared thinner, her cheeks gaunt. A temporal ripple washed through the chamber, turning everything momentarily thick and blurred. Outside the stained-glass windows, illumination flashed. "The witches?" Ash Echo asked. "In part," I said, struggling to clear my thoughts of her plight. "But also the chase, a ridiculous backup plan, a spiraling atemporal nexus designed to partition the spatio-temporal intersection. But the substrate energies aren't nearly uniform enough for that. Her voice carried the edge of someone who'd seen firsthand what happens when temporal forces go wrong. The walls shifted, stuttering, as if Shadowspyre struggled to maintain its coherence across multiple time streams. The temporal collapse is speeding up. I looked around the room. We have minutes, not hours. I take it the master node of the array is in here somewhere? That's what I thought, she said, but I can't find it. Readings? Confusing. My echo pushed her way through the initiates, who stared at her in deep confusion, taking stock of the equipment. How in the world did you get all this? It's perfect. Dor stared back and forth between the two of us as I quickly explained what I'd intended to do with the gear. My other self nodded along. But without Delphica, I'm not sure how it can work, I concluded. We force it all through me, she said. My condition could allow for a prismatic separation of frequencies, ascending throughout the array. With enough energy, we can cause a recursive bideltaic folding. She caught my eye. I lowered my eyebrows. That will obliterate you. My echo held my gaze. I know. How could I let her do that? Even though I knew she had no way out of her terrible plight, I couldn't get past the horror of what she suggested. But what choice did we have? We could talk it through a dozen times, but she was right, displaying a vein of courage I'd never suspected. Then we need to find the master node, I said. Kneeling by the deltaic wave harmonizer, she put her thin hand, had I noticed it looked less than fully solid, on it. This should help. You're a genius. I watched her glance leap from one piece of equipment to the next, her mind already assembling the components of her own annihilation. Her fingers traced the harmonizer's casing with precision, even as they flickered between substantiality and shadow. Another flash lit the chamber, but this time, when the blue-white light struck the blush-rose granite, it caught in her fading form, passing partly through her. For an instant, I saw beyond the haunted, doomed version of myself to something transcendent, light, given purpose and form beyond mere courage or sacrifice. Here was curiosity and determination, wrapped in a willingness to pay any price for knowledge, for truth, for the preservation of both. Genius. A scholar in her finest hour. Chapter 34. Echo. The floor shook. From the stairs came distant sounds of collapse, the untethered beneath being devoured by the void surge. I worked quickly, aligning the cross-planar decontamination array to tap into the master node. After setting the dials, I got to my feet, trying to ignore how the simple motion sent temporal echoes through my limbs, blurring my boundaries. We're ready, I think. We might experience temporal deflections, Ash Prime said, her eyes catching on the places where my fingers phased slightly through the equipment. Each time she watched me, I felt my temporal state fluctuate, ripples spreading through me. Almost certainly. But by setting the bands as narrow as possible, we keep the power focused, I said, grasping onto pure scholarship, instead of what awaited me when the device came to life. Of course, the sounds from the stairwell grew insistent and closer. At the top of the stairs, the soldier stood looking down into the shadows, rifle at the ready. "It's time," I said. My prime self double-checked the arrangement of braided coils. I stood back. She reached down and released the head pins. The inner gyroscopes engaged, adding a high-pitched hum to the noise. As the numbers climbed past the limit we'd agreed on, I shifted the oscillation of the array. I'm not sure either of us breathed. "Light," the soldier said. "I see a light down there. It's coming closer." "Bethany?" I called over my shoulder. The flagstones trembled beneath my feet.
"Witches!"
Bethany lifted her head, leaning against the wall. Her jaw hung slack, her fingers curled.
"They're approaching."
The gyroscopes within the array whined. Another crash from below, closer now. An interference pattern bloomed from the carving of the stallion, throwing a crosshatch of shadows across the chamber. Within the shadows, the air refracted images of grinning cats and leaping elk as the background distorted. My prime self reached out and grabbed me by the arm. "It's fine," I whispered. "Just make a note of it all. For posterity." "I don't know what to say." "Say you'll make it count." I gently pulled my arm from her grip. The soldier stepped back from the door. "Streaks of light are crawling up the walls," she announced. I stepped into the small circle we'd established within the ring of the equipment. Bands of powerful forces pressed in on me as I passed through the interference pattern, repelling and attracting my center of gravity. The floor felt like the bottom of a small skiff on rough seas. I gripped the conducting rod of the resonator. My prime self checked the settings. She looked up at me and nodded. "Are you—" "Do it," I said. My fingers tightened on the cool steel. Her eyes softened as she held my gaze. She lifted a hand to the initiates. No one moved, all eyes on her. She lowered her hand. "Now." The interference pattern doubled, then trebled, the complexity growing exponentially. A heart-stopping pressure erupted in the center of my chest. Around me, the room blurred into streaks, the faces of the others reduced to smears. Time broke apart. Splintered memories exploded out. Every moment I'd ever experienced cast in bright relief, racing away from one another, forever separating. The stream of minutes, days, and years revealed themselves as the insubstantial ghosts they really were. Gusts of wind, flitting shadows, handfuls of starlight. This wasn't the gentle unraveling I'd grown accustomed to as a temporal echo, but a violent dismantling, every thread of my existence yanked apart simultaneously. To pull at one thread of time is to threaten the unraveling. The benighted sarcophagus that was Shadowspyre released 100 million impressions, left by lives that flowered and blew away to dust, into my awareness. As time fractured, every shard spun, faster and faster, until they were rings of light orbiting the point where I floated, suspended between moments. But instead of reaching a balanced symmetry, the forces of time spun off in a shower of vortices, rolling me sideways. For a moment, it felt as though my right side were 10 miles long, while my left compressed down to less than an inch. My last moments blazed, every memory sheared from the rest, shredding my being into nothingness. I wordlessly craved the end. But then my fractured awareness, line after line that had cracked through the glassy hole, pressed together again, squeezing an agonizing scream from my throat. My weight crashed back into my body, strewn, broken, ghastly, breathless. I found myself spread-eagled against the vibrating stone of the floor, hollowed out and convulsing. My prime self knelt over me, furiously trying to help me breathe. I gasped, disoriented by the constraints of linear time. Wrong. Miscalculated. It's not the master node. Not it. Tears pooled in the corners of my eyes. A blast of witchcraft rolled through the doorway to the stairs, blinding and snapping along every surface. The energy patterns concentrated most intensely near the ceiling, drawn upward. Just behind me, Bethany stirred, standing straight. A familiar voice echoed from below. "I'm looking forward to seeing your smug face torn from your skull when you attempt this madness. And believe me, I'll die happy at the sight." Delphica and her captors. My prime self clenched her fingers into my shoulder. Think, 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 she muttered to herself, her eyes closed. Bethany shrugged her shoulders, as though shaking off centuries of forgetfulness. "I am Shadowspyre," she said, her voice in a low register. "Awake at last." From my back, I watched the witchcraft spiral upward, following the excruciating pattern of the asymmetrical flow of energies I'd been caught within. Energies. The way they moved through Shadowspire's heights. "Get your fucking hands off me!" Delphica's voice boomed nearer. Witchcraft wound throughout the chamber. Bethany's entire bearing transformed. She moved toward the hearth with none of her normal caution. In fact, she moved with the practiced grace of someone who had spent a lifetime walking these halls, who knew every stone by heart. Her shoulders squared, chin lifting. "I shall never suffer a witch within this chamber," she said, her voice smooth and strong, but with an accent I hadn't heard before, the crisp, formal tones of the old court. My prime self stared at Bethany, then at me, then at the equipment. I sat up, gaping at Bethany. My mind went back to the portrait on the landing in the great library. Those same commanding eyes, the same tilt of the head that suggested she was always looking slightly down at the world, even when she wasn't. It wasn't Illabel Arendt speaking through Bethany. With effort, I got the words out. "Kelia Arendt, Your Majesty." Bethany, Kelia, gestured dismissively at the stairwell. "I shall crush them on the stairs. Let them taste fear in their final moments." "Majesty," I said. "No, not yet. The living queen is with them. We can't afford to lose her." She paused, considering, as she locked eyes with me. I felt the disorienting presence of another, not Bethany. I rushed my words, struggling to shape them in my disorientation. "And if you want revenge, Majesty, you can have it. Better than anything you might have planned or dreamed of. Take your magnificent sacrifice and make it permanent. I'll let it all flow through me. They'll never taste that dark energy again, the witches. You'll leave them powerless forever. Perfect vengeance. For you, for your mother, Queen Illabel. My prime self stood, bracing herself on the nearby equipment, shaking her head. "We tried that." I turned to her, pointing up to the ceiling. "In the wrong location! I know where to find the master node. I've seen it, but I didn't put it together. Up. We need to go up. The top of the blade, the seat of queens. The royal bloodline's power is strongest there, and all the lines of energy converge there, the center of the spiral. We have to do it now, before the witches realize they're going to the wrong spot." Bettany twisted her head between us, with quick, decisive movements rather than her usual careful gestures. At the stairs, the soldier stepped back in the face of the streaming witchcraft. My prime self frowned, looking once at her, then at the equipment. She nodded, then met my gaze. "Take what you need. I'll stay here, as if protecting the nursery node, and hold them back for as long as possible. I have some tricks up my sleeve still." How could she turn the temporal energies against the witches, with no time to spare? "I'll stop them long enough for you to reach it," she continued. "Whatever it takes." Those last words brought me face to face with the reality of what she proposed. If I were willing to sacrifice myself, then so was she. Dor pointed her rifle into the opening of the stairwell. "I see them." Bettany strode to the hearth, her movements fluid and purposeful. "Come, scholar." She pressed her hand to the stones beneath the mantel with the casual familiarity of one who had used the passage 1,000 times before. The narrow door, one so cleverly carved into the walls that its presence had been hidden entirely, swung inward with a whisper of ancient mechanisms, revealing a shadowy passage beyond. Footsteps raced up the stairs in front of Dor. My prime self helped me to my feet. We stared at one another, understanding without words what neither of us could bear to say. I threw myself forward at the same moment she did, our arms finding each other, our edges blurring where we touched. Her heart thundered against mine, or was it mine against hers? For one precious moment, we were one again. Ripples of time rolled off us like currents of a fast-moving stream heading toward the ending sea. She squeezed me back. "Good luck," she whispered in my ear. "And you." I tore loose and followed the dead queen, the spirit powering Shadowspyre, forgotten and now remembered, to the doorway by the hearth. Before I ducked inside, I turned to see her, my prime self, kneeling by the equipment, directing the initiates, ready to face her doom, a master of desperate measures. I followed Bettany. The secret door closed behind us with a soft nick. Bettany hurried along the passage, her shoulders back, her hips swaying with each fast stride. We hurried through shadows broken by flashes and shimmers of light, seeping through the masonry and beams, as the entire breadth of Shadowspyre groaned under the massive pressure of the temporal energies gushing through and around the seals. Deep rumbles betrayed the collapse of key parts of the foundation of Westerly Blade. The walls shook, and enormous joists squealed as the weight of so much stone strained them beyond what they were designed to bear. At least my ending wouldn't be a quiet one. "Your mother," I called to the spirit of the queen. "She guided us to you, to where you would remember yourself, so that you could remember yourself." Not breaking stride, she said over her shoulder, "She was the greatest queen of all. That I never doubted." I struggled to keep up, breaking into a jog. The unstable temporal energies held me back, catching me in unseen currents as they reacted to my fading state. But not her alone, Majesty. I know what you did, the sacrifice you made. Hunks of plaster crashed to the floor, but she pushed her way through the debris. I nearly stumbled over a hunk of lath and plaster. You weren't terrified, Majesty? I had a realm to worry about. She paused at the bottom of a set of spiraling stairs. She started up the steps. Giant concussions rocked the tower, sending me to brace myself against the stone. I'm terrified. The admission felt both unscholarly and deeply true. My mother has faith in you, Kelia said. She always had a soft spot for the kind and the intelligent. That's why she communicated with you. She stopped, turning back to me, looking me up and down, even as dust and hunks of stone rained down between us. I would be flattered if I were you. There's never been higher praise. She resumed climbing the stairs. I raced after her, steadying myself the entire way as the temporal instability increased. The steps doubled and trebled in my vision. It felt as though the tower itself spun slowly, tilting like a wobbling top. Ahead of us, the entire length of stairs sheared from the wall, crashing and slipping, tilting at an impassable angle. Great gouts of sparking energy raced along the ceiling, blindingly bright. I can't get past that, I called out. Bethany reached back and grabbed me by the shoulder. Don't give up so easily, especially when you've tasted the bright side of time. As we ascended, more than one set of stairs appeared, as it was, but also as it had been moments earlier. From below, a massive explosion ripped through the tower. The blast turned the air blue-white, slamming our shadows to the stairs. A wall of pure temporal energy hit us, driving us both to our knees. The tower echoed with tremors. A glare filled the stairwell behind us. For several seconds, I couldn't hear anything, my ears pummeled by the shock wave. My hands tingled. My vision blurred as tears welled up. She did it. Whatever my prime self had done to stop the witches, she'd done it without hesitation. That energy signature was unmistakable. The focused chronometric cascade that could only come from deliberately overloading the equipment. A scholar's knowledge turned to a soldier's purpose. My heart broke with fierce pride as I climbed toward my end, tears streaming down my face, the prime version of me already dust, my own extinction nearing, breath by precious breath. The seat of queens stood battered by howling currents of planar energy that streaked the air violet and black, the very colors of the Achromic Hall. Massive pulls of temporal instability shook the peak of Westerly Blade. The disruption spun up a dreadful wind, powerful enough to threaten to send us over the edge, to plummet hundreds of feet. Witchcraft crackled overhead, bolts striking the tower with the impact of cannon shot. I gazed eastward, shielding my eyes and face against the shrieking wind. Breaks in the whirling shroud of energy revealed an unsettling tableau of a battle turning the wrong way. Wave after wave of lurching dead had broken the lines of the Riverspar forces, who appeared in retreat. Clusters of soldiers fought on the tree-clad hillside. Cannons lay overturned and blown apart. Streaks of smoke and flame scorched the ground. Bodies floated in the bloody frore stream. I turned to Bethany, who stood stock still, staring at the seat of queens. "Tell me where you need me to channel the energies." My lips felt numb as I spoke. I couldn't stop my knees from trembling, nor my fingers from shaking uncontrollably. My body knew. Had the prime version of me felt the same before she'd tuned the equipment to conduct levels of temporal energy they'd never handled? "At the seat," Kelia, through Bethany, said, "my bloodline will release the remaining barriers to the node, every spike throughout the fastness alive. Even weakened as they are, the forces will be immense, and they'll go through you, bending time back on itself. Come." She started forward to the seat of queens, bent against the fierce winds and snapping energies. Her hair whipped behind her in strands, her cloak lifted like wings. Brutal as it was, I noted the pressure on my skin, the frigid air in my ears, my last few moments of awareness. All the world, all my life, ripples in my awareness. From the quietest moment of childhood to the wondrous silence of the library at the Chase, to the sound of an old page being turned, to the crack of cannons or the insults of Delphica Harrowspar, all had been only impressions in the deepest part of what it meant to be alive, to be aware. The columns turned the wind into blades that nearly kept me from reaching the inner circle where the throne stood. Each step became harder, nearly impossible. "Majesty!" I called. She turned, her piercing eyes taking in what was happening to me. It wasn't just the wind, terrible as that was. Exposed to such unrelenting temporal energies, my condition worsened by the second. My limbs faded, losing substance like crests in the sand, being wiped away by a storm surge. With nothing to shield me, I was disintegrating. The seat of queens might as well have been the hilltop at the far end of the Vale, for all the chance I stood of reaching it. "Try!" she shouted above the screaming wind. My legs both pulled out from beneath me, sending me into the freezing stones. Fingers of witchcraft skittered across the deck and grabbed at what was left of me. Bethany braced herself against the wind and tried to grab me, but her hand passed right through my shoulder. "It's no good," I said, barely able to speak. "I can't maintain integrity." Out of the untethered and battered by raw temporal rivers, I didn't stand a chance. Bethany shouted at me in Kelia's voice, but most of it was lost in the din. I turned my head, gazing out into the air above Shadowspyre. Everything seemed distant, small, vanishing. Just beyond the columns and the dome, a wavering circle of light grew brighter and brighter, sunrise seen through a skim of ice. Was this death? I was about to close my eyes when the light's circle yanked my attention back. Delphica stumbled out, followed by the prime version of me, then the initiates, and the soldier, the latter bunch carrying bits of the remaining equipment. They struggled against the storm force winds, their faces grimed with dust, their clothing tattered and hung with bits of debris. Not sure if I was hallucinating, I lifted my hand, noticing my fingers were barely visible with the extent of my fading. "Where the fuck is she?" Delphica yelled. Keelia straightened Bethany. "The scholar needs to be in the seat, but I can't move her." They all rushed over to where I lay, doing what they could to steady themselves. A massive bolt of energy cracked overhead, sending the height of Westerly Blade to keening, first one way, then the other. My prime self knelt by my head, looking me over with narrowed eyes. "She's fading!" "Energy's deadly," was all I mouthed. "The recursive temporal field generator. Bring it here. Fire it up. We can shield her. Neutralize the energy." "Fuck, Kestrel!" Delphica leaned over my prime self's shoulder, staring at me in disbelief. "What have you done?" "It's a long story," my prime self said, waving the others over. "We'll bloody save her!" "I'm trying." Her Majesty looked up at Bethany. "How did you get her like this?" Bethany straightened. "So you're the living queen. A Shadowspyre." Delphica frowned. "What ghost is this?" Bethany looked down her nose at Her Majesty. "You'll do, I suppose." With that, she turned and went to the seat. Delphica stared after her, then back at me. "I never want to hear another fucking ghost again." "What happened?" I muttered. She sat next to me, watching as the others hurried to assemble the generator, dragging it between me and the seat. "You should have fucking seen it. If I'd have known that you, or her, or whichever of you is which, could be such a magnificent maniac, I'd have won this war years ago." The tower rumbled alarmingly. Bits of the columns broke off, landing on the seat with sharp cracks. "My fucking cousin and her handmaids thought they had me by my business," she continued, slithering ropes of their foul magic binding me, hurrying me along like some kidnapped scullery servant. Gleeful, convinced they'd outwitted us all. Well, fuck them. You, the other you, were waiting for us in that fucking nursery. 2 seconds after my cousin shoved me to the top of the stairs, too convinced she'd won to notice the trap, you stood up and invited her to bid her own ass farewell. One column let go, smashing to pieces as it hit the stones. An explosion of something that went off in Aressa's and the others' faces. All I saw was a bunch of pieces of equipment all rigged together, bouncing and whining. It left us standing as Aressa and her lapdogs blew backward down the stairs, engulfed in a brand new wardrobe of pale flames. Delicious. More scholarship like that, please. The initiates shouted back and forth, the prime version of me giving them precise directions. Darkness seeped in from the corners of my eyes. Delphica continued talking, something about finding their way up here, but her voice grew muffled as silence settled in over me. I no longer felt the stones beneath me, or the wind tugging at my clothes. Guttering. I was guttering. Someone yelled. A faint light shone through my eyelids. I felt arms underneath my own, dragging me across the stones. But I felt them. I opened my eyes. My limbs seemed hale, though weak. "How?" my prime self spoke as the soldier carried me. "We've set up a temporal barricade," she said, "strong enough to protect you." "Get me to the seat." Bethany waited by the seat. Delphica paced in front of it. Around them, the initiates set up the final configuration of the equipment to facilitate the activation of the master node. I was to be the relay, allowing the connection to be made, energy to channel the reaction to life. Just as they propped me onto the cold stone of the seat, a scream erupted behind us. Glancing over my shoulder, I spotted a figure emerging from the stairs Bethany and I had climbed. Oressa Brunnett blasted from the stairs, her face twisted in fury. "No, you don't!" She tossed her hands open, and a massive burst of witchcraft swept the equipment to the side. "I'll fucking kill you myself," Delphica said. She tore the rifle off the soldier's shoulder and rushed at her cousin. A spray of witchcraft danced all over the equipment and seat, pulling in more strands of energy from the roiling sky surrounding the top of the blade. "You've already lost," Oressa said. Delphica charged her with the pointy end of the rifle. "We've fucking outsmarted you every step of the way." She stabbed at her cousin, who dodged the blade. The rifle spun from her hands, delivered over the edge of the balcony on a gust of witchcraft. "You're next," Oressa promised her, rushing at the queen with palms extended. Delphica staggered back, driven to the very edge. Witchcraft and temporal channeling collided, sweeping across the open stone floor, wrapping around the remaining columns, snapping on the underside of the dome above. As the interaction created a harmonic resonance, the tower shuddered. "Now!" I yelled. The prime version of me signaled the others. They threw the last switches. A massive column of light and energy rose from the seat. Power channeled through me. One node after another connected. The energy increased. As time surged through me, it splintered into a rotating spectrum, each slice powered by yet another node. Blinding colors fell across the scene, bright against the unnatural darkness swirling through the sky around Shadowspyre. Ages, lives, queens, daughters. Each strand connected. From the edge of my sight, I spotted Oressa closing in on Delphica, whose heels hung over the edge of the open drop. Before she could send the queen tumbling to her death, the soldier ran up behind her and tackled her to the ground. Oressa yelled in frustration, a massive spill of witchcraft coiling from her hands. Lines of witchcraft connected with the glaring energies channeling through me, and a massive vacuum exploded out from the center of the tower, a sheer force banishing the chronovoidal surge. It gained speed as it grew in diameter. From all around Shadowspyre came the sound of breaking glass and slamming doors. But the energy rushing through me only intensified. My marrow burned. A wild, snapping tendril of untamed energy shot down from the center of the dome, connecting with the spike in the seat. I threw back my head, but the scream caught in my throat. Bethany, or Kelia, leaped from the seat and grabbed hold of the prime version of me. "Now! Here! Now!" she yelled. The other me looked confused, tried to pull away, but Bethany yanked her forward, dragging her into the same current of wild energies. All around the tower, the current of time howled. Bethany shoved the other version of me down into the seat until she too was caught in the stream. Our shadows crossed on the stone, mine barely there, hers sharp and dark. Bethany's eyes met mine, then shifted to my other self, carrying all the weight of a queen who'd learned too late what it meant to be torn apart. "No more lost queens," she said. "No more shattered souls. This is my gift to you, scholar. Be whole again." Time knit itself back together, strand by strand. I felt myself pulled toward my prime self. Energy wrapped us, reacting, pulling, and merging. The air between us crystallized into threads of light, each one connecting to matching points between us, fingertip to fingertip, heart to heart, before they began blurring together. We both yelled at the unbearable fusion, our voices rising in unison, until it was only one voice. And like a summer downpour moving in curtains past the trees, it moved on, the stream of time. Beyond the seat of queens, as my vision cleared, I watched the army of dead collapse like puppets with cut strings, their bodies tumbling down the hillsides toward the Frower stream, the void surge's hold on them broken. A scream of rage drew my attention back to the tower. Oressa, still wrestling with the soldier, unleashed one final burst of witchcraft. But without the void surge to draw from, it sputtered and died. The soldier's grip broke. Oressa staggered to her feet, backing away from us all, her power gone. The wind caught her cloak, and for a moment she stood perfectly still, balanced on the edge. Then she was gone, her ending cry lost in the dying storm. I slumped forward. Solid. Real. Alive. One. Not just in body, but in memory. Every moment of both paths crystallized into a single, unbroken timeline. The terror of fading and the determination to save the realm merged into a complete understanding. I felt the weight of my own hands on the stone, the pressure of time no longer trying to tear me apart, but settling into its proper flow. Like a river, returning to its banks after a flood. For the first time since the temporal split, I was entirely, irrefutably present. In that moment, I felt every careful calculation and desperate gamble merging into a single scholarly truth. Bethany knelt beside the seat, her face clear, her eyes wide. Just past her, Delphica stood with her hands on her knees. We did it. We fucking did it. The look on the Queen's face lingered long in my mind. Chapter 35. The world is more alive than we shall ever know. Silseer, executioner in the reign of Her Majesty Kelia Arendt, 1327 to 1348. From the cracked slate, no longer flush against the canting, raven-nested stones of my tallest chimney, to the lowest brick, crushed in the murk of my deepest cistern, cold and unheeded, time shudders through me. The unseen ocean grinds me back into the hills, eroding, collapsing, reuniting me with the ancient palette from which I was hewn. So go we all, from eternity to eternity, and in between, naught but a brilliant sliver of... But we mustn't grow maudlin. Listen to the skitter of claws in the shadowed corners, to the choral of wind exploring miles of empty halls, where doorways spin with whirling motes, as the sun chases another day into memory. Ghosts of a thunderstorm steam from my ancient roofs, rising from 10,000 edges, still dripping the remnants of the downpour, grown wild on cornice, delirious on battlement, riotous across the mountain's worth of granite that is my fastness. Observe the scarlet leaf, stranded upon the mouldering sill, bright drops of rain trembling on its delicate spars and sails. Right there, now, a moment as rich with possibility as any. Why, even now, a shadow stretches across the unkempt expanse of grass between rows of tinder-mark trees as the daylight fades inch by inch from stone, from bridge and barbican, from keep and bastion, deepening along parapet, crenel, and tower. Steps crunching, a hem whispering. At the first gate, rusted fast and leaning, an uncertain hand reaches out in hope. Alas, hope. That dim flicker, the wavering candle, lifted against the void. The hare nibbling a stalk of queen's lace. She has hope, does she not? Well, not much. Not if you ask the gore-streaked hawk soaring overhead, or the wolf watching from the shadowed edge of the dell. Is that not the heart of life's tragedy? The final punctuation waiting at the end of the sentence? This inescapable promise of the barrow? That light and life and the turning of the seasons will all carry on without you? That your part in the story ends, leaving naught but your bones whiling away the ages in darkness, forever out of sight below the surface? But we said we wouldn't get maudlin. Come, gather up your hope. Should you find yourself with fingers closing in around the cold iron, you might press your ear to my walls. Do you hear it? This song of bones? The sound of eternity vanquished? Welcome. I raised my pen from the page. Without the scratching of the inked nib, the silence of the library reasserted itself. Orderly, reasoned, beyond the limit of any one lifetime. Inspiring. Yet as I stared at the paper before me, I felt nothing but reproach. There within the familiar stacks at the heart of the Augurian chase, rows and shelves holding purest scholarship, faded into shadows beyond the range of my lantern, seemingly as distant from me as what remained of the walls of Shadowspyre, 300-odd miles from the chase. Scholarship? No. What I'd done wasn't scholarship. My battered journal brought me headaches, insomnia, and in my few moments of sleep, nightmares. Not anything useful that might illuminate the minds of future scholars. My accounts to others and myself brought about confusion, a tangle of overlapped memories that resisted analysis, and something worse. Half the denizens of the chase looked at me as the living heir to Amesrun, Grey, Maiden. The other half saw me as an abomination, someone who'd gotten what she'd deserved in straying too deeply into the hubris of time work. And what about me? What did I see when I gazed in the mirror? A play of light on glass? A ghost, or two, bound within matter no more substantial than a summer storm? Thoughts and memories temporarily bound together by the gossamer wrap of the present? I no longer knew. My work within the special collection brought from Shadowspyre consisted primarily in my staring blankly at dusty pages, waiting for the moment one or more books might slide across the worn Heartswood desk on their own, drawing me back into a well of lost time. And as for my written commentary, none earned the right to call itself scholarship. Putting down the pen, I looked at the stack of pages I'd composed over the previous week. Lifting the top page, I scanned my harried scratches. Death is all around, I'm afraid. Around us, behind us, beneath us, within us, above us, between us. Closer than our own shadows on the brightest of days, burning like a steady flame inside us through the darkest night. In sun and rain and fog and wind, right there. When we weep, when we laugh, when we obsess, when we lose ourselves, when we love, none thwart death for long. You might taste it fully, if you set your mind to it, before the next 10 minutes are out, or it might take you by the neck when you least expect it, or it will send you its invitation, one you might hold in your hand, reading over and over, no courtesy of your reply required. But it's coming. One only has to peer over the lip of well 67 to answer any doubts, to indulge the curiosity. For the drowned hold a particular beauty, a certain breathtaking stillness, do they not? Why that? I barely even recalled writing the words, let alone a defensible reason. Sliding the page aside, I grabbed another from far down in the pile and scanned the writing. I never meant to frighten the child. 1,000 times, 10,000 times, I never meant to frighten her. Audrena Blythorn, 1298 to 1346. Governess in the reign of His Majesty Rion Arrant. The smooth stones of the tower nursery tell their unhappy tale, for walls speak if you know how to listen. Still everything but the quiet. Can you perceive the passing of one moment to the next? Feel the cresting wave of the present as a ripple on infinity? These stones were there. They saw. They remember. Blush rose granite, quarried from the hills of Duskdell, the empty miles north of the valley through which the adamantine waters of the river slice ever deeper, devouring rocks, prying into the past. Cut and carved, fit and finessed into place, polished to a sheen with emery, in the hands of stonemasons, Guildmaster Gavin Bairn. His masterpiece. Graceful honey-eaters, leaping frogs, springing elk, proud cats. I crumpled the paper in my fists. Scholar Ashwin Kestrel's account of her time within Shadowspyre? There was no spot on any of the shelves unworthy enough for such drivel. I stood, sweeping the other pages up into my arms. The nearby grate huffed with glowing embers. I would make it blaze, if only for a few minutes. Mere sands of time spilling always out and out and out. A creak from across the library froze me where I stood. The light of a lantern brought a warm corona around the far stacks. the sound of footsteps breaking the quiet and solitude.
Yes, Ogress, we caught her burning papers, just shoving them into the hearth, in the library, no less.
I put my mask back on, relaxing my eyes, unclenching my jaw, silently setting my papers back in place while hiding their faces by flipping over the top sheet. Sitting back down, I grabbed my pen, dipped the end, affecting total concentration so as not to be bothered. Shadows angled and stretched between shelves as the lantern moved nearer. 2 figures emerged at the other side of the central reference tables. "Nose in a book when you should be sleeping," Shadowspyre announced upon spotting me. "Why am I not surprised?" Resplendent in a silken shirt, gold-threaded vest, and pale rose breeches tucked into polished boots, she tilted her head and pursed her lips as she crossed the open space, regarding me with her mismatched eyes. Next to her, Bethany Addermantle held the lantern, wearing the cream-colored coat of a newly invocated adept, her hair tied sensibly back.
"She haunts this place like a ghost, Majesty,"
Bethany said. I glanced back and forth between them, then stood. "Your Majesty." "Please, Kestrel. It's just the 3 of us." It's just," I stammered, confused as my thoughts were slammed from dead queens to the living queen. "What are you doing here?" Delphica came over to me. Watching me closely, she ran her tongue over her teeth. "It's my realm. I go where I choose. And I'm given to understand that tomorrow you shall receive the stole of deep gray and gold, marking you as the new sub-doyen of the Augurian chase. I shall mark the occasion as the monarch." Bethany stopped at the desk, putting her lantern down next to mine. She glanced about. As of late, my pulse sped up with the absurd fear that she would start channeling my voice back at me. A ghost. "No monarch has ever attended such a minor ceremony," I said. "This monarch does. And besides, no monarch has ever had a friend receive such an honor," Delphica said. "So let's end that protestation forthwith, shall we?" She looked me over. I looked accusingly at Bethany. Yes, Delphica said. She wrote to me. "There's nothing to write about." "Not true," Bethany offered. "You're suffering." I straightened. "It's called scholarship." "It's called friendship." Delphica half sat, half leaned on the edge of the table. "Concern for the well-being of someone close to you." "My well-being is fine," I insisted. "Sleeping 3 or 4 hours each night?" Delphica said. "Distracted? Barely eating? Curious output?" Her gaze went to the paper I'd been on the verge of burning. "Bethany," I said, "the in-progress work of a scholar is inviolate." Bethany held her hands crossed before her. "Then perhaps you oughtn't talk to yourself aloud as you write it." "Were you spying on me?" "I was attempting to study," she said. "We all know my hearing is unusual." Delphica turned the top page of my writings over. I reached out to still her hand. We stared at each other in the lantern light. She pulled the paper away from me, her gaze dancing across the words. My cheeks burned. After a minute, she put the page back down, her lips pursed. "Shadowspyre hasn't left you, has it. The stillness of the library went unbroken for several moments. Or I haven't left it. She reached over and put a hand on my arm. It's just the three of us. I blinked away sudden tears. Memories. I can't pull them apart sometimes. They keep coming again and again. And when I have them, I don't know which me is having them. Not that I'm still like I was, like we were. Bethany came closer. You should have told me. I don't know why. I paused. I feel less than whole. Doubting when I used to be certain. I can't stand it. Delphica ran her hand along my arm. It's going to take time. If you'll forgive my choice of words. You're being too hard on yourself. Let's not forget what we did. We single-handedly saved the realm. You sort of double-handedly, as it were. I leaned against the desk next to her. Indeed. But will I ever feel whole again? Do you think I ever feel whole? Where do I end, and the expectations, responsibility, and weight of history begin? You'll find your way back, Kestrel. And you'll live with this in-between business until then. Until such time, you have Bethany and I with whom to reveal that, shock of all shocks, you're as human as the rest of us. Bethany reached over and rested her hand on my other shoulder. Thank you, I whispered. Both. Delphica patted my arm and straightened. And while you're doing said living, there's still a minor matter of the unquiet dead tromping here and there throughout the realm. It's taking a little of the shine off our accomplishment. Ah, I said, brushing away the tear in the corner of my eye and standing up. Necrovoidal deposition, left within the intertemporal zone in spots in the subagrilics range. I grabbed my lantern and headed toward the special section I'd cordoned off from general usage. Like pools left behind after the tide rolls out. I've calculated what I believe to be the neutralizing frequencies needed to drain such areas completely, in a manner of speaking. It's of course far more technical than Your Majesty prefers, so I will spare you the glorious details. I led them behind the back row of shelves. Across 3 large tables stood stacks of maps, charts, and calculations. I directed 3 of the brightest scholars at the chase, with Augress Smallpage's blessing, to assist me. I pointed. All 17 known locations, surveyed and accounted for, a plan for each. Delphica and Bethany stood at each shoulder. Bethany, the Queen said, you may have oversold Kestrel's melancholy. Bethany cleared her throat. She is, well, a scholar, Majesty. Delphica turned to face me. And would said scholar find it in her busy schedule to come with me to Hollycrown in her new capacity as subdoyen of the chase, and oversee the efforts to do whatever genius, possibly disastrous yet ultimately successful gambits you've cooked up with all your logic and expertise? She nudged me with her elbow. The change might do you good. And while Augress Smallpage seems as implacable as ever, sometime in and around Riverspar will leave an impression with all the people who matter. Besides me, of course. This place will eventually need a new Augress, won't it? The Queen I'd once derided as tempestuous and impatient regarded me with a knowing look. My work, I began, can all be loaded into wagons and brought with you, Delphica interrupted. So the proper answer is, yes, Majesty. I would like that very much, and as you are in fact the queen to whom I have shown undying loyalty, I eagerly accept. Bethany? I said. As I wouldn't fully trust you two to your own devices, I'd best join you, she answered. Around us, the hush of the library held our lanterns steady against the dark. This concludes Shadowspyre by Kevan Dale, narrated by Francis Anderson. Copyright 2026 by Kevan Dale. Kevan Dale has spent 3 decades pursuing craft, creativity, and connection through not one, but 3 dream careers: guitar maker, video game developer, and yoga teacher. Throughout, he's poured his energy into his novels, committed to the magic that leaps between readers and authors. He currently lives in the wooded beauty of Massachusetts. Learn more and sign up for Kevan's exclusive Readers Club at kevandale.com. Francis Anderson is a proud, longtime member of the Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, SAG-AFTRA. She narrates audiobooks across a wide range of genres and is passionate about the power and magic of the human voice. You can find out more about her work at her website, francisvoices.com.